Let's start with the heat.
Yeah, the heat.
That is the very first thing that really hits you when you open this book.
It completely sets the tone.
Right. Because it is not the usual setting for a philosophical dialogue. Usually when we talk about Socrates, we picture him in the agora, right?
The marketplace, yeah.
Surrounded by noise and people shouting and merchants selling fish.
Students arguing all around him.
Exactly. It's urban.
Yeah.
It's loud. But this is entirely different.
It's completely different. It is the middle of the day, like high noon in the absolute height of summer.
The sun is just beating down.
Beating down on the walls of Athens. And for once, Socrates isn't inside them. He is actually walking away from the city.
Barefoot as usual.
Barefoot, which is typical for him, yeah. But he is out in the wild.
And he runs into Phaedrus. Now, before we even get into what they actually say, I want to set this scene because the book spends a surprising amount of time on it.
A lot of time. The physical setting is crucial here.
They aren't just walking. They're wading into a stream.
The Ulysses.
Yes, the Ulysses.
Yeah. And that detail really matters. The water is cool, but the air is incredibly hot. They are looking for a place to rest.
And they find this very specific spot.
A plane tree.
Right, a plane tree. It's tall and spreading wide and offering this massive umbrella of shade.
And right next to it is a chase tree.
The Agnus Castus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's in full bloom. So you have to imagine the scent. The air is just heavy with the smell of flowers and the heat of the sun.
And the noise isn't the city noise.
No, it's cicadas. A choir of cicadas buzzing right over their heads.
It feels sensual. Is that the right word? It feels very heavy and sleepy and physical.
Sensual is exactly the right word, and that is highly intentional. The author is setting a stage that is teeming with nature and with gods and invisible spirits.
Defenses are down.
Right. It's a place where defenses are down. Socrates even comments on it himself. He acts almost like a tourist. He is looking around saying, by Hera, it is a charming resting place.
Admiring the grass.
Calling it a pillow. He so rarely leaves the city, so he is reacting to this nature with a kind of childlike wonder.
It's interesting that you say he rarely leaves, because he actually makes a point of that, doesn't he?
He does.
He says, I am a lover of learning, and trees and open country won't teach me anything, whereas men in the town do.
He is entirely a creature of the polis. He is a creature of human interaction.
So the fact that he is out here dipping his feet in the river and lying down in the grass.
It signals that something very unusual is about to happen. He has been lured out.
Lured by Phaedrus.
Or more accurately, lured by what Phaedrus is hiding under his cloak.
Right, so let's get into that. Because Phaedrus has just come from the house of Epicrates.
Yes, he's been spending the entire morning listening to a speech by Lysias.
And Lysias was a big deal.
A massive deal. A very famous speechwriter, a rhetorician.
And Phaedrus is basically a fanboy.
There is really no other word for it. He is obsessed with speeches. Socrates even says he is sick with passion for hearing them.
So Phaedrus has this speech. He has listened to it repeatedly. He's probably half memorized the thing.
And he's walking out into the country to practice reciting it to himself.
But then he bumps into Socrates.
And Socrates sees right through him immediately.
Phaedrus tries to play it cool, right? Like he just wants to go for a walk for his health.
But Socrates spots the scroll hidden right there under his cloak. It's like a kid trying to hide a comic book inside a textbook.
Socrates basically says, I'm not going to let you practice your memory on me when you have the actual text right there.
Show me what you've got.
So they settle down under this plane tree. The cicadas are singing, and the heat is oppressive.
And Phaedrus finally opens the scroll.
And this speech, well, we need to unpack this speech. Because the whole premise of this speech by Lysias is just bizarre.
It is a paradox, and it's meant to be a very clever one. The speech is addressed to a boy in the context of ancient Athenian pederasty, where an older man would court a younger man for mentorship and intimacy. But the argument is highly specific. The speaker is saying, you should give your favors to me precisely because I am not in love with you.
Wait, pause there. The argument is that you should choose a partner who doesn't love you over one who does.
That is the argument.
That sounds completely counterintuitive.
It sounds backwards to us today, but Lysias is making a very cold and calculated and rational argument.
He is arguing for the non-lover.
Exactly, the non-lover.
Okay, let's walk through his reasons. Why on earth would you want to be with someone who doesn't love you?
Stability. That is the absolute core of it.
Stability.
Lysias paints the lover as a sick person, a literal madman. He argues that love is a form of insanity.
So when a man is in love, he loses his mind.
He neglects his business. He makes grand promises that he cannot possibly keep.
He gets jealous.
Extremely jealous and possessive, and eventually the sickness passes. The fever breaks.
And then what happens?
When the lover sobers up, he regrets everything he gave you. He becomes an enemy.
So the lover is volatile.
Highly volatile. Lysias actually says, as wolves love lambs, so lovers love their loves.
Wow.
It's completely predatory. The lover wants to consume you.
But the non-lover?
The non-lover is sane. He is making a business decision.
A transaction.
Right. He offers you mentorship and money and status and friendship, but he does it with a cool head.
He isn't going to get jealous if you talk to someone else.
Exactly. He isn't going to make a scene in public. He isn't going to regret his kindness later because he calculated the exact cost beforehand.
It sounds incredibly modern, actually.
It really does.
It sounds like someone saying, let's not label this. Let's keep it casual. Let's just be friends with benefits, because feelings just make everything messy.
It is a very modern argument for a transactional relationship. It maximizes utility and it minimizes risk. It's the safe option.
And he mentions numbers too, right?
Yeah, Lysias argues that there are many more non-lovers than lovers. So if you limit yourself only to people who are madly in love with you, your pool of options is tiny.
But if you accept the non-lover, you have the whole world to choose from.
Yeah, quantity and quality over passion.
And Phaedrus thinks this is the greatest thing ever written.
He is totally dazzled by it. He finishes reading and looks at Socrates like, boom. Did you hear that? Is that not the finest speech you've ever heard?
He expects Socrates to be floored by the rhetoric.
But Socrates, he is not floored.
No, Socrates plays a game here. He starts by critiquing the form rather than the content.
Right, he says, well, the rhetoric was fine, I suppose. He turned a nice phrase.
But then he starts picking it apart.
He asks, didn't he repeat himself? He points out that Lysias just kept saying the same thing over and over.
That the lover is bad and the non-lover is good.
Yeah, just changing the words slightly. Socrates calls it hasty. He says it's like a man trying to show off that he can say the same thing in two different ways.
This feels like Socrates just being a difficult critic.
Yeah.
But he's setting a trap, isn't he?
He is always setting a trap. He claims that he could make a better speech on the exact same premise without even trying.
He says he has pictures full of ideas in his head.
Maybe things he heard from Sappho or Anacreon. He suggests that the wisdom is just sloshing around inside him, even though he knows nothing himself.
And Phaedrus, being the absolute enthusiast, won't let that slide.
He basically forces Socrates to put his money where his mouth is.
He threatens him.
He does. He says, I won't let you leave this tree. I will never read you another speech again if you don't do this.
So Socrates capitulates.
But notice the physical gesture he makes right before he starts speaking. This is crucial.
He covers his head.
He veils himself.
Why? Is it just dramatic flair?
No, it's shame. Deep, profound shame. You have to understand that Socrates is about to engage in a rhetorical exercise that goes against his very soul.
He's about to use his immense intellect to argue for a lie.
Exactly. He is going to argue that the non-lover is superior, just like Lysias did. But he knows it is false.
So he covers his face so he doesn't have to look at Phaedrus.
Or perhaps so the sun, which is the symbol of truth, doesn't see him while he speaks this left-handed love speech.
So from under the veil, Socrates begins speech number 1, and he starts by defining his terms.
He says, if we are going to debate whether the lover or non-lover is better, we first have to define what love actually is.
And his definition here is pretty brutal.
It is. He defines love in this specific negative context as an irrational desire. He sets up a binary.
An internal war.
Right. He says, inside every human being, there are two ruling principles. Two forces at war.
What are the two forces?
One is an innate desire for pleasure. It is the part of us that wants to eat and drink and consume.
And the other?
The other is an acquired opinion or judgment that aims at the best. So it is reason versus appetite.
Reason versus appetite.
When reason leads the soul, we call it temperance, self-control.
And when appetite leads?
When appetite drags us toward pleasure against our better judgment, we call it excess or hubris.
And love fits right into the excess category.
Exactly. Socrates says there are many names for this excess. If the irrational desire drags you toward food, we call it gluttony.
If it drags you toward alcohol, we call it drunkenness.
But if this irrational desire drags you toward the enjoyment of personal beauty, specifically the beauty of a body, we call it eros, we call it love.
So in this speech, love is essentially just an addiction. It's no different than being an alcoholic, except your drug is a person.
Precisely. And if love is an addiction, then the lover is an addict.
And Socrates proceeds to ruthlessly dismantle the character of the lover based on this.
Because if you are an addict, what do you need?
You need your fix.
You need your fix, and you need it to be available constantly. So Socrates argues that a lover will subconsciously want his beloved to be weak.
Weak.
Think about it. If the beloved is strong and independent and intelligent and wealthy, they don't need the lover. They might leave.
Right.
So the lover, driven by this sickness, will try to keep the beloved inferior.
He will discourage him from studying philosophy.
Because philosophy makes him think for himself.
He'll discourage him from having other friends because he wants him isolated.
He will try to keep him soft and completely dependent.
That is incredibly dark. It's describing a deeply abusive, controlling relationship.
It is. Socrates says the lover prefers the beloved to be weaker, poorer, and more ignorant than himself. He wants a pet, not a partner.
And then he moves to the physical aspect.
He describes crabbed age and youth. He paints this picture of an old, withered man forcing his attentions on a young person.
It's repulsive.
It is disgusting. He talks about the smell and the clinging and the constant, endless demands.
And then the inevitable crash.
The crash is when the madness fades, the lover eventually sobers up, reason comes back.
And suddenly he realizes he's spent all this money and made all these promises to this boy.
So what does he do? He runs. He ghosted him. He leaves the beloved unpaid and abandoned after the beloved has given up absolutely everything for him.
It's a devastating argument. Honestly, if I were listening to this, I'd be convinced.
Right, you'd say, okay, lesson learned. Never date someone who is in love with me. Stick to the cold, rational business partners.
That is the logical conclusion of the speech. Socrates finishes it, and he feels dirty.
You can sense it in the text. He uncovers his head and immediately tries to leave.
He's done the job. He beat Lysias at his own game. Now he just wants to get out of there.
But he doesn't leave. He stops.
He is stopped. This is the moment where the entire dialogue pivots. He is crossing the stream, and suddenly the sign.
The daemonion.
Yes, Socrates' divine sign.
It's his internal compass. But it's a negative compass. It never tells him what to do. It only tells him what not to do.
And right now, in the intense heat of noon, the voice speaks.
It forbids him to leave.
What does it say?
It tells him that he has committed a sin, a blasphemy. He realizes that the speech he just gave and the speech Lysias wrote were impious.
They were insults to the gods.
Yes.
But how were they insults? They were just talking about human relationships.
Socrates connects the dots here. He asks, is not love Eros a god, the son of Aphrodite?
Well, yes. In the mythology, Eros is a god.
And Socrates says if love is a god, he cannot be evil.
But they have just spent the last hour describing love as a wolf.
A sickness, a destroyer, a source of utter misery.
If those things are true, love is bad.
But if love is a god, love is good. You cannot have it both ways. By calling love evil, they have lied about a divinity.
That is a profound shift. He is moving from a sociological critique to a theological one.
He realizes he has slandered a god, and he is terrified of the punishment.
He brings up the poet Stesichorus.
The legend was that Stesichorus wrote a poem trashing Helen of Troy, blaming her for the war, and the gods struck him blind.
Stesichorus realized his mistake and wrote a palinode,
a recantation song, saying it wasn't true. Helen never went to Troy, and his sight was restored.
So Socrates says, I am going to make my palinode now before I lose my sight.
He has to wash the taste of that first speech out of his mouth. He has to tell the truth about love.
And this leads us directly into the great speech.
This is the heart of the book. Socrates starts by totally reframing the core concept.
Madness.
Right. Up until now, madness equaled bad. Madness equaled instability.
But Socrates says not so fast.
He argues that madness is not always an evil. In fact, he says the greatest of blessings come to us through madness, provided it is given as a gift of the god.
He distinguishes between human madness, which is mental illness, and divine madness, which is inspiration.
And he lists 4 kinds of this divine madness.
I think it's really worth going through them because it sets the stage for why love is so special.
Sure. The first is prophetic madness.
This comes from Apollo.
Right. He looks at the Oracle of Delphi. When the Pythia gives a prophecy, she isn't sane. She is in a trance. She is possessed.
If she were in her right mind, she couldn't speak the future.
So to access the truth of time, you have to step out of your rational mind.
Okay, so that's prophetic. What's the second?
Ritual or mystic madness. This comes from Dionysus.
It's about purification.
Think of ancient rituals and dancing and catharsis. It is a madness that heals the family or the city from ancient curses or plagues.
It steps outside the rules to fix what is broken.
Exactly.
The third.
Poetic madness. This is from the Muses.
And this is a direct shot at technical writers like Lysias.
Socrates says you can't be a great poet just by learning the techniques. If you come to the doors of poetry without the madness of the muses, you will be empty.
The sane poet is always eclipsed by the mad poet. Art requires a touch of insanity.
Which brings us to the fourth, the one we are here for.
Erotic madness. The madness of love.
This comes from Aphrodite and Eros. And Socrates is going to argue that of all the forms of divine possession, this one, falling in love, is the highest. It is the best.
But to explain why falling in love is better than being sane, he has to explain the human soul.
He has to explain what we are doing here on Earth in the first place. He has to zoom out, way out.
He starts with a proof of the immortality of the soul.
We won't get bogged down in the strict logic, but the gist is that the soul is self-moving. Everything else is moved by something else, like a rock is moved by a hand.
But the soul moves itself. Therefore, it is the source of life.
It has no beginning and no end. It cannot be destroyed.
And since it's immortal, he needs an image to describe it. He says describing the soul as it actually is would take a god to do.
But describing what it resembles is something a human can do.
And here we get the Chariot Allegory. It is one of the most enduring images in the history of philosophy.
Let's visualize it. Every single soul is a chariot.
A winged chariot.
It's a team. You have a charioteer and you have two horses. Now, Socrates says for the gods this is easy. Their horses are both good and noble. They drive easily.
But for us, for humans, the team is mixed, making the driving very difficult and troublesome.
Let's meet the team. First, the charioteer. Who is he?
The charioteer is intellect, reason.
He is the pilot. He holds the reins. His job is to guide the soul toward the truth. He's the part of you that thinks and calculates and decides.
Then we have the two horses, and they couldn't possibly be more different.
First, the noble horse. The text describes him as being on the right side. He is white, upright, clean-limbed.
He has a distinct Roman nose.
Modest, a lover of honor and temperance.
What does that mean in terms of human psychology?
Think of spiritedness. The Greeks called it thumos. It is that feeling of righteous indignation.
It's the part of you that wants to be good, that cares about your reputation, that feels shame when you do something wrong.
The key detail is that this horse needs no whip. It is guided only by word and command. It wants to obey reason.
And then there's the other guy.
The ignoble horse. The black horse.
The description is grotesque.
He is crooked, lumbering, heavy. He has a short, thick neck and a flat face. His eyes are bloodshot.
He is the mate of insolence and pride.
He is deaf. He has shaggy ears. And the charioteer has to use the whip and the spur just to get him to move or to stop.
And this represents
the appetites, the id, the base desires, lust and hunger and greed.
The part of you that just wants things consequences be damned.
It is heavy, and it drags the soul down toward the earth.
So the human condition, according to Socrates, is this constant violent struggle. The charioteer is trying to steer. The white horse is trying to help.
And the black horse is fighting them both, trying to veer off the road.
And the road isn't on earth. This is where the myth gets truly cosmic. Socrates describes a procession of the gods.
This is a beautiful image. He says that Zeus leads the way in a winged chariot arranging all things.
And behind him come all the other gods and the souls of men.
They are marching up the steep ascent of the dome of heaven. They are climbing the sky.
Where are they going? What is the destination?
They are trying to get to the rim, the sub-celestial arch. They want to stand on the outside of heaven.
What is outside the heavens?
The plane of truth.
The plane of truth.
This is pure Platonism. Socrates says that beyond the heavens there is an essence that is formless, colorless, and intangible. It is the home of true knowledge.
What does that mean, true knowledge?
It means the essences of things. In that place, you don't see a just act or a just law. You see justice itself.
You see temperance itself.
You see knowledge itself in its absolute everlasting essence.
And the souls need to see this.
They need it like food. Socrates says the divine mind is nourished by this truth. The horses are fed ambrosia and nectar.
The gods, because their horses are balanced, climb up to the rim easily. They stand there as the universe revolves, gazing at the truth. They are satisfied.
But the human souls...
It's a struggle.
It's a total chaotic mess. The charioteer is trying to lift the head of the chariot up to see the truth. But the black horse is incredibly heavy.
It's plunging downward, pulling toward the earth. The charioteer is desperately wrestling with the reins.
Socrates describes it almost like a cosmic traffic jam.
Yeah, souls are trampling each other.
They are crashing, wings are being broken, there is sweat and massive confusion. Some souls see the truth briefly, but others are trampled in the confusion and see nothing.
And a consequence of not seeing the truth is severe.
If a soul fails to see the truth, it loses its wings, it sheds its feathers, the soul becomes heavy.
And it falls.
It falls out of the heavens and gets entombed in a body.
Entombed. That is a really harsh word.
Socrates views the body as a prison, a shell. We are like oysters trapped in a shell.
But, and this is the key to the whole reincarnation system, the kind of life you get born into depends on how much truth you saw before you fell.
Exactly. It's a hierarchy, a meritocracy of the soul. There are 9 tiers of lives.
Let's run through the tiers because it tells us a lot about what the text values.
Yeah.
Tier 1, the top.
The soul that saw the most truth becomes a philosopher or a lover of beauty or a musical and loving nature, someone who deals with the eternal.
Tier 2.
A king or a warrior, someone who upholds the law.
Tier 3.
A householder or a moneymaker, someone managing practical affairs.
Tier 4.
A gymnast or a physician, someone who focuses purely on the body.
Tier 5.
A prophet or a mystic.
Which is interesting. Notice how much lower this is than the philosopher.
Right, because the philosopher actually knows the truth while the prophet just channels it.
Tier 6.
A poet or an imitator.
That's pretty low for a poet.
Well, there is always a suspicion of artists here. They just imitate the physical world, which is already an imitation of the truth. So they are third-hand removed from reality.
Tier 7.
A husbandman or craftsman.
Tier 8.
A sophist or demagogue. The people who twist words for power.
And the bottom of the barrel. Tier 9.
A tyrant. The absolute worst life. The soul that saw almost no truth becomes a tyrant, completely enslaved by his own desires.
So we're all stuck here living out these lives, trying to grow our wings back. How long does the probationary period take?
The cycle is 10,000 years to regrow wings and get back to the heavens.
10,000 years.
It's a long time. Souls are judged after death, going to places of correction or places of joy, and they choose their next life after 1,000 years.
There is transmigration too, right? Souls can move from human to beast and back, provided they have once seen the truth.
Yes, but there is an exception to the 10,000-year rule, a loophole for philosophers and lovers.
If they choose this philosophical life 3 times in a row, they regain their wings in 3,000 years.
They save 7,000 years. It's the fast track.
So we have this cycle, souls falling and living and dying and choosing new lives. But here is a crucial question.
How do we learn anything down here?
Right. If the truth is up there in the plane of truth, and we are stuck here in these physical bodies, how do we know what justice or beauty actually is?
This brings in the theory of anamnesis, recollection.
Socrates argues that we don't actually learn anything new.
We remember it. Learning is remembering what the soul saw in heaven.
Can you break that down a bit more?
Imagine you have amnesia. You walk into a room and you see a chair. You don't know the word chair, but somewhere deep in your mind you have a memory of what a chair is. Suddenly it clicks.
Oh, that's a chair.
Exactly. Socrates says that when we grasp a moral concept, we aren't downloading new data. We are clearing the fog. We are remembering what our soul saw on the plane of truth before we fell.
Uncovering what was already there.
But here's the problem. Most abstract concepts are hard to remember. We don't see wisdom or justice walking down the street. They have no physical image.
So it's hard to trigger that memory.
But there is one exception, one concept that shines brighter than the others. Beauty is the only spiritual essence that we can perceive with our physical eyes. Sight is the keenest of our senses.
We can see a beautiful face or a perfectly formed body.
It is the bridge between the physical world and the spiritual world. When a soul sees physical beauty, it is reminded of true beauty.
And this is where the madness of love comes in. When a soul sees someone beautiful, something violent happens.
The soul shudders with awe. It's a visceral reaction. The person sees the beautiful boy in the context of the dialogue and is struck dumb.
Why? Not just because he's attractive.
Because the boy is a reminder. The beloved looks like the God the soul once followed in the procession. The beloved is a reflection of true beauty.
So the lover isn't just looking at a human. He is looking through the human and seeing the divine.
Yes, he is remembering heaven. And this triggers the physical process of the wings growing back.
And Socrates describes this physical sensation in a way that is really quite uncomfortable.
It's not a soft, fluttering feeling. It is absolute agony.
He compares it to the cutting of teeth in a child, gum pain.
Yes, he says the gums of the soul begin to itch and throb. There is heat. The germ of the wing unfolds and stings.
The soul is sweating and feverish.
It is in pain when it is away from the beloved because the pores dry up and close. It is in joy when it sees the beloved because the moisture flows and the wings can finally grow.
This perfectly explains the obsessive state of the lover.
Right. The lover forgets family and customs and property. He is willing to sleep like a servant near the beloved.
He worships the beloved as a godlike figure.
To the outside world, to the non-lover, he looks like a maniac. He looks like he's ruining his life.
But in reality,
he is the only one who is sane. He is ignoring earthly things because he has found a ladder back to the gods.
and this is a major, but it's not that simple. Because we still have the chariot.
We do.
Just because you see beauty doesn't mean the black horse disappears. In fact, that is exactly when the trouble starts.
That is the crisis point. Lovers choose partners based on the god they followed. Followers of Zeus seek philosophers. Followers of Ares are violent.
But regardless of the god, the encounter plays out similarly.
The three parts of the soul, the charioteer, the white horse, and the black horse, see the beloved's face.
And the conflict erupts.
The charioteer is struck with awe and falls backward, pulling the reins. The white horse follows the charioteer in shame and modesty.
But the black horse doesn't care about true beauty.
No, the black horse rushes forward to enjoy physical pleasure. It wants to wallow like a brute beast. It drags the whole chariot toward the beloved.
And this is the internal war of every person trying to be good. The charioteer has to fight his own biology.
And the description of the taming is incredibly graphic.
The black horse persists, biting and pulling.
The charioteer must violently pull back the reins. Socrates says he pulls so hard he forces the black horse's haunches to the ground.
And covers its jaws in blood.
It sounds like torture because it is self-torture. It is the pain of self-mastery. This happens repeatedly until the black horse is finally humbled and tamed.
It learns to associate the beautiful face with pain and fear.
And the result is that the soul of the lover can finally follow the beloved in modesty and holy fear.
Only then can the relationship really begin.
Socrates outlines two possible endings for this kind of love. The consummation.
The gold medal ending, if you will.
The philosophical victory. If the better elements of the mind prevail, if they choose philosophy and reason, they pass their lives in happiness and self-mastery.
They have enslaved the part of the soul that brings evil and liberated the part that brings virtue.
And upon death, they are light and winged. They have won one of the three heavenly victories to ascend.
That's the ideal. But Socrates knows not everyone is a philosopher. What about the lesser path?
If they live a life of ambition and honor rather than philosophy, they may indulge in physical closeness in unguarded moments.
Like drunkenness.
They slip up, they get physical, but they still pass their lives as friends, though their bond is less perfect.
And after death.
They are wingless, but eager to fly, not punished in darkness, but beginning the journey together.
The gods honor that bond. And with that, Socrates finishes this great mythic hymn to love.
He stops talking.
The atmosphere is completely shifted from a casual afternoon stroll to something deeply sacred.
He has offered his palinode and apologized to the god of love, so he is clean again.
But the conversation isn't over because they didn't actually come here to talk about theology.
Right, they came here to analyze the scroll Phaidrus is still holding.
So they have to turn their eyes from the heavens back down to the text.
Which means questioning the art of persuasion itself.
The cicadas are still buzzing, and the stream is still flowing, and Socrates is ready to take the next step.
So wait, just stop right there. We really have to pick this up exactly where we left off because the mood shift here is just whiplash-inducing. In the last section of the book, we had Socrates delivering this incredibly dark, cynical speech about how love is essentially a sickness. He argued it was a kind of madness that ruins you, and he laid out this very logical case for why you should favor the non-lover over the lover. It was persuasive, it was dark, and it really seemed like that was his final word on the matter.
It certainly felt conclusive, yes. It was a masterpiece of what we might call anti-romantic logic. But this is the beauty of the dialogue in this book. Just as the applause dies down, or rather just as Phaedrus is basking in the glow of this rhetorical display, Socrates hits a wall, a spiritual wall. He is about to cross the river and leave, which would effectively end the conversation, but suddenly he just freezes. He describes a sensation that stops him dead in his tracks.
Right, this is that famous daimonion of his. I've always found this concept fascinating, honestly a little confusing. Is it a voice? Is it a gut feeling? Because to a modern ear, hearing voices usually suggests a trip to a psychiatrist, not a philosopher.
That is a fair modern interpretation,
No.
but for Socrates, it was a very specific theological phenomenon. He calls it his divine sign. And the crucial detail about this sign, which he actually mentions in his defense at his trial as well, is that it never tells him what to do. It isn't a GPS giving him directions. It only operates in the negative. It always forbids him from doing something.
Yeah.
It is a divine stop sign. And right now, in the absolute heat of this noon sun, it is screaming at him.
So it is basically his conscience pulling the emergency brake. But usually, your conscience bothers you because you stole something or lied to someone. Here he hasn't done anything illegal. He just gave a speech. Why is the alarm bell ringing so loudly?
Because he realizes he has committed a crime, not against the state or an individual, but a theological crime. He has offended the gods. Specifically, he has offended Eros, the god of love.
And this is where the logic gets really interesting to me. He connects the speech he just gave, which portrayed love as this jealous, possessive, harmful force, to the actual nature of the god himself.
Precisely. The logic is simple, but very profound. Phaedrus and Socrates both agree that Eros is a god, the son of Aphrodite. Now, by definition, a god is a being that is supremely good, happy, and beneficial. A god cannot be evil. A god cannot be harmful.
Oh, I see where this is going. If love is a god, he can't be bad. But Socrates just spent an hour proving love is bad.
Correct. It creates a syllogism that completely traps him. If his speech was correct and love is this terrible, destructive madness, then love cannot be a god. But if love is a god, then his speech was a complete lie. And for Socrates, speaking a lie about the divine is a terrible impiety. He feels literally dirty. He says he has sinned against myth.
I really love the metaphor he uses here to describe that feeling. He says he needs to wash out the brine of his previous speech with fresh water. It is like the cynical argument left a salty, bitter taste in his mouth, or like he is covered in sea salt and just desperately needs a spiritual shower.
It is a ritual purification. He decides right then and there, before he can even think about leaving the riverbank, that he has to make a recantation. He calls it a palinode.
A palinode. I have heard that term in poetry classes before, but it is pretty rare. It is basically a formal way of saying, I take it back, right?
It is a bit more than just a simple apology. It is a poetic retraction. The term actually comes from the poet Stesichorus. The legend was that Stesichorus wrote a poem insulting Helen of Troy, claiming she caused the Trojan War. As punishment, the gods struck him blind. He then wrote a palinode, a new poem, praising Helen and saying the first one was entirely false, and his sight was miraculously restored. Socrates is invoking that exact tradition. He wants to restore his spiritual sight before he gets punished.
That really puts the stakes in perspective. He is genuinely afraid of spiritual blindness, but I did notice something funny in how he sets this up. He is terrified of offending Eros, but he playfully suggests that the error wasn't really his. He says it was Lysias's fault.
It is a brilliant little pivot. He is shifting the blame to the source of the prompt. Remember, Socrates' first speech was essentially just a better, more logical version of Lysias' original speech. So he says, if I said something wrong, blame the guy who gave me the premise. Blame Lysias. He tells Phaedrus that Lysias needs to stop playing with this dangerous, cynical rhetoric and start studying actual philosophy. It is a subtle dig at the speechwriter, implying that bad writing inevitably leads to bad theology.
He is clearing the deck for what is going to be one of the most famous speeches in history. But before he launches into that, the text takes this really atmospheric pause. We really have to talk about the setting here because it is not just background noise. It is noon. It is the absolute heat of the day. They are sitting by this river, and the air is just thick with the sound of grasshoppers.
The cicadas, yes. In the Mediterranean summer, that sound is omnipresent. It is a literal wall of noise. And it creates this hypnotic, almost drowsy atmosphere. It would be very, very easy for them to just nod off in the shade.
And Socrates, being Socrates, doesn't just say, wow, the bugs are loud today. He weaves an entire myth right out of the environment. He tells Phaedrus that these chirping insects aren't just bugs, they were once human beings.
This is one of those myths that feels whimsical at first, but it gets significantly darker the more you think about it. Socrates says that before the Muses were born, these creatures were men. But when the Muses appeared and song was created for the very first time, these people were so overwhelmed by the sheer pleasure of music that they were deranged by it.
Deranged by pleasure. That is a really strong image.
They were so enraptured by the song that they forgot absolutely everything else. They forgot to eat. They forgot to drink. They didn't even realize they were dying. They just slowly faded away in a state of euphoric starvation.
Wait, they starved? They just sort of vibed until they died? That is actually horrifying when you strip away the poetry. It is like someone playing a video game until they collapse, but with music.
That is a very apt modern comparison. It is the danger of pure aesthetic consumption without any actual sustenance. And from these music-obsessed humans, the race of grasshoppers was born.
And their reward, or their curse, depending on how you look at it, is that they never need food or drink anymore. They just sing from the moment they are born until the moment they die. But here is the kicker. They are spies.
Reporters,
Yeah.
essentially. Socrates says they are tasked with watching over humans to see who honors the muses being the goddesses of the arts and sciences. Turf scores for dance, Eropos for love poetry, Calliope for philosophy, and so on. The grasshoppers fly up to them and report on exactly what the humans are doing below.
And this is where the warning comes in. Socrates says, look at us. It is noon. It is incredibly hot. The grasshoppers are watching. If they see Socrates and Phaedrus lulled to sleep by the heat and the buzzing, just drifting off into a nap, what will they report?
They will report that these two men are lazy, unintellectual sluggards, that they are like sheep gathering around a well to sleep away the afternoon. They will laugh at them. But if the grasshoppers see them resisting the urge to sleep, resisting the heat, and continuing their rational conversation, they will give a very good report.
It is a profound warning against mental laziness. It redefines what they're doing right there on the riverbank. They aren't just chatting casually. They are working. Philosophy is a form of labor.
Exactly. The Greek word for leisure is skol, which is ironically where we get the English word school. But here, Socrates is making a sharp distinction between the lazy leisure of napping and the active leisure of philosophy. We have to keep working. We have to keep talking to honor the muses, specifically Calliope and Urania, the muses of philosophy and astronomy. It grounds the entire dialogue in this quiet urgency. Wake up. Pay attention. The gods are watching you.
That sense of urgency leads them directly into the next major topic of the book. They start discussing the very nature of the thing they have been doing. Rhetoric, writing, speaking. And Phaedrus brings up a very real-world anxiety. He is worried about Lysias, the speechwriter. Apparently some politicians have been mocking Lysias, calling him a speechwriter as if it were a slur.
It was a very common insult in ancient Athens. You are just a ghostwriter. You are a hack who sells words. Phaedrus is genuinely worried that Lysias might just quit writing altogether to save his social reputation.
Which Socrates finds completely ridiculous. He points out a massive irony here. The politicians who mock speechwriters are actually the most obsessed with writing of anyone in the city.
If you think about it, it is entirely true. When a powerful politician proposes a law, what do? They write it down. And they don't just write it, they preface it with a huge header, proposed by Councilman so-and-so. They attach their name to it prominently. They want that piece of writing to last forever. They are seeking immortality through their authorship of laws. So, Socrates argues there is no shame in the act of writing itself. The shame lies entirely in writing badly.
Okay, so that opens the really big can of worms. What is good writing? What is bad writing? And this is where the book gets into the complex relationship between rhetoric, which is the art of persuasion, and truth. Because the common wisdom, which Phaedrus quotes, is that you don't need to know the truth to be a good speaker. You just need to know what the audience thinks is true. You need to be persuasive, not necessarily accurate.
This is the classic position of the sophists.
Yeah.
Truth is irrelevant. Only persuasion matters. If you are in court of law, you don't need to know if the defendant is actually innocent. You just need to know how to make the jury believe he is innocent. Socrates, however, fiercely opposes this. He quotes a Spartan proverb. True art is truth. He sets out to completely dismantle the idea that you can be an effective deceiver without knowing the truth. He introduces what we might call the deception paradox.
But let's really unpack that, because it sounds counterintuitive at first. If I want to lie to you, shouldn't I just ignore the truth entirely? Why do I need to know the truth to be a good liar?
Imagine you are trying to sell a counterfeit antique coin to a very experienced collector. To successfully deceive that collector, you have to make that fake coin look exactly like a real one. You need to know the precise weight of the silver used in that era, the specific wear patterns, the exact typography of the inscription.
Right. If I don't know those intricate details, the collector will spot the fake in 2 seconds flat.
Exactly. Socrates uses a slightly different example. He talks about a horse and a mule. If I want to convince you that a mule is actually a horse, I need to know exactly what a horse looks like and exactly what a mule looks like. I need to know all their minute similarities so I can exploit them. Socrates calls this making gradual departures from the truth.
Gradual departures. That is a really chilling phrase when you apply it to modern misinformation.
It is the fundamental mechanism of all sophisticated manipulation. You start with something that is demonstrably true. Then you move a millimeter away from it, then another millimeter. If you don't know the exact location of the absolute truth, you might accidentally jump a foot away and the deception instantly fails. You might describe the mule as having very long ears, and the buyer immediately says, wait, horses don't have ears that long. To lead someone astray effectively, step by agonizing step, you have to know the map much better than they do.
So the liar actually needs the truth more than the honest person does, in a weird way. You cannot navigate those gradual departures if you don't know where the starting line is.
Precisely. Rhetoric, in its most cynical form, is the art of resemblance. To use resemblances to deceive, or conversely to avoid being deceived yourself, you must absolutely know the reality behind the resemblance. Therefore, a rhetoric that simply ignores truth is not an art at all. It is just a ridiculous groping in the dark. It is unprofessional and ultimately ineffective.
And this leads directly into his critique of Lysias' speech, the one Phaedrus read earlier in the book. Socrates just rips it apart, not just the cynical content, but the actual structural mechanics of it. He says it completely lacked definition.
This is a key technical failure that Socrates identifies. Lysias started talking about love without ever defining what love actually is. Everyone has a slightly different hazy idea of love. Is it a god? Is it a disease? Is it a warm feeling? If you don't clearly define your core terms at the very start, you and your audience are going to be running on entirely different tracks. Socrates, in his first speech, made absolutely sure to define love as a desire, specifically a physical desire for the beautiful. Lysias just jumped right into his arguments without setting the foundation.
And then there is the famous headless body critique. This is one of my favorite images in the entire book. Socrates says Lysias' speech was like a heap of completely unrelated parts. You could swap the beginning and the end, or move the middle paragraphs around, and it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. It had no organic structure.
It is a profound aesthetic standard for any kind of communication. Socrates argues that every speech, or every piece of serious writing, must be like a living creature. It needs a head, a body, and feet.
What does a headless speech actually sound like in practice?
It sounds like a disorganized grocery list or a bad corporate presentation where slide 4 has absolutely nothing to do with slide 3. Here's a fact. Here's another fact. Also, consider this unrelated anecdote. There is no internal necessity driving the narrative forward. In a living organism, the neck must connect to the shoulders. The legs must connect to the hips. In a beautifully crafted speech, the introduction must necessitate the first point, which must lead inevitably and logically to the second point. Lysias' speech was just a nursery rhyme, a random jumble of statements.
I really love that image. You don't want your argument to be a Frankenstein monster of random thoughts just roughly sewn together. You want it to be a breathing, living organism. Now, to achieve that organism, Socrates introduces two very specific tools. He calls the person who can master these tools the dialectician, and he actually calls him the king of men. These tools are synthesis and analysis, or collection and division. They sound like dry textbook terms, but Socrates makes them sound like intellectual superpowers.
They are the foundational principles of the scientific method, really. First, you have synthesis, or collection. This is the ability to see the scattered, chaotic parts of the world and comprehend them into a single, unified whole. It is generalization. It is looking at 1,000 different instances of human attraction, lust, deep friendship, quiet adoration, and realizing they all fall under the broader definition of love. You gather the disparate data points and you find the common unifying form.
Okay, so that is zooming out to see the big picture. And the second one, analysis or division, is zooming back in.
It is much more precise than just zooming in. Socrates uses a very specific analogy. He likens it to a skilled butcher. Division is carving the whole into its natural parts at the joints.
At the joints. That is a very visceral image. Is that like meticulously taking a car engine apart piece by piece?
Think of it more biologically, keeping with the living organism theme. If you're carving a roasted bird, you don't just take a heavy cleaver and hack blindly through the bone. You find the exact spot where the wing naturally meets the body, the articulation, and you slide the knife through. It separates easily and cleanly. Socrates says a bad thinker is like a clumsy butcher who just smashes the bone and ruins the meat. You have to divide the subject matter according to its natural classes, not through your own clumsy arbitrary force.
Yeah. So a truly good thinker can take a chaotic world, group things together to understand their essence through collection, and then dissect those complex ideas into their natural logical components without breaking them, which is division.
Exactly. And Socrates sharply contrasts this high, noble art of dialectic with the heap of ologies that the sophists teach. He starts listing these ridiculous technical terms invented by famous rhetoric teachers like Paulus, Theodorus, and Gorgias, terms like confirmed proof, recapitulation, incidental explanation.
It sounds exactly like he is making fun of modern academic jargon, like when someone uses $20 words just to hide the fact that they don't actually have a solid argument. The paradigm shift of the synergistic recapitulation.
That is exactly what he is mocking. These teachers of rhetoric had a rigid, named rule for absolutely everything. You must have the proem, then the narrative, then the testimony, then the proof, then the probability. Socrates thinks this is all superficial nonsense. It is intellectual clutter. He shares a great little joke from Prodicus, another sophist, who actually had a rare bit of common sense. When someone asked Prodicus if the speech should be long or short, Prodicus simply said it should be of a convenient length.
Which is just the perfect answer. Not 5 paragraphs, not 10 pages, but however long it needs to be to organically get the job done.
Right. But the Socrates does acknowledge that there was one speaker in Athenian history who actually understood the real profound art of rhetoric. Pericles, the great statesman. But Socrates says Pericles didn't get his immense skill from reading dry rhetoric books. He got it from spending time with Anaxagoras, the philosopher.
This connects back to the nature argument we touched on. Anaxagoras was all about the nature of the universe, the mind, the deep mechanics of the cosmos. Socrates claims that you cannot be a truly great speaker unless you understand the fundamental nature of things. You can't just learn cheap speech tricks. You have to understand reality itself.
And here comes the medical analogy, which is absolutely central to Socrates' view of communication. He says rhetoric is to the soul what medicine is to the body.
Let us break that down carefully. A doctor studies the physical body. They know that if you give a certain strong drug to a robust person, it might cure them. But if you give that exact same drug to a frail person, it might kill them. They deeply understand the system.
Correct. And the rhetorician must do the exact same thing for the human soul. You cannot just have a generic canned speech that magically works for everyone. That is the bastard rhetoric. True rhetoric requires deep psychology. You have to intimately know the different types of souls. You have to know that soul type A is persuaded by argument X, while soul type B will only be persuaded by argument Y.
So it is audience segmentation on a deeply spiritual level. You have to truly know who you are talking to. A dense, logical argument might work perfectly on a philosopher, but a raw, emotional appeal is needed for someone else. And you also have to know when to speak.
Timing is everything. The times and seasons. Just as a doctor knows exactly when to apply poultice and when to patiently wait, the speaker must know when to press a rhetorical advantage and when to remain completely silent. It is an incredibly difficult, demanding high art. It's not just introduction, body, conclusion. It is the lifelong study of human nature.
This feels like a massive elevation of what rhetoric even is. He's taking it from cheap marketing tricks to profound soul therapy. But then the conversation in the book shifts to the medium itself. We have talked extensively about speaking. Now Socrates wants to talk about writing. And to do this, he tells another myth, the Egyptian myth of Thoth.
This is one of the most famous and debated passages in all of Plato. Thoth is an Egyptian deity. He is the brilliant inventor of numbers, geometry, astronomy, and crucially, letters. Writing itself. He brings his wondrous inventions to the king of the gods, Tammuz. Thoth is incredibly proud. He pitches writing to the king as a magic potion for memory and wisdom. He says essentially, look, my king, I have finally found a way to make the Egyptians vastly wiser and help them remember absolutely everything.
It sounds like an incredible pitch. Download knowledge externally, never forget a single thing again. But Tammuz, the king, isn't buying it at all. He actually argues the exact opposite of what Thoth claims.
Tammuz looks at the invention and says, you have it completely backwards. He argues that writing will actually create widespread forgetfulness. If people start relying on external marks on writing to remember things, they will inevitably stop using their internal memory. Their mental muscles will atrophy. They won't truly know things in their soul. They will just have the raw data stored on a dusty shelf. It is the vast difference between memorizing a beautiful poem so it lives inside you and just having the book sitting on your nightstand. If you lose the book, you lose the poem entirely.
That hits incredibly hard in our modern age of smartphones and cloud storage. We don't remember phone numbers or basic facts anymore because we simply don't have to. Tammuz is warning that writing gives you the mere appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom. You can read a massive library of books and sound very smart at a dinner party, but if you haven't internalized any of it, you are just tiresome company. You are a shallow know-it-all who knows nothing deeply.
Socrates expands on this brilliantly with the painting analogy. He says writing is very much like a painting. It looks alive. The painted figures seem to be standing right there looking back at you. But if you walk up and ask them a question, They preserve a solemn, unbroken silence. They cannot explain themselves or elaborate.
That is the ultimate frustration of reading a dense book. You get to a really confusing part, and you just want to ask the author, hey, what did you actually mean by that sentence? But the text just silently says the exact same thing over and over again. It cannot adapt to your confusion. It cannot defend its own premise.
Exactly. Socrates refers to writing as a bastard brother. It drifts aimlessly all over the place. It inevitably falls into the hands of people who deeply understand it, but also into the hands of people who have absolutely no business reading it. It can be wildly misinterpreted, twisted for bad purposes, and abused, and it has no voice of its own to say, no, that is not what I meant at all. It constantly needs its father, the author, to come and rescue it.
It brings up a really weird meta question for us doing this recording. We are creating a fixed audio file. Does that make us the bastards in his analogy? We are creating something static that can't defend itself against a listener's misinterpretation.
In a strict Socratic sense, yes, we are. If a listener fundamentally misunderstands a point we make, we cannot magically jump out of their speakers to gently correct them. But hopefully, by keeping our discussion in a dynamic conversational format, we are at least mimicking the legitimate son, which Socrates calls living speech.
Living speech. Dialectic. This is the conversation that is written directly on the soul of the learner. It can actively defend itself. It knows exactly when to speak and to whom. It intuitively adapts to the listener's confusion.
And here we get a beautiful agricultural metaphor, the Garden of Adonis. In ancient times, the Garden of Adonis was a festival custom where people would plant seeds in very shallow pots, essentially hotbeds, and force them to bloom brightly in just 8 days. It was very pretty for a festival, but the plants died almost immediately because they had no deep roots. Socrates says writing is exactly like that. It is a mere pastime. It is a forced, shallow bloom.
But the serious farmer, who represents the true philosopher, doesn't waste time with hotbeds. He plants his precious seeds in the proper soil, which is the human soul. And he is perfectly fine with a very slow growth. He uses dialectic instruction, patient conversation, relentless questioning. It takes much longer, but the roots go incredibly deep. And the result isn't just a dead, static text. It is a living, breathing understanding that can eventually produce more seeds in other people's minds.
Writing, for Socrates, is at best a helpful reminder against the natural forgetfulness of old age. It is a memo to your future self, but it's absolutely not the primary or best way to teach or to learn the deep truth.
It is just incredibly ironic that we are reading all of this in a written book. Plato meticulously wrote down all these brilliant arguments against writing. If he hadn't done that, we wouldn't be having this conversation today.
That supreme irony is certainly not lost on scholars. But perhaps Plato intended his written dialogues to be categorically different, to be mimetic of live, messy speech designed to force the reader to actively question and engage with the text, rather than just passively absorbing facts.
Now, the book we are looking at moves into a fascinating commentary section here. It steps back to look at the broader themes of the text as a whole. And there is this long-standing academic debate. Is this book actually about love? Or is it secretly about rhetoric? Because the first half is all about erotic madness and passion, and the second half is this dry, technical analysis of speech-making. It really feels like two completely different books glued together in the middle.
It does seem very disjointed on a first read. But the commentary argues that Plato weaves these two themes together like a complex fabric, the warp and the woof. You really cannot separate them. True rhetoric requires love. Specifically, it requires the philosophic love of truth and the burning desire to gently guide another's soul. And true love requires rhetoric to articulate itself and to effectively communicate that shared truth. They are deeply intertwined.
Now, here's where things get really interesting and honestly a bit controversial for a modern reader. The text includes a very detailed analysis of a hypothetical modern Socrates. It asks, what if Socrates were alive today and looked at our modern institutions, specifically the institution of marriage?
This is a truly fascinating extrapolation. The book suggests that a modern Socrates would be a radical, severe critic of marriage as it is commonly practiced. He would look at how people casually enter into it, often blindly, purely out of fleeting passion, or drawing lots in a lottery of random emotion, and he would be utterly appalled.
Wait, hold on. Is the text saying he is against marriage entirely? Because that seems like a really tough sell. Most people culturally aspire to marriage as the ultimate goal.
He isn't against the spiritual union of souls, but he is fiercely critical of what the institution of marriage so often becomes in practice. The core critique is that marriage frequently devolves into a closed monopoly. Two people completely exclude all their former friends and the rest of the outside world. They drag each other down to the mundane level of daily domestic cares. The quote used is that the cares of a family breed meanness in their souls.
Meanness in their souls. That is a really harsh way to put it.
It doesn't mean cruelty. It refers to a smallness of spirit, a pettiness. It paints this tragic picture of a once vibrant couple becoming smaller, less noble, entirely focused on just paying the utility bills, managing a stressful household, and selfishly hoarding their affection for each other, rather than looking outward to do great things in the world. They become a tiny, enclosed circle of two.
So the implication is that he thinks we should just stay single and hang out with our intellectual friends.
The text explicitly contrasts this small view of marriage with friendship. The argument presented is that friendship is actually the much nobler bond. It is less financially and emotionally expensive, less exacting and jealous. It is not fundamentally possessive. You can have many deep friends, and they constantly challenge and improve your mind. They don't keep you dawdling at home arguing over chores. True friendship launches you outward into the world of action and philosophy. Traditional marriage often withdraws you from it.
It sounds like a very solitary, almost overly intellectual ideal. But to be fair, the text doesn't just stop at bashing conventional marriage. It does offer a vision of a higher love. It quotes that famous Shakespeare line, "Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments."
This is the crucial pivot in the argument. The critique isn't a rejection of union itself, but a rejection of the unholy or lower union that is based purely on bodily passion or shallow social convention. The modern Socrates envisions a vastly higher union, a true marriage of true minds. But this can only happen between two souls that have been rigorously purified. They have to pass through that brine we talked about earlier. They have to be spiritually converted.
It describes a relationship where two people see the whole world transformed into heavenly beauty simply because they are together. But, and I think this is the absolute key, they aren't just staring deeply into each other's eyes. They are both looking upward at something much higher. They are united by a shared love of duty, of philosophy, and of God.
Exactly. They see each other in God. It is a spiritual triangulation. The foundational bond is not just I love you. It is we love the truth together. And in that shared outward-facing service, they literally grow wings. The text uses this incredibly beautiful image of the two of them growing wings like doves and finally flying away to be at rest. It strongly suggests that even if they do legally marry or live together, it must be this holy and innocent friendship that drives their daily lives, not mere domestic partnership.
It is a powerful call to completely elevate our relationships, to stop making them about selfish possession and start making them about shared spiritual growth. And that seamlessly brings us right back to the core philosophical mission of the book. We fundamentally need to understand the soul itself to understand this kind of elevated love.
Right. Socrates has painstakingly cleared the ground. He has formally recanted his bad speech. He has sharply criticized bad, deceptive rhetoric. Now he finally has to explain what the soul actually is, because if you don't know the exact mechanics of the soul, you cannot possibly know how to love it properly or how to persuade it truthfully.
And he starts with a definition, a very technical philosophical one. He states that the soul is that which is self-moved.
It is the ultimate source of all motion in the universe.
Yeah.
Everything else is moved by something external to it. A stone only moves because you kick it. A cart moves because a horse pulls it. But the soul mysteriously moves itself from within. And because it is the uncaused source of motion, it is unbegotten, it was never born, and therefore it is immortal, it can never die. If the central source of motion ever died, the entire physical universe would instantly collapse into static, motionless death.
But describing the actual essence of the soul in technical terms is impossible for a mere human. Socrates openly admits that only a god could do that. So, being the master rhetorician that he is, he relies on an image, a vivid figure. He says the human soul is like a chariot.
This is the great myth of the book, the allegory of the charioteer. He asks Phaidrus and us to deeply imagine a team of winged horses and a charioteer desperately trying to drive them.
Now, for the gods, driving this chariot is incredibly easy. Their chariots have two perfectly good horses. They're perfectly balanced, completely noble, and perfectly responsive to the reins. The gods just soar effortlessly through the heavens.
But for us, for mere humans, the situation is intensely complicated. We have a wildly mixed team. We have the charioteer who represents our reason, the pilot or the intellect of the soul. But this pilot has to manage two drastically different horses.
On the right side of the yoke, we have the good horse. It is described physically as white, upright, and cleanly made. It has a high neck and an aquiline nose. It is a lover of honor, but it is tempered with modesty and temperance. It needs absolutely no whip. It is guided entirely by word and gentle admonition alone. This horse represents our spirit, the part of us that genuinely wants to do good, to be noble, to achieve great things.
But on the left side, we have the bad horse. The text describes it as a crooked, lumbering animal. It is black, put together clumsily, with a thick neck and a flat, ugly face. It has gray, bloodshot eyes and a blood-red complexion. It is the literal mate of insolence and pride. It is shag-eared and completely deaf, hardly yielding even to a brutal whip and spur.
This black horse is pure appetite, the base lusts, the part of us that just wants to uncontrollably consume, to grab, to forcefully take whatever it sees. And the poor charioteer, our conscious reason, is standing there holding the reins, sweating, trying to get these two extreme opposites to just fly in a straight line together.
Sure.
The white horse desperately wants to go up towards the gods and the truth. The black horse fiercely wants to plunge down towards the earth, towards physical bodies and base pleasure.
And this profound internal conflict, this incredibly violent, endless struggle in the cockpit of the soul, is exactly what defines the human condition. It explains why we constantly fail and fall. It explains why we constantly feel torn in two different directions. And most importantly, for this entire dialogue, it perfectly explains the chaotic madness of love.
We finally have the full cast of characters. We have reason holding the reins, the noble spirit trying to soar, and the unruly appetite dragging them down. And they are winged creatures. They are fundamentally meant to fly high in the heavens. But that massive black horse is trouble.
It is the absolute source of all the turbulence we experience. And as we look closer at this unruly black horse and its brutal struggle against the charioteer, we begin to see exactly how the soul loses its wings and violently falls to earth.
So if we accept that the soul isn't just a single solid block, that it's not just some unchangeable monolith, we have to ask the next logical question. What does it actually look like?
Right. We've moved past that simple definition of the soul's raw composition, and now we really need to visualize the internal mechanism.
Because Plato doesn't just leave us with a dry list of ingredients, he gives us a picture. And to really understand the internal conflict he describes in this book, we have to move from the abstract definition to the specific imagery he uses in the Phaidros.
Exactly. And since we are treating this as a continuous exploration of the book, it's crucial to just reorient ourselves right here. We are analyzing the commentary and interpretation of Plato's Phaedrus, focusing on the philosophical implications of the soul, the nature of love, and eventually the function of rhetoric.
And everything really anchors on this specific image. Plato offers you a picture of a charioteer driving a pair of winged horses.
It sounds like a myth, or maybe a fantasy novel, but it is actually a highly precise psychological map.
Let's unpack this image, because it is not just a random choice of vehicle. You have a driver and you have two horses. And the most important thing to realize right away is that they are not getting along.
No, not at all. This isn't a leisurely Sunday drive. This is a crisis management situation. It's a direct representation of the tripartite soul.
The three-part soul.
Right. First, you have the driver or the charioteer. This represents reason. In the Greek, this is the nous, the intellect. It's the guiding principle, or at least it is supposed to be.
Its job is to hold the reins.
Exactly. To perceive the truth and to guide the whole apparatus in the right direction. But then you have the two steeds, and this is where the conflict arises.
Because the engine of this chariot is divided against itself.
Yeah.
You have one horse that is essentially the good kid, and the other is, well, a problem.
To put it mildly, the book describes the first horse. Let's call it the noble steed in very specific detail. It is usually depicted on the right side. It's a lover of honor, modesty, and temperance.
A follower of true glory.
Yes. The text notes that it actually needs no whip. It's guided only by the word and the admonition of the driver.
So it's the part of us that wants to do the right thing. It's ambitious, but in a very noble, structured way.
Precisely. And then there's the other one, the inferior steed. The book refers to it as the concupiscent steed.
Concupiscent. That is a heavy, almost archaic word. Let's break that down for the listener.
It comes from concupiscence, which effectively means a strong, ardent desire, usually for sensual or physical things. This horse represents animal desires, lust, and chaos.
And the physical description the text gives is quite grotesque, especially compared to the noble steed.
It is. It's described as crooked, lumbering, ill-formed. It has blood-red eyes. And most importantly, it is described as deaf. It barely yields to the whip and the spur.
So the charioteer reason is constantly having to manage this brutal tug-of-war between noble aspiration on one side and base, chaotic instinct on the other.
And what I find deeply fascinating here is the connection the text makes to other philosophers. We so often think of these thinkers in their own isolated silos. But the book mentions that this noble steed corresponds to the spirit or thumos found in Plato's Republic.
But it also draws a direct line to Aristotle, doesn't it?
It does. That is a critical point for understanding the history of ideas. The text argues that the two steeds really correspond, in a figure, to the appetitive and the moral or semi-rational soul of Aristotle.
With the driver, of course, being the rational soul.
Right. So if we step back, what we are seeing in the Phaidrus is perhaps the very first time in the history of philosophy that this threefold division of psychology is clearly represented.
That is a massive claim. We are basically looking at the birth of the psychological map: rational, moral, and appetitive.
It is the absolute foundation of virtue ethics. You have the part that thinks, the part that feels noble emotion, and the part that craves. Aristotle would later systematize this into a very rigid structure, but Plato is the one painting the picture here.
And the book makes another interesting comparison here, taking us backward in time to Parmenides.
Parmenides, the pre-Socratic philosopher, he also used a chariot in his poetry.
But the book points out a crucial distinction in how they use the metaphor.
Yes. For Parmenides, the horses are just transportation. They have no allegorical meaning in themselves. They are merely the vehicle taking the poet upward to the regions of light, to the house of the goddess of truth. It's a travel narrative.
So for Parmenides, the horses are essentially just a taxi service.
Exactly. But for Plato, the horses are the story. They represent the internal psychological conflict itself. It's not about where the chariot is going physically. It is about how difficult it is to keep it on the road mentally.
It totally shifts the focus from the destination to the struggle of the journey.
And speaking of that journey, let's talk about the road. The text mentions that this triple soul didn't just appear out of nowhere. It had a previous existence. This gets us into the broader cosmology of the book.
Right, the history of the soul. The book explains that before birth, before a soul is ever trapped in a human body, it existed in this great cosmic procession.
It followed in the train of a god. And depending on which god the soul followed, whether it was Zeus or Hera or Apollo or Ares, the soul derived its core character from that specific deity.
So this is almost like an ancient theory of personality types based on divine association.
In a way, yes. If you followed Zeus, you are naturally more inclined toward philosophy and ruling. If you followed Ares, you are more combative and intense. But the crucial part of this preexistence is the specific event that happens during the procession.
The vision.
The vision. The chariots of the gods and the chariots of the souls are all marching upward toward the very rim of heaven to look at what is on the outside.
To peer into the true reality.
Exactly. And there they behold the vision of absolute truth. They see justice, temperance, and knowledge, not as they appear in our messy physical world, but as they are in their pure, unfiltered essence.
But there is a catch. The human souls don't see it clearly.
No, they see it only partially and imperfectly.
Yeah.
It wasn't a moment of total calm comprehension. Because remember the horses. The horses are unruly, specifically the bad horse, and there is a great deal of turbulence and noise.
The book paints this picture of almost a cosmic traffic jam.
That's a great way to put it. The souls are trampling each other, fighting to get a glimpse over the edge, so they get a flash of the truth, but they can't hold on to it. In the chaos, they lose their wings and they fall to earth.
And that one imperfect, chaotic vision sets up the entire struggle of human life.
It does. The text describes life on earth as a relentless attempt to regain that lost vision. All of our existence as we pass through the forms of men and animals is spent trying to get back to that moment of clarity. We are fundamentally trying to regrow our wings.
But the mechanics of the struggle are brutal because the rational soul, the driver, and the noble steed, they usually align. They want to go back up. They want the truth.
But the bad horse,
The concupiscent steed.
it drags them constantly off course. It is perpetually pulling toward the earth, toward physical, immediate gratification. The book uses very strong language here. It talks about the furious impulses of desire.
It wants to stop and graze. It wants to satisfy its lusts right now, regardless of the cosmic journey.
And this is where the role of philosophy comes in. Philosophy is not just an academic subject in this context. It's the training regimen for the charioteer.
In the book, philosophy is framed beautifully as the perfect love of the unseen.
It is the strict discipline required to help the charioteer manage those horses. The ideal path, according to the text, is total abstinence from bodily delights. You have to starve the bad horse to maintain your focus on the vision of the truth.
Because if you feed the bad horse, it gets stronger and it violently pulls the chariot into the ditch.
But starving a core part of your own nature sounds incredibly difficult.
It is, and the book is actually quite realistic about this. It openly admits that, quote, all men cannot receive this saying.
That is the exact phrase used. Most people end up living what the text calls the lower life of ambition. They get taken off guard, they stoop to folly unawares.
They try to be good, they try to drive well, but they get distracted or they get exhausted, and the bad horse just takes over for a while.
But there's a question whether there's any hope for them. Is it just game over if you slip up?
There is a redemptive note here that is surprisingly gentle. The book says that even if they don't attain the highest bliss, the perfect, disciplined philosopher's life, if they have conquered their baser instincts even once, if they have won that battle at a critical moment, they may still achieve a degree of happiness.
It's not an all-or-nothing condemnation. It is a hierarchy of spiritual success. The effort itself counts for something.
Which brings up a really interesting question about how literally we should be taking all of this. The book dedicates a lot of time to dissecting Plato's seriousness, because clearly Plato loves a good myth.
He does. We have winged horses, gods driving chariots, reincarnation cycles. It reads like high fantasy.
This is where it gets complex and where we have to be very careful as readers. To understand Plato, you have to truly understand his view on reality. To Plato, abstractions, things like the good, the truth, justice, were infinitely more real than physical objects.
That is always a hard concept to wrap your head around, because to us, we think a physical table is real because we can knock on it, and we think justice is just a vague idea in our heads.
Right. But for Plato, the physical table is just a fleeting shadow. It breaks, it rots, it burns. It is entirely temporary. But the idea of the table, and more importantly, the idea of virtue, exists eternally.
It is unchanging. The text points out that the difficulty for Plato wasn't how these ideas exist, but how they could possibly fail to exist. They are the absolute bedrock of reality.
So when he writes a myth, he isn't just telling a campfire story. He's trying to describe a reality that is more real than the physical world we walk around in.
So we have to dissect the myth. Which parts are the serious bedrock and which parts are just the figurative decoration?
The commentary suggests we can draw a line. Plato is likely very serious about the soul as a motive power, the thing that moves itself.
He is serious about the reminiscence of a former state. The idea that we only know things because we remember them from before we were born.
And he is certainly serious about the strict elevation of reason over sense. He also likely believed in the transmigration of soul's reincarnation.
But then you look at the figurative elements. Take the horses of the gods, for example. The text points out that the gods are described as having chariots too, but their horses are both white.
Meaning they don't have a bad horse.
Exactly. Every impulse is in perfect harmony with reason. So the fact that they even have two horses is just for the sake of the allegory, to keep the image mathematically consistent with the human charioteer.
It's a structural parallelism. If the gods don't have internal conflict, they don't really need a chariot to rein in their impulses in the first place.
Also, the specific timeline the book gives, the 10,000-year cycle of the soul, is likely a figurative detail. We shouldn't be mapping that onto a literal calendar. It just stands in for a very long time, or a complete cosmic cycle.
The text also brings up Socratic irony here. This recurring idea that Socrates, and by extension Plato, loves to deliberately mix sense and nonsense.
It is a characteristic blur, and honestly, it can be frustrating if you just want a straight, logical answer. The text mentions his absurd derivation of words like mantaik, which means prophecy, and oionistic, which means augury.
He plays with language. He invents these etymologies that sound deeply serious but are likely inside jokes.
For example, linking the word for prophecy to the word for madness via a phonetic wordplay. It's his way of keeping the listener slightly off balance, making it completely impossible to draw an exact line between the playful and the profound.
He forces you to constantly evaluate and think, rather than just passively accept a doctrine.
But underneath the irony and the jokes, there are some very heavy theological implications tucked away in the text.
Absolutely. The book lists several major theological points. One is a moderate predestinarianism.
What does that actually mean in the context of a Greek dialogue?
It acknowledges that chance plays a significant role in human life. We do not control everything. We didn't control which god we followed in the pre-existence or exactly how chaotic our fall to earth was.
But it asserts human freedom and profound responsibility within that given framework. You cannot just blame the fates. You are entirely responsible for how you drive your chariot once you are situated here on Earth.
And then there is the question of the nature of God.
This is significant. The text argues that for Plato, God exists by the contemplation of virtue. God is essentially fundamentally moral.
God isn't just raw, arbitrary power like you see in older Greek myths. God is goodness itself. The gods are gods because they look at the truth constantly without distraction.
And finally, the text notes the distinction between necessary matter and contingent matter. This is a metaphysical distinction that becomes absolutely central in later philosophy regarding the nature and origin of the universe.
Let's shift gears to one of the most vital themes of the book, love. Because Plato's take on the philosopher here is very unique. He literally calls him a madman.
It's a striking, provocative image. The book compares this to the Republic and the Theaetetus, where the philosopher is often seen as a stranger, almost a monster to the ordinary world.
He just doesn't fit in. He bumps into things. He doesn't care about the local gossip or the daily politics.
Why is that? Is he just academically absent-minded?
It's much deeper than that. He is possessed. In the book, philosophy is described explicitly as the inspiration of love. It strongly echoes the themes in the symposium.
The philosopher is someone who sees physical beauty in the world, a beautiful person, for instance, and is suddenly violently struck by a memory.
The memory of the truth he saw before he was born. This is that anamnesis or recollection we touched on earlier.
Exactly. The physical beauty acts as a psychological trigger. It reminds the soul of the pure divine beauty it once knew in the train of the gods.
And this creates a state of madness or enthusiasm. And the word enthusiasm literally means having a god inside you.
The ordinary world looks at him and thinks he has lost his mind. But really, he is just remembering his true home. He is seeing the flawed earthly copy and remembering the perfect original.
The book mentions the mystery of friendship here, which ties directly into this.
Yes, and this is a very culturally Greek concept. The power of friendship over the Greek mind was immense. Plato uses this framework to explain why we feel such intense, inexplicable connections to certain others.
He suggests it is because we are recognizing the sensible beauty in them that points directly to the permanent divine beauty.
You aren't just loving your friend for their own earthly sake. You are loving the reflection of the specific God you both followed in the pre-existence.
And there is a profound psychological insight here, too. That love is capricious. It explains why we love who we love, which often makes no logical sense.
Right. The text links this back to the train of the god. If you followed Ares, your experience of love might be combative, jealous, incredibly intense. If you followed Zeus, it might be majestic, calm, and highly intellectual.
It perfectly explains the massive variety of human character in how we experience love. And there is a singular remark the book highlights here, that often the beloved is more affected than the lover at the consummation of love.
That is such a deep psychological cut. Why would the beloved be the one more affected?
It hints at the transformative, almost overwhelming power of being the object of this high philosophical love. To be seen by someone not just as a physical body, but as a vessel of divine beauty profoundly changes you. It elevates the beloved to a higher spiritual state.
Now, when we talk about beauty in Plato, we do need to be very careful. The book warns us not to misinterpret what he means. We shouldn't be thinking of this as an art history lecture on proportions and symmetry.
Correct. When Plato speaks of beauty, she is likely not thinking of the famous physical statues of Phidias or Praxiteles. He isn't talking about aesthetic, technical art appreciation.
In fact, he was famously critical of physical art as being merely a copy of a copy.
So what is he actually thinking of when he talks about this overwhelming beauty?
He is thinking of imaginary beauty, a heavenly conceptual beauty. The book beautifully compares it to the spiritual visions of Dante or Bunyan.
It is a spiritual vision that actually extinguishes vulgar love.
Right. It's so overwhelmingly bright and pure that physical lust just fades away in its presence. If you really see divine beauty, the black horse in your soul quiets down immediately because it realizes that fleeting physical pleasure is absolutely nothing compared to this eternal reality.
But speaking of vulgar love, we have to address the elephant in the room regarding the cultural context. The book discusses love between men. It's a central part of the dialogue's historical setting, and the text has a specific section on how to interpret these unsavory aspects.
It does, and it handles it by carefully contextualizing it within Plato's broader philosophy. The text argues that the discourse is, first and foremost, a massive allegory.
The general idea of love includes both men and women. The specific gender is much less important to Plato than the internal dynamic of the soul.
But the text is quite firm about whether Plato endorses the physical side of these historical relationships.
Yes, the commentary argues that we must reconcile this dialogue with Plato's Laws, which is a later, much more structured work.
In the Laws, Plato lays down a remarkably stern rule regarding sexual conduct. The commentary firmly suggests that the nameless vices and unnatural lusts that were prevalent in Athens at the time are not endorsed by Plato.
He was writing in that specific cultural environment, utilizing its language, but he was pointing away completely out of it.
So how do we read the interactions in the Phaedrus, then, if the characters seem to be actively flirting with these ideas?
We read it as a literal spiritual combat. Remember the chariot. The rational soul, the driver, must be the ultimate victor. If the rational soul wins, the black horse of lust is totally subdued.
The book explicitly says this implies no indulgence in unnatural lusts. The entire goal of the relationship described in the Phaedrus is to transcend the physical body, not to wallow in it.
It makes a really helpful comparison to St. Paul here.
The Pauline parallel. The text compares the opposition of the two steeds to St. Paul's theological opposition between the flesh and the spirit.
There is a lower love, which answers only to natural animal wants, and a higher love, which contemplates forms of justice, temperance, and holiness with profound religious awe.
And the ever-present danger is the slide. The text notes that Plato, with his incredible knowledge of human nature, knew exactly how easily noble aspiration can quietly revert to animal instinct.
The lower instinct is always there. It's
Yeah.
latent. It requires constant vigilance. You might start a relationship based entirely on a high intellectual connection, the white horse, but the black horse is always just waiting in the background for a moment of weakness.
This seamlessly connects to his view on art as well.
Yeah.
The book mentions that humans have a deep yearning to express these grand ideas like justice or wisdom in visible physical forms.
It compares it to painting the Madonna in Christian art.
But for Plato, that is a philosophical trap. He fundamentally believes physical images are only shadows. The text quotes, "Not in that way was wisdom seen."
You cannot carve justice into a block of marble. The marble is just a ghost of the reality. If you fall in love with the marble image, you entirely miss the unseen reality it points to.
That is the very essence of idolatry for Plato, settling for the shadow instead of seeking the light.
All right, so we've covered the soul as the chariot, and we've covered the fuel, which is love. Now, the book takes a very hard turn. It moves abruptly from this mystical, cosmic myth to a very sharp, almost clinical critique of rhetoric.
This is the major transition to the second part of the dialogue, and Plato goes purely on the attack here. He assails rhetoric on two main grounds. First, that it actively desires to persuade people without actually knowing the truth.
It's the classic difference between a philosopher and a used car salesman.
In a way, yes. The rhetorician just wants to sell you the car. He doesn't care if the engine works or if the car is safe. He just wants you to sign the paper.
And the second charge is that rhetoric deliberately ignores the vital distinction between what is absolutely certain and what is merely probable. It thrives in manipulating the gray areas.
And this leads us to the crucial distinction between dialectic and rhetoric.
Yeah.
This is absolutely central for understanding Plato's entire method. We hear the word dialectic a lot, but how does the book actually define it?
It defines dialectic as the power of dividing a whole into parts and uniting parts into a whole.
It sounds simple on the surface, but it is a profound cognitive ability. It is the power to analyze and synthesize.
It is a creative power. The text compares it to a skilled butcher. It's the ability to look at a massive, messy subject, carve it precisely at its natural joints, and truly understand its underlying structure.
And rhetoric, how does that compare?
The text describes the fundamental error of rhetoricians as confusing the preliminaries of knowledge with that true creative power.
They think if they just learn the mechanical tricks of speech, how to write a preamble, how to do a recapitulation, the vocal flourishes, they somehow possess wisdom.
But they don't. Genius and psychological analysis come from the deep well of philosophy, not from reading speechwriting manuals. You can memorize all the rules of grammar, but that will never make you a poet.
The commentary here goes on a fascinating tangent, aggressively applying this critique to the modern world, or at least the modern world of the commentator. It's a remarkably scathing review of several professions.
Let's run through them because they're oddly timeless. First up, literature.
The critique here is that literature is rapidly devolving into mere criticism. The book complains of 10,000 reviewers who are endlessly engaged in dissecting works rather than actually creating them.
We spent all our time discoursing about poems, but we have completely lost the organic gift of creating them. It's an age of endless analysis with no genesis. We're experts at tearing things apart, but terrible at putting them together.
Ouch. Okay, what about law? How does it fare?
This one is even harsher. The commentator asks if there is any dividing the whole into parts in the endless maze of English law.
He compares the legal system to the chaos of Anaxagoras.
For the listener, what is the chaos of Anaxagoras?
Anaxagoras was a philosopher who believed the universe started as a chaotic, undifferentiated mixture of all possible ingredients until mind or nous came along and organized it.
So the commentator is saying the law is still stuck in the chaotic stage. It's a massive mess of details with no organizing mind to structure it into a system with hands and feet, an organic, breathing whole. It's just a towering pile of isolated precedents.
And what about politics?
The critique is that politicians merely follow the will of the many rather than seeking the actual truth. Statesmanship devolves into the art of enchanting the house.
It becomes entirely about being popular, not about being right. It's pure rhetoric, completely devoid of dialectic.
Next is medicine.
Here, it contrasts routine practice with lifelong study. The book critiques the modern doctor who just applies a few rote drugs from a manual, contrasting that with the Hippocratic ideal of understanding the deep nature of the body as a whole.
It's a timeless critique of hyperspecialization without holistic understanding, treating the isolated symptom while ignoring the human being.
And finally, he links theology and the press together.
Which is a brilliant pairing. He suggests Socrates would be terrified to speak of either of them, one being the vox populi, the voice of the people, and the other the vox Dei, the voice of God.
The critique is that preachers often attribute glory to God without any real regard for truth, constantly seeking private judgment or crowd approval, rather than God's objective judgment.
It's a critique of using religion for comfortable platitudes or popularity, rather than seeking the incredibly hard, demanding truth of the divine nature.
It is amazing how relevant those critiques still feel today. We are still endlessly debating the role of critics, the horrifying complexity of law, and the dangerous populism of politics.
It completely proves the book's point. The mind of Socrates pierces right through the superficial differences of times and countries. The specific institutions change, but the underlying intellectual errors remain exactly the same.
Now we come to one of the most famous and debated paradoxes in the Phaidros. Plato, the man who wrote all of these brilliant, enduring dialogues, argues forcefully that speech is vastly superior to writing.
It is a massive paradox. The commentator suggests Plato might have been heavily misled by the specific example of Socrates, who, famously, never wrote a single thing down.
Socrates lived his philosophy. He embodied it. He didn't publish it.
But what is the actual argument here? Why does Plato claim speech is better?
The argument is fundamentally about adaptability in life. Speech is living. It can instantly adapt to the specific person you are talking to.
If I see you are confused by a point, I can immediately explain it differently. If you ask a question, I can answer it in real time. It is transitory, yes, but it is highly elastic.
And writing.
Writing, on the other hand, is dead. It is rigidly fixed. Once it is written, it says the exact same thing to everyone, whether they understand it or completely misinterpret it.
It cannot defend itself. If you misunderstand a book, the book cannot shout back and say, no, that's not what I meant at all. It just stubbornly repeats the exact same words.
The text mentions the politicus here as well to reinforce this point.
Yes, there is a parallel preference in that dialogue for the living will of the king over the dead written law. The king can intelligently adapt to a nuanced situation. The written law cannot. A wise, living ruler is seen as better than a rigid, blind rule book.
But there's a much deeper spiritual interpretation of this preference for speech. It's not just about the raw mechanics of communication.
The core idea is that knowledge cannot be taught. That is the key phrase. The text explains that true writing is that which is written in the soul.
It uses a really beautiful seed analogy.
Right. True instruction isn't about forcefully hammering information in from the outside like carving letters into a stone tablet. It is about gently planting a seed in a congenial soil.
It has to grow from within. The birds of the air build their nests in the branches. It becomes a living, breathing part of the person's character.
Real knowledge fundamentally changes who you are. It doesn't just sit passively in your memory bank waiting for a test.
The book draws some very heavy biblical parallels here, too.
It compares this concept of writing on the soul directly to St. Paul's words. Written not on tables of stone, but on fleshly tables of the heart.
And the idea of ye are my epistles, the ultimate ideal is not to write a great book, but to actually be the book.
To be the word made flesh. Actually, living the truth is infinitely higher and more demanding than merely writing an elegant essay about it.
So, in Plato's view, What is writing actually good for? Is it just a preservative?
Basically, a reminder against the forgetfulness of old age. That is really all Plato grants it. He views it as a playful pastime.
He compares it to planting a garden of Adonis, these little ornamental flowers that bloom very quickly and die just as quickly.
But serious agriculture, the hard work of planting eternal seeds in the human soul, takes time, patience, and living speech.
Before we completely wrap up the analysis of the philosophical content, we have to look at the historical detective work involved in this text. The dating of the Phaedrus. When was it actually written?
This has been a matter of intense academic debate. The chief criteria scholars use are the ages of the real historical people mentioned, specifically Lysias and Isocrates, and the internal stylistic character of the work itself.
Let's look at the early date argument first. Why would someone think this was written by a very young Plato?
Well, historically, Lysias was born in 458 BC and Isocrates in 436. In the dialogue, Isocrates is explicitly described as young and full of promise.
If you take that strictly literally, it would place the setting of the dialogue around 406 BC. Plato would have been only about 23 years old at the time.
Some scholars eagerly argue this must be an early work precisely because of that youthful description.
But the book completely rejects this. Why?
Because Plato is a brilliant fiction writer, just as much as he's a philosopher. He famously invents Egyptians when he needs them for a story, and he blatantly disregards historical chronology all the time.
He puts people in dialogues together who are verifiably dead at the time they were supposedly talking. He makes Lysias' father appear when historically he shouldn't be there.
The text argues you absolutely cannot date the dialogue based on the supposed historical facts inside the narrative. Plato treats history as a blank canvas for his ideas, not as a strict timeline to adhere to.
So if the historical details are fiction, what is the argument for the late date?
The real evidence is in the style and the complexity of the thought. The book argues forcefully for the maturity of thought and the sheer perfection of style.
Can we get specific on that? What philosophical thoughts mark it as a late work?
First, the cosmological notion of the mind as the primum mobile, the first mover. That is an incredibly complex late-stage metaphysical idea.
It's not something a 23-year-old typically develops out of nowhere.
Exactly. And second, the admission of impulse, the black horse, into the immortal nature of the soul. In his much earlier works, the soul might have been seen as purely, simply rational.
Here, it is messy, it's complex. It openly acknowledges the brutal reality of deeply ingrained desire.
This specific complexity heavily aligns it with his much later works, like the Timaeus, the Sophist, and the Laws.
And what about the character of Socrates himself in this dialogue?
This is a crucial point. This is the Platonic Socrates, not the historical one. The real historical Socrates walking around Athens didn't talk about winged horses and 10,000-year metaphysical reincarnation cycles.
This Socrates is clearly an idealized mouthpiece for Plato's own mature, developed views.
The text concludes it must firmly be placed after his purely Socratic period, where he was just recording his teacher's arguments, but before the incredibly dry, abstract speculations of his very last works like the Philebus.
So what we have here is a wonderfully mature, highly complex integration of the soul, the nature of love, and the power of dialectic.
It truly is. It represents a massive synthesis. He is looking back at his Socratic roots, but he's actively planting the seeds for his grand cosmological systems that will define his later career.
And this maturity of style leads us directly into how we must interpret the specific structure of the arguments that follow.
Which is why coming out of the Republic and stepping directly into the Phaidrus feels less like turning a page and more like, I don't know, walking off the edge of a map.
Right.
Because we spent so much time building that structure in the previous sections. The perfect city, the rigid classes, the exact definition of justice.
It was highly architectural.
Yeah, solid. You could almost knock your knuckles against the arguments in the Republic.
Yeah.
But here, the ground feels completely different.
It feels different because the soil itself has changed. If the Republic is, say, the architecture of the soul, then the Phaedrus is the atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
Yeah, and you're entirely right to feel that sense of vertigo.
Yeah.
The book itself, in the commentary we're looking at today, makes a very specific distinction between these two works. It notes that the Republic possesses what it calls definite philosophic results.
Meaning it's a closed system.
Exactly, it's a system. But the Phaedrus, the text explicitly warns us right from the start that it contains a poetical element.
See, but poetical can be a bit of a backhanded compliment in philosophy, can't it?
It usually is, yes.
Usually when someone says an argument is poetical, they mean It's pretty, but structurally unsound. So is the text suggesting that Plato's work here is just fluffier? That it's light reading compared to the heavy lifting we just did?
Not fluffier, just much harder to pin down. The analysis argues that while the Phaidrus might be wanting, that is, lacking in those concrete, actionable results we got in the Republic, it offers something potentially more valuable.
Which is?
It offers glimpses of a truth beyond.
Glimpses.
Right. Think about that phrasing for a second. A result is something you hold in your hand. You can weigh it. A glimpse is something you have to chase.
I mean, that sounds incredibly convenient for a philosopher who maybe just didn't finish his thought. Yeah. Oh, I didn't fail to prove my point. I just give you a glimpse of the truth beyond. It feels a bit like a cop-out to me.
It would be a cop-out if the subject matter were different. But look at what we are about to discuss as we get into this text. Love, rhetoric, the soul, madness.
You can't exactly put those on a spreadsheet.
No, you can't graph these things. The text suggests that this dialogue is about the spirit of philosophy, rather than the strict law of it. It's trying to capture the dream of a poet disguised as a philosopher.
So if you go into this looking for a role book...
You will hate it. You have to read it looking for a feeling.
A feeling. Okay. So we're officially moving from the law court to the open field. And speaking of fields, before we even meet the characters or get down to the riverbank, the text spends a surprising amount of time setting the mood.
It really lingers there.
It highlights two specific elements that it calls unconnected with the main subject, but absolutely essential for the atmosphere. Mythology and, of all things, grasshoppers.
Right. And we need to take these one at a time because they aren't just background decoration. They are doing very heavy philosophical work here.
Let's start with the mythology then. Specifically, this concept of the locus classicus regarding myths that the book brings up.
Yes. The text focuses on this term, euhemerism. Now, we aren't going to get bogged down in definitions, but the text treats this as a very specific, almost insidious intellectual disease of the time.
It was a trend, wasn't it?
A very popular intellectual trend in Athens. Euhemerism, named after Euhemerus, though the text notes the tendency existed in Hellas long before him, is essentially the urge to rationalize the supernatural. It's the attempt to provide a scientific explanation for a myth.
Give me the example the book uses, because for those of you listening, I think this clarifies the concept instantly.
The book uses the legend of Boreas and Orithyia.
Right.
So the ancient story goes that Boreas, the god of the north wind, saw the beautiful maiden Orithyia playing by the river and just carried her off. It's a story of divine intervention, raw nature, power.
A classic, terrifying Greek myth.
Exactly, but the euhemerists, the wise men, the clever modern thinkers of the day, they couldn't leave that alone. They would look at that story and say, well, actually, there was no god involved. What likely happened is that a sudden gust of wind blew a girl off a cliff while she was playing with a hoop, and she tragically died. And over time, people just said the north wind took her.
See, on the surface, I have to say I'm kind of with the rationalizers here.
Really?
Yeah. That sounds like a perfectly plausible explanation. Why is Plato why is the character of Socrates so opposed to that? Is he anti-science? It seems like stripping away superstition would be a good thing for a philosopher.
And this is the absolute crux of the argument. Socrates isn't anti-truth. He is anti-triviality. The text describes this rationalizing habit not as wisdom, but as a boorish wisdom.
Boorish? That is a harsh word for someone just trying to explain weather patterns.
It is harsh, but follow the logic the text lays out. Socrates argues that if you start down this path, if you commit your life to correcting every single myth scientifically, you are setting yourself up for an infinite, entirely useless task.
Because there are a lot of myths.
Exactly. If you explain away Boreas, well, next you have to explain the centaurs, then the chimeras, then the gorgons.
Right.
You have to explain exactly what kind of snake represented the gorgon's hair or what specific genetic mutation or historical misunderstanding created the centaur myth.
So you basically become a cataloger of monsters.
Yeah.
You spend your entire life debunking ancient ghost stories.
And while you are doing that, while you are obsessing over the external world and its literal scientific reality, you are neglecting the most important thing.
Which is?
The text points directly to the Delphic inscription, know thyself.
Ah.
Socrates basically says, I have no time for this amateur meteorology about wind gusts and maidens because I don't even know myself yet.
He's bringing the entire focus back to the internal.
Yes, he is asking a much scarier question than, did the wind kill the girl? He is asking, am I a monster?
Wow.
The text quotes him wondering if he himself is a creature more complicated and swollen with passion than Typho.
Typho being a massive mythological monster.
Right, he wonders if he's that, or if he is a simpler, gentler being partaking of a divine nature. He says, how can I investigate the wind when I haven't investigated my own soul?
That is a massive pivot. He's looking at these clever guys debunking myths and saying, you're doing this because it's easier than looking in the mirror. You might be the monster.
Precisely. And that is why the rationalization is boorish. It is a distraction. It feels smart, it feels clever to debunk a myth, but it's actually just a way of avoiding the hard, painful work of introspection.
It's intellectual procrastination.
That's a great way to put it. The text says that these scientific explanations are very nice and attractive, but they belong to a man who has too much time on his hands and not enough depth. Socrates even admits he is a poor diviner.
Meaning he's not a prophet.
Right, he doesn't claim to know the literal truth of the gods, but he respects the myth anyway. He accepts common opinion because he uses the myth as a vehicle of thought and feeling.
So he uses the myth instrumentally. He doesn't literally believe Boreas is a giant man in the sky with his cheeks puffing out wind, but he uses the idea of Boreas to understand something about unseen force or nature or passion.
Exactly. He keeps the poetry because the poetry is useful for his soul. The pedantry of the scientist is just noise.
And speaking of noise, that brings us perfectly to the second atmospheric detail the text focuses on, the grasshoppers.
The grasshoppers. The text calls them the representatives of the Athenians.
It uses the word autochthonous, right? Children of the soil.
Children of the soil. In the intense heat of the midday sun, while Socrates and his companion Phaedrus are talking, these grasshoppers are just constantly chirping in the branches above them. The text frames them as the lively, chirping informers of the muses.
I just love this image. They aren't just bugs in the background, they are spies.
Spies for the gods. The story the text weaves is that they watch the humans below to see who is succumbing to the heat and falling asleep, and who is powering through that physical drowsiness to honor the gods with philosophical conversation.
It sets such a visceral, specific scene. For you listening, the text mentions the drowsy atmosphere multiple times. You could almost feel the sweat on your neck, the sheer heaviness of a Mediterranean afternoon.
It's very tactile.
But why is that important for the philosophy? Why couldn't Plato just have them have this exact same talk in a cool, air-conditioned room, or the ancient equivalent of one?
Because the physical strain mirrors the intellectual strain. The text explains that the tale of the grasshoppers is introduced partly to mark a change of subject, yes, but primarily to keep the physical scene present to the reader's mind.
To remind us they are struggling.
We are supposed to feel the temptation of sleep, the midday devils of lethargy. Philosophy isn't just thinking when it's easy and comfortable, it's keeping your mind awake and sharp when your physical body desperately wants to drift off. The grasshoppers are the chorus reminding them and us to stay awake.
So we have the rejection of cheap rationalism on one hand, and we have the intense physical grounding of the heat and the insects on the other. But then the text pivots to something that seems to just float above all of this. We need to talk about the wing of the soul.
We do. This is the section on mysticism, and I think we need to be very careful here because mysticism is a word that immediately scares off a lot of modern analytical readers.
Oh, absolutely. It sounds like vague nonsense. It sounds like crystals and reading tea leaves.
Right, but the text is very firm on this point. It argues that no one can duly appreciate the Phaidrus, or the symposium for that matter, without a genuine sympathy for mysticism.
So if you come to this book as a pure, cold logician,
you are going to bounce right off it. The text literally says that to the uninitiated, the whole thing looks like the dreams of a poet disguised as a philosopher.
But how does the text actually define Platonic mysticism then? Because if it's not tea leaves, what is it?
Here is how the text defines it, and I think this is brilliant. It defines mysticism not as extravagance, not as hallucination, but as the concentration of reason in feeling.
The concentration of reason in feeling. I really want to dig into that. Because usually we are taught to think of reason and feeling as complete opposites.
Yeah.
You're either being rational or you're being emotional.
Yeah.
This definition suggests they are, what, fused?
Fused, or perhaps that one is the ultimate culmination of the other. Think about the most intense moment of clarity you've ever had, when you finally understood a profoundly complex concept, maybe in mathematics, or a piece of music, or even a sudden realization about human nature.
Okay.
That moment of realization isn't cold, it's electric. It feels like an overwhelming emotion, but it is actually the climax of pure reason. That is the mysticism Plato is talking about. It is the enthusiastic love of the good, the true, and the one.
And this intense rational love gives us the metaphor of the wing.
The wing of the soul. Yes. It's a metaphor for that intellectual lift. When the soul contemplates these high abstract truths, when it engages in this enthusiastic love, it literally grows wings. It rises.
And the text contrasts the soaring soul with what it calls the mannequins of Earth.
Mannequins. Little puppets.
Puppets obsessed with their daily grind.
Exactly. Puppets obsessed with their local reputation, their petty arguments, their physical comforts. The mystic, in this Platonic sense, is someone who has looked up, grown these wings of reason and feeling, and realized how incredibly small those earthly concerns are. It involves a profound sense of the infinity of knowledge.
It's a beautiful thought. The idea that knowledge isn't just a pile of facts you memorize, but an infinite space you fly through.
It's incredibly elevated.
But the text doesn't stay in the clouds for long, does it? It crashes back down to earth pretty hard with a brutal critique of the people who don't have wings, the rhetoricians.
Oh, this is the satire portion. And it is biting. If the Phaedrus is a love letter to true philosophy, it is pure hate mail to the professors of rhetoric of the 4th century BC.
The text notes that the dialogue is partly a direct satire on these professors, and the list of complaints is extensive. What exactly was Plato so furious about? Was it just professional jealousy? Because they were popular.
It goes much deeper than rivalry. He views rhetoric, at least the way it was being taught and sold at that time, as an absolute sham. The text lists the specific sins of these professors. First, pretentiousness, the claim of omniscience.
They acted like they knew everything.
They presented themselves as having all the answers, but they were really just teaching parlor tricks. They had no relation to fact or truth.
They prioritized mannerisms over matter.
Precisely. They focused obsessively on how to say things, how to wave your hand at the right moment, how to modulate your vocal tone, how to flatter a hostile crowd, but they completely ignored the knowledge of human nature.
Which the text argues is the most necessary knowledge.
Right. Plato argues that you cannot genuinely persuade a human soul if you don't even understand what a human soul is.
It's like a doctor who knows how to prescribe 100 different pills but has never studied anatomy.
That's a perfect analogy. The text also mentions their impatience of argument and their total indifference to first principles.
They just wanted to win.
They didn't care about what was true. They cared about what was effective in the moment. They wanted to win the court case, not find justice. Plato contrasts this shadow art of the rhetoricians with true genius.
The ancient famous men.
Yes, Homer, Hesiod, Sappho. The text points out that Socrates genuinely fears being disowned by these ancient greats if he were to accept the modern, degraded standards of the rhetoricians. He looks at these professors and sees a culture turning wisdom into a cheap product.
And this fear of degradation, it isn't just about a few bad teachers in Athens. The text zooms out here, way out. It enters this fascinating, slightly terrifying section on the long decline of Greek literature.
It is arguably the most sobering part of the entire analysis.
It describes a vision of decline that lasts for 1,000 years. It calls it an interminable marsh, a dead level.
A marsh. That's such a sticky, stagnant, hopeless image.
It is.
It describes a long period after the Golden Age. After the great tragedians died, after Plato and Aristotle passed, the creative spark of the Greek world just went out. For nearly a millennium, you have writing, yes. You have furious literary activity, but you have no mind.
This is what really stuck with me. The text asks this huge historical question. How could there be so much writing, all these scholia, extracts, endless commentaries, and so incredibly little creative power? What was actually happening?
The text calls it a phenomenon almost unique in literary history. It wasn't that people stopped reading or stopped holding pens, it's that they stopped thinking freshly. And the symptoms of this decline were everywhere.
Let's walk through the symptoms because the text lists several.
Well, first, history degenerated into fable. Instead of someone like Thucydides rigorously analyzing political power and human motives, you had writers churning out fantasy stories and packaging them as history.
The text specifically mentions the rise of silly and obscene romances.
And forged epistles, people pretending to be ancient heroes, writing fake letters to each other. It became a culture of remixing and faking rather than creating, poetry drooping and languishing.
Even the sciences suffered.
Right. Physical sciences lacked method. But perhaps the most damning symptom, the text points out, is that words themselves, the very tools of thought, lost their power of expression. They became what the text brilliantly calls plaster spread over the void.
Plaster spread over the void. That is a terrifying phrase. It means the language looked solid on the outside, but if you leaned on it, there was absolutely nothing behind it.
Exactly.
So the million-dollar question the text tries to answer, why? What kills a culture's mind for 1,000 years? The text offers a few theories.
It does. One is heavily political, the loss of freedom, great public speaking, great rhetoric and literature require a free state. If you can be executed or exiled for speaking your mind, you naturally stop speaking your mind. You start speaking safely.
And safe speech is ultimately boring speech.
It's sterile, but it wasn't just political fear. The text also points to luxurious, commonplace ways of life.
This is the argument that extreme comfort is the enemy of genius.
Yes. When life becomes too easy, too focused on material luxury and everyday trivialities, the drive to pierce the mists of the universe fades. You don't need to understand the immortality of the soul if your only concern is the menu for your next banquet.
But what about the philosophers of that era? Did philosophy itself try to stop the rot?
The text argues philosophy actually contributed to it. Philosophy became extravagant, eclectic, abstract. It splintered. You had ascetics who hated the physical world and mystics who just wanted to escape it entirely.
They lost that grounded nature.
They lost that robust, engaged philosophy that Socrates practiced right in the middle of the marketplace. The whole culture began to rest upon tradition and authority.
They started looking backward instead of forward.
Yes. They spent their energy commenting on the past. The text notes that the scholiasts, the commentators of this long march, cared deeply about grammatical forms and pedantic rules, but they had absolutely no sense of the beauties of an author.
They would dissect a poem by Sappho, but feel nothing.
It connects right back to the boorish wisdom we started with, doesn't it? Analyzing the grammar of the myth, but missing the soul of the poem entirely.
And the cost of that pedantry was catastrophic.
Truly.
The text notes that out of 80 or 90 placed by Aeschylus, only 7 survived. Same for Sophocles. Why? Because the commentators didn't value them enough to copy them. They let them rot in the archives because they didn't fit their narrow, pedantic interests.
It's a staggering cultural tragedy, just 7 out of 90.
Imagine if 90% of Shakespeare was just gone forever because some librarian in the 18th century thought he used too many commas and wasn't worth the parchment.
It hurts to think about, but And the text is very deliberate about this. The analysis does not end in hopelessness. It pivots. It asks if there is an elixir. Is there a way to avert this degeneracy? Can we restore literary life?
And the answer it provides feels surprisingly modern.
It does. The text locates its hope for the future in 2 main places. First, the power of education, what it calls the multitude of intelligences.
Which means what, exactly? The wisdom of the crowd.
In a sense, yes. It's the concept that we cannot just sit around waiting for a solitary genius like a Newton or a Bacon or a Plato to appear and save us. Those singular geniuses are rare. But if you educate the masses, if you cultivate the cooperation of many educated minds, you can produce striking effects that rival individual genius.
It's democratizing intellect.
Yeah.
Instead of relying on one giant, you have 1 million people contributing a small piece of the puzzle.
Exactly. And the second hope is essentially the globalization of thought.
The text uses this wonderful prophetic phrase, "The thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns."
It sounds like a line of Victorian poetry, doesn't it?
It does.
It refers to the interaction between East and West. The idea that as the world connects, as the religions and literatures of the entire world become open books to one another, the stagnation inevitably breaks. The text suggests that the love of mankind may become a far greater source of literature than nationality ever was.
That is a profound idea for you to chew on. That we save literature and philosophy by making it universally human, rather than just purely Greek or Roman or English.
It's deeply optimistic. It suggests that the world's intellectual capacity is far from exhausted. We don't have to be stuck in that interminable marsh.
Okay, so that sets the massive historical and philosophical context. We have the defense myth, the warning of cultural decline, and the hope for global renewal. Now, finally, the text zooms all the way in. We leave the grand commentary and we enter the actual narrative of the dialogue. We meet the men.
And the transition is immediate. We are no longer discussing the decline of literature from a bird's eye view. We are suddenly watching 2 men meet on a dusty road, Socrates and Phaedrus.
Let's set the scene for this meeting. Who are these 2 in this specific moment?
Well, he's Socrates. He rarely leaves the city walls. He is an entirely urban creature.
Right, he even says later that trees and fields teach him nothing, but the men of the city do.
Exactly. But he is intensely curious. He is always hungry for a new conversation or a new argument.
And Phaedrus, what's his state of mind?
Phaedrus is younger, very enthusiastic, and he is coming directly from a session with Lysias, the highly famous orator. Lysias is the son of Cephalus, a very big name in Athens. Phaedrus has been sitting inside a house near the temple of Olympian Zeus all morning, just listening to Lysias speak.
And he's buzzing. You can tell from the text he is clearly excited by what he heard.
He is. He's taking a walk outside the walls because his friend Ecumenus, who is a doctor, told him it's healthier to walk on the open country roads than to stay cooped up pacing in the colonnades.
Medical advice really hasn't changed much in 2.5 millennia. It's basically an ancient doctor telling him to go touch grass.
Essentially, yes, go get some fresh air. And as he's doing this, Socrates intercepts him. Socrates asks, "Where do you come from, Phaedrus, and whither are you going?" And immediately, Socrates wants the gossip. He wants to know if Lysias gave them a feast of discourse.
Because Socrates calls conversation a thing of higher import than any actual business. He's desperate to hear what the famous rhetorician was talking about. And Phaedrus drops the hook. He says the speech was about love.
But it was a very specific, highly counterintuitive argument about love. Lysias, being a clever, modern rhetorician trying to show off, argued a paradox. He argued that the non-lover should be accepted rather than the lover.
We really need to explain that because to a modern ear, it sounds completely backward. Why on earth would anyone argue you should favor a non-lover over someone who actually loves you?
The argument Lysias makes is all about safety and rational calculation. A lover is mad. A lover is jealous, possessive, constantly distracted. They create drama and ruin your public standing. A non-lover, someone who is simply fond of you but not passionately in love with you, is stable.
They're a good business partner.
Exactly. They won't ruin your reputation in a fit of jealousy. Lysias is essentially arguing for the friends with benefits model over the passionate romance model. It's safe, transactional, and devoid of madness.
And Socrates hears this premise, and he loves it. Not because he agrees with it, but because it's so audacious. He says, oh, that is noble of him. But then Socrates can't help himself. He immediately pushes the logic to an absurd conclusion.
What does he say?
He says, I wish Lysias would argue that the poor man should be accepted rather than the rich, and the old man rather than the young.
Because Socrates himself is old and poor.
Exactly. He says if Lysias could successfully prove that old, poor men are the best lovers, he would be a true public benefactor. It would be truly democratic. It's a great joke, but it's also a subtle test. He's already poking at the absurdity of using cold logic to dismantle human desire.
It's Socrates showing that he can play the rhetorician's game better than they can.
So Socrates is entirely hooked. He tells Phaedrus he would walk all the way to Megara and back, which the text implies is a remarkably long hike, just to hear this speech. But Phaedrus decides to play hard to get.
This is the coyness game between them. Phaedrus says, "Oh, Socrates, how can I be expected to remember it? I'm just a simple man, and Lysias is the finest writer of our age. I would give a fortune to be able to recite it perfectly, but I just can't."
He is completely lying.
He is absolutely lying, and Socrates knows it immediately. The text says Socrates knows Phaedrus about as well as he knows himself. He completely deconstructs Phaedrus's mourning for him.
He calls him out.
He says, "I know exactly what you did today. You heard the speech, you made Lysias repeat the speech, then you made him do it again. Then you took the physical book from him and studied it yourself all morning, and now you are out here walking not for your health, but specifically to practice reciting it by heart."
He busts him completely. He basically says, you didn't walk out here for fresh air. You walked out here to find an audience. And congratulations, I am that audience.
It's a very funny human interaction. But then the dynamic shifts. Socrates spots something, a lump hidden under Phaedrus's cloak.
The object in the left hand under the cloak.
It's the roll, the scroll, the actual physical manuscript of Lysias' speech. Phaedrus has been hiding it the entire time.
And the moment Socrates sees the text, he refuses to be the practice dummy. He says, I'm not going to let you practice your memory tricks on me when you have the author himself right there in your pocket.
Lysias himself is present, he says, referring to the manuscript. It's a great moment of intellectual honesty from Socrates. He's saying, don't perform a distorted version for me. Let's read the actual truth of the text.
So they have the text, but now they need a place to sit and read it. And this leads to the famous walk along the Ilissus River. I want to dwell on this walk for a moment because the text is so incredibly sensory here.
It is.
They decide to walk right in the water.
They do. Phaedrus mentions that he is barefoot. He says he is fortunate to be barefoot today. And he points out that Socrates is, of course, always barefoot. It's one of his famous eccentricities. So, practically speaking, since it's a scorcher of a day, they decide to walk in the shallow brook to cool their feet.
The water is cool. It's the absolute peak of summer. The sun is blazing down on them, and they're wading through the shallow water of the Ilissus. It's just such a gentle, profoundly human image. Two of the greatest minds in Western history just splashing in a creek together.
Looking for a comfortable tree. Phaedrus spots their destination in the distance. the tallest plane tree. He promises Socrates that it has everything they need. Thick shade from the sun, a gentle summer breeze, and soft grass to lie down on while they read.
It sounds perfectly idyllic.
Yeah.
But as they walk toward this massive tree, Phaedrus suddenly stops, and the text circles right back to where we started this entire conversation. Phaedrus looks at the riverbed and asks, "Wait, isn't this the spot?"
He asks, "Is not this the place where Boreas is said to have carried off Erythia?" He looks at the water, and the text specifically notes that the stream here is beautifully clear and bright, and Phaedrus thinks, yes, this looks exactly like a place where a maiden would play with a hoop. This feels like a mythic place.
He's actively trying to map the ancient legend onto the physical landscape around him.
And Socrates, the very man who just rejected the scientific myth-busting of the Euhemerists, suddenly becomes incredibly precise about the local geography. He corrects him. He says, no, the actual spot of the myth is about a quarter of a mile lower down.
He actually corrects his mythological geography.
Yes. He points out the exact location down the river. He says, it's just where we cross over to the Temple of Artemis. He even notes that there is a specific altar to Boreas down there.
I find that endlessly fascinating. Socrates refuses to explain away the myth. He absolutely will not say it was just a gust of wind, but he cares deeply about getting the physical details of the tradition right. He knows exactly where the altar is. He knows the exact distance down the river.
Because it shows his deep respect. He doesn't strip the world of its magic, but he doesn't treat it carelessly or vaguely either. He is completely grounded in reality. He stands in the water, feeling the cool current on his feet, knowing exactly where he is on the physical map, but his mind is preparing to fly to those glimpses of truth beyond.
He is standing waist deep in the water, but he is already looking for the wings.
Precisely. And as they finally reach the shade of the plane tree, the water around their feet is so perfectly clear that you can see every single pebble on the bottom, and the hot summer air is just filled with the sound of the... So we are standing right there with them. I mean, we've just walked along the Ilissus River, wading through the water, and Phaedrus has finally spotted the perfect place to sit. It's a very specific, tangible location in the book, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And this specificity is, well, it's actually quite rare for Plato.
Yeah.
Usually these dialogues happen in generic wrestling schools or inside private homes like you see in the Symposium or just vaguely in the city. But here, the physical setting is incredibly vivid. They've reached this massive plane tree that Phaedrus picked out from a distance.
Right, the plane tree. And before they even settle down to read the speech that Phaedrus has been hiding under his cloak, he asks a question that triggers a really fascinating conversation about mythology and the nature of belief. He looks around at the landscape and asks Socrates, isn't this the spot where Boreas is said to have carried off Erythia?
Exactly. It's a local legend attached to this specific riverbank. Boreas is the north wind, a personified elemental god. And Erythia was a mortal princess of Athens. The myth says she was playing by the river, and the north wind came down, snatched her away, and made her his bride. So Phaedrus is looking at the rocks and the rushing water and thinking, this looks like the scene of the crime. And he asks Socrates point blank, do you believe this tale?
I love Socrates' answer here because it's not what you'd expect. He doesn't say, yes, the gods are real, don't question it. And he doesn't say, no, that's just silly superstition. He goes into this whole explanation about how he could explain it away if he wanted to be like the wise men of his time.
He describes what we might call a scientific or rationalizing interpretation, which is becoming very trendy among the sophists and intellectuals of Athens. He says, look, the wise men doubt these myths. And if I wanted to be like them, I could come up with a clever naturalistic explanation. I could say, well, actually, a gust of northern wind just blew her off the rocks while she was playing with Pharmacia, and she fell to her death. And over time, as the story got retold, people said the wind took her, turning a tragic accident into a supernatural abduction.
So he takes the magic out of it. He turns the god Boreas into just a literal gust of wind and the girl into a clumsy victim of gravity.
Precisely. It's a reductionist approach. You take the supernatural and reduce it to natural physics. But then, and this is the key, Socrates rejects this approach entirely. And his reasoning is both hilarious and deeply profound. He doesn't reject it because it's false. He rejects it because of the waste of time.
Right. He says if you explain away the north wind, you can't stop there. Then you have to explain away the centaurs, and then the chimeras, and the gorgons. And suddenly you're spending your whole life trying to come up with scientific explanations for every monster in the pantheon.
He calls it a crude philosophy that requires a great deal of labor and ingenuity. Imagine the workload. You have to explain how a horse and man could look like a centaur, or what natural animal inspired the chimera. Socrates says, I have no leisure for such inquiries. I don't have time to debug Greek mythology one monster at a time.
Because he has a much more important mission. And this connects back to that famous inscription at Delphi we always see referenced.
Know thyself. This is the core of the Socratic project. He says, I cannot care about these external things, these myths, these monsters, these histories, while I am still ignorant of my own nature. He turns the camera inward. He says, essentially, I am the mystery I need to solve. Why should I worry about the anatomy of a chimera when I don't even understand the anatomy of my own soul?
And he uses a monster metaphor for himself, which I found really striking. He asks, am I a beast more complicated and swollen with passion than the serpent Typhon? Or am I a simpler, gentler creature?
That distinction is vital for everything that follows in this book. Typhon was this 100-headed, fire-breathing chaos monster in mythology, the father of all monsters. He represents disorder, violent passion, complexity, and hubris. He tried to storm Olympus. Socrates is asking, is that what I am inside? Is the human soul a mess of conflicting, violent desires that cannot be tamed? Or is it something divine and lowly, meaning humble but ordered, simple and rational?
It's such a great pivot. Phaedrus wants to talk about folklore and sightseeing, and Socrates says, I don't even know if I'm a monster or a man yet. Let's figure that out first.
It establishes the priority of psychology over physics or history. Understanding the self is the prerequisite for understanding anything else. But having settled that he isn't going to waste time demystifying the legend, they finally sit down. And we get this incredibly lush description of the spot.
It sounds amazing. Honestly, Socrates is gushing over it like he's never seen a tree before. He mentions the tall plane tree, the shade, and then this shrub, the Agnus castus, that's in full bloom and smells incredible.
And notice the sensory details he picks up on. It's not just visual. He talks about the stream being deliciously cold to the feet. There's a chorus of cicadas singing in the heat, which will become very important characters later in the text. There's a gentle breeze, and the grass is on a slope, thick enough to be a perfect pillow.
But then Phaedrus makes fun of him. He notices that Socrates is acting a bit weird. He says Socrates looks like a tourist. He says you look like a stranger in your own country, because Socrates never leaves the city walls.
This brings up the city versus nature theme. Phaedrus loves the countryside. He's a walker, a health enthusiast. Socrates is a creature of the marketplace, the gymnasium, the urban center. And his defense here is one of the most famous lines in the book. He says, I am a lover of knowledge, and the men who dwell in the city are my teachers, and not the trees or the country.
Which makes sense. Trees can't talk, they can't argue, they can't challenge your definitions of justice or virtue.
Exactly. Nature offers rest, and it offers beauty, but the city offers dialectic. It offers the friction of other minds, which is the fuel for philosophy. However, Socrates admits there's one thing that can drag him out of the city and into the wild.
A book.
A book. He uses this great image. He says, just as you wave a branch of fruit in front of a hungry cow or a sheep to lead it around, if you dangle a book or a speech and a scroll in front of me, you can lead me all over Attica. He calls the text a drug. He is addicted to discourse.
That is such a humanizing moment for Socrates. He's not this stoic statue. He's an addict for words. So the stage is set. They are lying on the grass, shoeless by the river. Phaedrus opens the scroll, and he begins to read the speech by Lysias.
We have to shift gears here completely.
Yeah.
We're leaving Socrates' conversational, spontaneous voice and entering the polished, artificial, carefully constructed world of Lysias, the professional speechwriter.
So let's unpack this speech in detail. The premise is, well, it's a little odd to modern ears. The speaker is a non-lover. He's a guy who explicitly admits to the boy, I am not in love with you. But he's arguing that the boy should give his favors to him, the non-lover, rather than to someone who is in love.
It's a paradox. Usually we think love is the prerequisite for a romantic or sexual relationship. Lysias flips this on its head. He argues that love is actually a disqualification. His thesis is that the non-lover is superior to the lover in every rational way. It is a triumph of calculation over passion. He presents a series of arguments, almost like a legal brief, to prove this.
Let's go through these arguments one by one, because he really lists them out like a lawyer. The first one is about the economics of regret.
Right. Lysias starts with the timeline of a relationship. The lover is driven by what he calls the malady sickness. He's compelled by a force he can't control. When the passion fades, which it inevitably does, the lover repents of the kindnesses he showed. He looks back and thinks, I spent too much money, I wasted too much time, I neglected my business. He starts counting the cost.
Because he was only doing those nice things to get what he wanted. Once the desire is gone, the transaction looks like a bad deal to him.
Exactly. But the non-lover doesn't have that problem. because the non-lover was never acting under compulsion or madness. He gave favors freely, according to the measure of his ability, just to be a good friend or partner. He wasn't trying to buy the affection with over-the-top gestures. So there's no mourning after regret. It's a stable, rational transaction that he stands by even years later.
Then he moves to the argument of sanity versus madness. This seems to be the core of the attack on the lover.
The lover admits he is not in his right mind. He's out of control. Lysias asks a very practical question. Why would you trust your future to someone who is admittedly insane? If they came to their senses, they wouldn't even approve of their own behavior. The non-lover, by contrast, operates with a sound mind. He is rational, predictable, and safe. You know what you're getting.
Then there's the numbers game, or what we might call the availability heuristic.
This is a probability argument. Lysias says, look, there are very few people who will fall madly, passionately in love with you. If you limit yourself only to those who are mad for you, your pool of candidates is tiny. But there are many, many people who might like you as a friend or a non-lover. If you look for the best among the non-lovers, you have a much wider selection and are more likely to find a worthy partner.
It's so unromantic. It's like, don't wait for the one. Just pick a decent, reliable guy from the general population because the odds are better.
It is entirely pragmatic. It's advice for a merger, not a romance. And that pragmatism continues into the argument about public perception and scandal.
Oh, this is the kiss and tell argument.
Yes. Lysias argues that the lover is dangerous to your reputation. The lover sees the relationship as a conquest. He wants to boast. He wants to show off. He follows the boy around in public, making a scene, sighing, looking distraught. He needs validation for his labor. So everyone gossips. The neighbors see it and say, oh, look, there they go again.
Whereas the non-lover...
The non-lover desires solid good, not public praise. He's discreet. If people see two friends talking or walking together, they don't assume anything scandalous. It looks natural. So if you care about your reputation, which was everything in Athens, the non-lover is the safer bet. He won't ruin your social standing for an ego boost.
Now we get to what I think is the darkest part of Lysias' speech, and probably the most convincing point against the lover. It's about isolation and jealousy.
This is the crucial point where Lysias paints the lover as truly toxic. He argues that the lover is inherently possessive. He fears competition.
He fears everyone, doesn't he?
He does. He fears wealthy men because they have money to lure the boy away. He fears educated men because they have intelligence and wit. He's afraid of anyone who has any advantage. So what does he do? He tries to cut the boy off.
He isolates him.
He creates a social vacuum. He keeps the boy away from friends, away from mentors, away from family. If the boy resists this isolation, they fight. If the boy complies, he ends up friendless, stunted, and totally dependent on the lover.
It's classic abusive behavior, isolating the victim so they have nowhere else to turn.
It is. It's the logic of control. But the non-lover, he isn't jealous. In fact, he welcomes the boy's other friendships. He views them as a benefit. He thinks, if this boy is popular and well-liked, that reflects well on me, and it makes him a happier, more interesting person. So friendship with a non-lover expands your world. A relationship with a lover shrinks it.
Lysias also touches on the physical versus the character. The lover often desires the body before he knows the character.
Which is a huge risk. It means once the body changes or the desire fades, the relationship is over because there was no other connection. The non-lover is a friend before any intimacy happens. The friendship is the foundation. So the physical aspect, if it happens, is just a bonus that strengthens the memory rather than the main event that burns itself out.
And then there's the issue of spoiling the boy.
This is about the feedback loop. A lover will praise everything the boy does, even if it's bad, because he's afraid of offending him. Or worse, his judgment is so warped by passion that he actually thinks bad behavior is cute or good.
Lysias has that great line, love makes neutral things painful and bad things pleasant.
Exactly. The beloved is to be pitied, not envied, because he's being surrounded by yes-men. He never grows. The non-lover, however, focuses on future advantage. He will tell you the truth. He will correct you. He forgives unintentional mistakes, but tries to prevent intentional ones. He acts like a mentor or a parent, not a sycophant. He wants you to be better, even if it means an awkward conversation.
Lysias wraps up with this analogy about beggars. This really drives the social utility argument home.
He says, look, if we just gave favors to the people who needed them the most, we would invite beggars to our dinner parties, not our friends. Beggars are the most eager. They are the most grateful. They will bless you and follow you around. But that's not how we run society. We invite people who are worthy, people who can reciprocate, people who are our equals.
So the lovers is the beggar. He's the needy one. And Lysias is saying, don't give to the needy, give to the worthy.
It's a harsh aristocratic argument. Don't choose the one who begs for your love. Choose the one who deserves it. The speech ends with a very calm, rational conclusion. Friendship with a non-lover is stable, it's safe, it's discreet, and it improves you. It's the logical choice.
And Phaedrus finishes reading. He rolls up the scroll, and he is just beaming. He turns to Socrates and basically says, wasn't that amazing? Isn't that the best speech anyone has ever written?
And here we enter the interlude. Socrates' reaction is, well, let's say, complicated. He says he was ravished.
Which is a very charged word to use in this context.
It is. He says, I was in an ecstasy because you were in an ecstasy, Phaedrus. He's mocking him. He's mirroring Phaedrus' enthusiasm to show how ridiculous it is. He calls it frenzy or madness, the very thing Lysias was just arguing against. He's implying that Phaedrus has been seduced by the style, not the substance.
And Phaedrus realizes he's being teased. He gets a bit defensive. He says, don't be merry. Be serious. Do you really think anyone could speak better on this subject?
And Socrates drops the bomb. He refuses to praise the content of the speech. He only praises the rhetoric, the clearness and roundness of the language, the vocabulary.
He says Lysias just repeated himself.
He critiques the invention, the generation of ideas. He says Lysias said the same thing 2 or 3 times, just using different words. He suggests Lysias was either showing off his ability to say the same thing in multiple ways, or, and this is the sting he ran out of ideas, he suggests the speech is shallow.
Phaedrus defends him, of course. He says Lysias covered every possible topic. What else is there to say? But Socrates says, no, the ancient sages would rise up and judge me if I agreed with that.
Socrates claims that he's heard better things from the ancients. Maybe Sappho the poetess, maybe Anacreon the wise. He describes himself as a pitcher filled with water from other sources. He doesn't claim the ideas are his own. He says he's stupid and has forgotten who told him, but he knows that his bosom is full. He feels a speech bubbling up inside him.
And Phaedrus pounces. He realizes Socrates is claiming he can make a better speech than Lysias on the same topic.
And he demands to hear it. He offers to set up a golden statue of Socrates at Delphi life-size if he can pull it off. That shows you how wealthy Phaedrus is, by the way.
Socrates tries to back out. He says, I was just teasing. But Phaedrus isn't having it. And this is where the dynamic shifts. Phaedrus becomes the dominant one. He uses a threat.
It's a playful threat, but it works. He points to the plane tree and swears by it. He says, I swear by this tree that if you don't speak, I will never read you another speech again.
He hits him right in the addition. I will cut off your supply of books.
And Socrates immediately caves. He says, villain, I am conquered. I cannot be starved. He cannot live without the drug of discourse.
So Socrates agrees to make a speech, but he does something very strange before he starts. He covers his head. He puts a veil or part of his cloak over his face.
This is highly symbolic and very important. Why does he hide his face? He says it's so he can gallop through the discourse without looking at Phaedrus and feeling ashamed.
Ashamed of what?
Ashamed of what he is about to say. Remember, Socrates is a philosopher. He believes in truth, the good, and the divine. But the task here is to compete with Lysias on Lysias's terms. He has to make a speech arguing that love is bad. He has to take a cynical, worldly position that treats Eros, a god, as a destructive, purely human appetite. He feels this is impious, it's a sin against love, so he hides his face to separate his true self from the persona he's adopting.
That makes sense. He's playing a character. He explicitly says, I will speak as a cunning lover who pretends not to be in love.
Exactly. He's beating Lysias at his own game. Lysias' speaker was a non-lover. Socrates' speaker is a concealed lover pretending to be a non-lover to trick the boy. It's a layer of deception on top of deception.
So he invokes the muses, the legei, the clear-voiced ones, and he begins. But he doesn't start with a random list of complaints like Lysias did. He starts with methodology.
Classic Socrates. Even when he's being cynical, he's methodical. He says all good counsel begins in the same way. A man should know what he is advising about. You cannot debate whether love is good or bad until you define what love is.
He says most people skip this step. They assume they agree on the definition, talk past each other, and end up contradicting themselves. So he lays out a definition, and this is a really important piece of psychological theory. He says there are 2 ruling principles in every person.
Right. This is the dualism of the soul, which he will expand on later with the famous Chariot Allegory. But here he puts it simply. Principle 1 is natural desire. This is innate. We are born with it. It craves pleasure. It's the animal part of us that wants food, drink, and sex. Principle 2 is acquired opinion. This is learned. It aspires after the best. It's reason, social conditioning, and morality.
And these two are at war.
Constantly. They are fighting for control of the soul. And the state of your soul depends on who wins. If opinion or reason wins, leading you to the best, that state is called temperance. If desire wins, dragging you to pleasure, that state is called excess or hubris.
And he uses the gluttony analogy to explain this vividly.
Yes, it's a linguistic breakdown. When desire for food overcomes reason, we call it gluttony. When desire for drink overcomes reason, we call it drunkenness. So, what do we call it when the irrational desire for beauty overcomes reason?
We call it love.
Exactly. He defines love, eros, specifically as a form of excess. It is the irrational desire for personal beauty that has overpowered the judgment of what is right. It is a force or a possession. The Greek word here is connected to the idea of force or strength.
So by definition, in this specific speech, love is a failure of self-control. It is a mental illness.
Yes. He has rigorously defined love as a negative state before he even begins the argument. He has stacked the deck. If love is just uncontrolled appetite for beauty, then obviously the lover is going to be a disaster.
And that leads into the argument about the negative impact of the lover. Socrates asks, if the lover is ruled by this desire for pleasure, how will he treat the beloved?
And the answer is terrifying. The guiding principle is the lover seeks what is pleasant to himself, not what is good for the boy. And what is pleasant to a sick mind. A sick mind likes things that are not opposed to it. It hates anything equal or superior.
So the lover wants the boy to be inferior.
He needs him to be inferior. If the boy is wiser or braver or smarter than the lover feels threatened. He feels his control slipping. So the lover will actively work to make the boy weaker.
He delights in the boy's defects. If the boy is a coward, the lover likes it because it makes the boy dependent. If the boy is slow of speech, the lover likes it.
And if the boy doesn't have these defects naturally, the lover will contrive to implant them. He will try to break the boy's spirit. He will encourage weakness and punish strength.
And the biggest injury of all is intellectual.
The lover bans divine philosophy. He knows that if the boy starts thinking for himself or starts learning about the greater world, he will realize the lover is unworthy. He will realize he is being used. So the lover keeps the boy in ignorance. He wants the boy to look only at him.
It's total isolation. He is to be the delight of the lover's heart and a curse to himself.
It's a scathing indictment. Socrates argues that the lover is a profitable guardian only for the body, perhaps, but he is a destroyer of the mind and soul. He stunts the growth of the beloved to maintain his own access to pleasure. He turns the beloved into a pet rather than a partner.
And that leads us right to the transition. Socrates has destroyed the lover's impact on the mind, and now he says, let us next see how this master will keep and train the body of his servant.
He's moving from the psychological damage to the physical damage.
Yeah.
He's about to describe how the lover wants a soft, unmanly, pampered boy who is easy to control, rather than a strong, athletic warrior who could defend himself.
But that is exactly where the book cuts off this specific train of thought before the next interruption.
It is. We are left hanging right as Socrates is about to critique the physical regime of the lover. But we've seen enough to know where he's going. The lover, defined as excess, ruins everything he touches, the mind, the soul, and presumably the body.
It's a devastating takedown. And what's amazing is that Socrates is doing this reluctantly, with his head covered, just to prove he can do it better than Lysias.
He's proving that even when he argues for a false premise that love is bad, his philosophical method of starting with definitions and analyzing the soul makes him vastly superior to the rhetorical tricks of Lysias. He's showing that a philosopher can be a better sophist than the sophists, if he chooses to be.
It sets the stage perfectly for what must come next, the inevitable pivot where Socrates has to uncover his head and tell the truth about love. But for now, we are left with this dark, compelling image of the lover as a jealous, stunting tyrant.
A tyrant of the soul ruling through appetite.
Exactly. And that is where we leave them, under the plane tree, the cicadas singing overhead, and Socrates weaving this dark spell right before he moves on to the physical conditioning. And if you look closely at the text, the argument Socrates is building here goes even deeper than just the psychology of the relationship.
Right.
It cuts right into the physical constitution of the beloved.
Yeah, it really does.
Because it's not just about controlling their mind. It is about physically engineering their body to be dependent.
Exactly. Socrates, speaking as this rational non-lover, paints a picture, of the kind of young man a jealous lover prefers. And honestly, it is quite scathing.
Very much so. He asks, essentially, who does this lover want? Someone delicate or someone sturdy and strong?
And the answer is actually quite disturbing.
It is. The lover doesn't want a partner who has been out in the bright sun, engaging in manly exercises or the sweat of toil.
No, not at all. It is a deliberate, systematic weakening.
Right.
The text specifically mentions that the lover prefers someone brought up in shady bowers, essentially cut indoors, hidden away from the harsh reality of the elements.
Kept soft, basically.
Exactly, kept soft. And there is a very practical, if toxic, logic to this. If the youth is out in the sun, exercising, interacting with peers, building grit and muscle, he becomes independent.
He becomes formidable.
Yes. And the lover simply cannot have that. The lover needs someone whose healthy glow isn't natural, but is actually just, as Socrates puts it, paint and ornament.
Paint and ornament. It is a facade of health rather than the rugged reality of it.
Right. It is a preference for a soft target.
And Socrates doesn't pull any punches about the consequences of this softness. He says, look at this person in a crisis or in a war. This delicate partner is not going to be a terror to the enemies.
No, they are going to be a massive source of anxiety to their friends and family.
Exactly. They become a liability because they haven't been allowed to develop any resilience.
It connects back to that central theme of control. If you raise someone to be soft, they need you.
Yeah.
If they're strong, they might realize they don't. And this need for control extends aggressively into the beloved's social sphere as well. This is where the text describes what we would arguably call isolation tactics today.
Yeah, the lover observes that family, friends, and kin are hinderers or reprovers.
Because those are the people who might step in and say, hey, this dynamic is unhealthy. This person is controlling you.
They are the reality check.
Exactly. So the lover desires to deprive the beloved of these dearest and best and holiest possessions. Father, mother, kindred. The lover wants them all out of the picture.
But it goes further than just relationships.
It does.
Socrates argues that the lover casts a jealous eye on the beloved's property too. Gold, silver, real estate.
Right, because wealth provides a buffer. Wealth provides options.
If you have money, you are less easy to catch and less manageable when caught.
That is a very chilling way to phrase it.
It sounds like he is hunting an animal, not courting a person.
It is predatory phrasing, absolutely. Socrates is explicitly outlining a dynamic where the lover secretly rejoices if the beloved loses their money, because poverty ensures dependency.
And the ultimate wish, the really dark part of this section, is that the lover wants the beloved to be wifeless, childless, and homeless.
Yeah. They want to strip away every single tether the young man has to the world, other than the tether to the lover.
Just total isolation.
And the longer this state of total destitution and isolation lasts, the happier the lover is, because it maximizes the duration of their enjoyment.
It is the total consumption of another person. It is almost vampiric.
It really is.
And while that is the strategic side of the toxicity, the long game, Socrates then pivots to the sheer unpleasantness of the day-to-day reality.
The daily grind of it.
Yes, he calls the lover a disagreeable companion. And he brings up this old proverb, birds of a feather flock together.
Which is a common Greek sentiment, the idea that equality of age leads to similar pleasures, which creates friendship. You like the same music, you have the same energy levels.
But here we have a significant age gap.
Right. The lover is an older man, and the beloved is a youth. And Socrates gets very graphic here. He talks about the physical repulsion. The youth is forced to endure the old shriveled face of the lover.
That image is so vivid. It is not just that he is older, it is that the youth has to look at this face day and night.
And not just look. The text says the lover is driven by the sting of desire.
The sting of desire.
Yes, he needs to see, hear, touch, and perceive the beloved constantly. The lover is getting immense pleasure from this constant contact because he is satisfying an itch.
But Socrates asks the crucial question, what is the beloved getting?
Nothing. Or worse than nothing, really.
Less than nothing.
He is receiving extremity of disgust. There is no reciprocity here. The youth is being subjected to this clinging elderly affection that offers him no pleasure, only the duty of satisfying the other.
And it spills out into public life, too. The lover is not just clingy in private, he is embarrassing in public.
This is the part about the lover being drunk, right?
Yes. When the lover is sober, the praises are already misplaced and exaggerated, which is annoying enough. But when he is drunk, he becomes effusive, loud, and indelicate. He praises the youth in ways that are humiliating, or he censures him, criticizes him in ways that are simply unbearable.
And the text says these behaviors are published all over the world. It is a public spectacle of ownership that shames the youth.
So if we recap this nightmare, you have a relationship built on physical weakening, social isolation, financial control, physical repulsion, and public humiliation.
It is a grim picture.
But then Socrates talks about the endgame, the breakup, because eventually the fever breaks. The lover's passion fades.
This is the aftermath, and it is depicted as a profound betrayal.
Oh, so?
Well, Socrates describes a shift in the lover's internal government. Before, he was ruled by love and infatuation. But once the passion burns out, new masters take over, wisdom and temperance.
The lover essentially sobers up.
Exactly. He becomes a sensible man again.
But the beloved doesn't know this has happened yet.
Right. He is still playing by the old rules.
The youth is still operating on the old contract. He comes to the lover and asks for the fulfillment of all those oaths and promises made during the mad phase. He thinks he is speaking to the same person.
But the lover is now ashamed. He doesn't have the courage to say, I have changed. But he also has no intention of fulfilling promises made when he was under the dominion of folly.
So what'd he do?
He becomes a defaulter. He runs away.
And this is where Socrates uses that oyster shell analogy. I think we need to unpack that because it is a very specific cultural reference.
It is. It is a reference to a Greek game called ostrakinda.
Right.
You have to imagine two teams standing on either side of a line. A shell is thrown up. One side is painted white, one side black, representing night and day.
Okay.
Depending on how it lands, one team flees and the other pursues. Socrates uses this to illustrate the sudden reversal of roles.
I see.
The lover, who used to be the pursuer, is now fleeing. The beloved, who used to be the pursued, is now chasing him, demanding accountability.
It is a tragic image. The shell has flipped. The youth realizes too late that he made a terrible investment.
He realizes he gave himself to a faithless, morose, envious, disagreeable being instead of a sensible friend.
And Socrates caps this entire argument with a line that is absolutely devastating. He quotes, "As wolves love lambs, so lovers love their loves."
That sums it up perfectly. It is not affection, it is predation. The wolf loves the lamb because the lamb is food.
Exactly. And with that, Socrates abruptly ends the speech.
He just stops.
He realizes he is speaking in verse. He mentions he is getting into dithyrambics and heroics. He feels the influence of the local nymphs taking over, and he wants to stop before he gets completely possessed.
Phaedrus is actually surprised, though. He says, wait, I thought you were only halfway done.
Right. He expected Socrates to now give a matching speech listing all the advantages of the non-lover.
And Socrates essentially says, do I really need to? The non-lover has all the advantages that the lover lacks. It is just the negative image.
If the lover is harmful, the non-lover is helpful.
Exactly. If the lover is isolating, the non-lover supports your family connections. He feels the point has been made. He just wants to cross the river and go home.
But he doesn't go. And this is a very calm, quiet, but pivotal moment in the book. Phaedrus convinces him to stay because it is noon and the heat is too intense.
Yes, the sun is standing still.
But then Socrates reveals something strange happened.
This is the intervention of the daimonion. Socrates claims he has a divine sign that visits him.
Right.
He explains the mechanism very clearly. The sign always forbids him from doing something. It never tells him what to do. It only tells him what not to do.
And just as he was about to cross the river, the voice spoke.
It told him he couldn't leave yet.
It told him he had been guilty of impiety, an offense against the gods. He has to make an atonement before he departs.
And this leads Socrates to a profound realization. He says, I am a diviner, essentially a prophet, though he admits he is not a very good one.
He compares himself to a bad writer who writes only for himself.
Yes, but his soul has a prophetic instinct. He realizes that the speech he just gave and the speech by Lysias that Phaedrus read earlier were dreadful.
Why dreadful? They were very persuasive. We just spent all this time dissecting how logical they were.
They were persuasive to men, but offensive to God. Socrates asks a simple logical question. Is Eros, love, not the son of Aphrodite? Is he not a god?
And Phaedrus says, so men say.
Well, if love is a god, he cannot be evil. Gods, by definition in Socrates' view here, are good.
But both speeches they just recited described love as petty, jealous, harmful, and predatory.
Therefore, they were telling lies about a god. They were impious. They were speaking to gain celebrity among the mannequins of earth.
Mannequins of earth. Little men.
Yes, at the cost of offending the divine.
That is a serious charge. He effectively calls his own previous argument blasphemy.
He does. And he says he needs purgation. He needs to purify himself. He brings up the myth of Stesichorus to explain this.
Stesichorus was a poet who wrote a poem reviling Helen of Troy, right? I'm blaming her for the Trojan War.
Exactly. And as punishment, he was struck blind. But unlike Homer, who was blind and didn't know why, Stesichorus was a philosopher. He understood his error.
So he wrote a recantation, a palinode.
Yes, palinode literally means singing again, or singing back. Stesichorus wrote a poem saying, "False is that word of mine, thou didst not embark in ships, nor ever go to the walls of Troy."
And immediately his sight was restored.
Socrates decides he wants to make his recantation now before he suffers any punishment. He wants to offer it with his forehead bold and bare, not hiding his face in shame.
He also makes a really interesting comment about the tone of the previous speeches. He says they lacked delicacy.
He imagines a man of noble and gentle nature, someone who loves in a healthy, refined way.
Right.
If that man heard Socrates and Phaedrus talking about jealousy and petty fights, he would think they were raised in some haunt of sailors where good manners are unknown.
He implies their previous view of love was low-class, coarse, and dirty. He wants to wash the brine out of his ears.
I love that phrase, washing the salt water out of his ears. So this sets the stage for the great recantation. Socrates is going to flip the entire argument on its head.
The previous premise was that the lover is mad, the non-lover is sane. Sanity is better than madness, therefore choose the non-lover.
And Socrates attacks the core premise. He says it might be so if madness were simply an evil. But he argues that madness, mania, is not always a bad thing.
Right. There is a type of madness that is a divine gift and the source of our greatest blessings.
This is the defensive madness. He breaks this down into specific types to prove his point.
He categorizes 4 types of divine madness, though he starts with 3 pre-erotic ones.
First is prophecy. He points to the prophetess at Delphi and the priestesses at Dodona. These are the oracles who guided the entire Greek world.
He notes that when these women are sane, they are just ordinary women. They do little or nothing of note.
But when they are out of their senses, when they are possessed by the madness of the god, they have saved Greece. They have guided states and individuals.
He does a little wordplay here too, doesn't he? With the words for prophecy and madness.
He does. He appeals to the ancient inventors of names. He argues that the word for prophecy, mantik, and the word for madness, mandi, are essentially the same word.
He claims the letter tau, the T, was a tasteless modern insertion to make it mantique.
The ancients, he argues, saw the connection. Prophecy is madness.
He contrasts this with augury, which is reading bird signs or entrails.
Right. Augury is oionoistic. It is rational. It relies on human thought and observation.
Socrates argues that just as prophecy is superior to augury, divine madness is superior to human sanity. One is a direct line to the gods, the other is just human guessing.
Then he mentions a second type of madness.
Yeah.
Ritual or catharsis.
This is the Dionysian element. He speaks of families plagued by ancient blood guiltiness or ancestral curses.
In these cases, sanity doesn't help. You can't reason your way out of a curse. You need holy prayers and rites. You need a madness that inspires the sufferer to find a way of deliverance.
It is a therapeutic madness that purifies and exempts the person from evil.
And the third type is one that resonates deeply with anyone who loves art, the madness of the muses.
This is poetic madness. He says this madness takes hold of a delicate and virgin soul. It awakens the soul to frenzy and song, glorifying ancient heroes to teach future generations.
And here's a quiet slap in the face to the professional artist. Socrates says the man who comes to the temple of poetry thinking that art or technique alone will make him a good poet is doomed to fail.
The sane man disappears when he competes with the madman.
Exactly. Technical skill, techne, is nothing without the divine spark of madness. The poetry of the sane man is boring. It is nowhere compared to the inspired genius.
So having established that madness can be a good divine thing, Socrates prepares to introduce the 4th madness, love.
But he says to prove this, we have to understand the nature of the soul. And this leads us into a fairly dense logical proof about immortality.
It is dense, but the logic is elegant. He starts with motion. He argues that the soul is self-moving.
In the physical world, things are moved by other things. A stone moves because you kick it, but the soul moves itself.
And if it moves itself, it never stops moving, right? Because it never leaves itself.
Correct. And because it is the source of its own motion, it is the fountain and beginning of motion for everything else.
Now, here is the metaphysical leap. A beginning cannot be created.
Right. If a beginning was created by something else, it wouldn't be the beginning. The thing that created it would be. Therefore, the soul is unbegotten.
And if it was never born, it can never die.
That is the corollary. If the beginning of motion were destroyed, the entire universe, the heavens, and all creation would collapse and stand still.
There would be nothing to start it up again.
Exactly. So since self-motion is immortal, and the soul is defined by self-motion, the soul must be immortal.
That sets the stakes. We aren't just talking about human psychology anymore. We are talking about an eternal entity.
And because the true form of the soul is too hard for mortals to describe, Socrates uses an image, a figure.
This is the famous allegory of the charioteer.
It is one of the most enduring images in philosophy. He describes the soul as a composite power, a pair of winged horses and a charioteer.
But there's a difference between the souls of gods and the souls of humans.
Yes. For the gods, both the horses and the charioteer are noble and of noble descent. They're perfectly balanced. Driving is easy for them.
But for us, for mixed races like humans, it is a struggle.
The human charioteer drives a pair.
Yeah.
One horse is noble, beautiful, and of good breed. This represents the spirited part of the soul, aligned with reason and honor.
And the other horse is ignoble, ugly, and of bad breed. This represents the appetites, the unruly passions.
So the human condition is defined by this conflict. Driving this chariot is, as he says, a great deal of trouble.
It is a constant internal battle. Now, Socrates adds another element, the wings.
The wing is described as the corporeal element most akin to the divine. Its function is to soar aloft, to carry the heavy weight of the soul up to where the gods dwell.
And these wings need food.
They do. They are nourished by beauty, wisdom, goodness. When the soul feeds on these things, the wings grow strong.
But when fed on evil and foulness, the wings waste away and fall off. This is critical for understanding why souls fall to earth later.
Socrates then describes a great cosmic procession. It is like a parade of the gods.
Zeus, the mighty lord, leads the way in a winged chariot, ordering all things.
He is followed by an array of gods and demigods organized in 11 bands. Hestia stays home to guard the hearth, but the others climb the steep to the top of the vault of heaven.
It is an uphill climb, and the goal is to get to the outside of heaven.
Right. The cosmos here is spherical. The gods climb the interior curves of the dome until they stand on the outside surface.
And as the sphere of the heavens revolves, they stand there and gaze at what is beyond the heavens.
The Hyper-Uranian, the place beyond heaven. This is the plane of truth.
What exactly is out there?
Socrates admits this is hard to describe. He calls it a colorless, formless, intangible essence. It is visible only to the mind, the nous, which is the pilot of the soul.
This is the abode of true knowledge. Not knowledge of something, but knowledge absolute.
So they aren't seeing a just act or a temperate person. They are seeing justice itself, temperance itself.
Exactly. They see them not in the form of generation or relation, meaning not as they change and interact in our physical world, but as they exist in themselves. Pure reality.
The gods feast on this view. It is their ambrosia and nectar. They are replenished by gazing at truth.
But the human souls, we have a harder time at the banquet.
It is a chaotic scene. The best human souls, those likest to God, manage to lift the head of their charioteer into the outer world. They get a glimpse.
But they are troubled by the steeds. The bad horse is dragging them down, so they have difficulty maintaining the view.
And the mediocre souls, they rise and sink. They see some things, they miss others. The struggle with the horses is just too intense.
And then there are the rest, the majority. They never make it to the surface.
They're carried round below, swimming in the sub-heaven air. They trample each other. There's confusion and perspiration and extremity of effort.
It sounds like a panic.
It is. In the chaos, many souls are lamed. Many have their wings broken. And the tragedy is that after all this toil, they fail to see the mysteries of true being.
They go away fed not on truth, but on opinion. They subsist on mere belief and illusion.
And this failure has consequences. This is where the cycle of reincarnation kicks in. Socrates explains the law of destiny.
The law is simple. If you see the truth, you are safe.
If you catch a glimpse of the plane of truth in the company of a god, you are preserved unharmed until the next cycle.
But if you fail to see and you become heavy with forgetfulness and vice, your wings atrophy. They fall off, and the soul drops to earth.
And where you land, what kind of human you become, depends entirely on how much truth you saw before you fell.
Socrates gives us a hierarchy of 9 ranks of human life. This list is fascinating because it reveals Plato's own biases and values.
Rank 1, the highest, is the soul that saw the most truth. This soul becomes a philosopher, an artist, or a musical and loving nature.
Rank 2 is a righteous king or warrior chief.
Rank 3 is a politician, economist, or trader.
Interesting that politicians are third. Still respectable, but below the philosopher.
Definitely. Rank 4 is a lover of gymnastic toils or a physician. Body-focused professions.
Rank 5 is a prophet or hierophant, a priest.
Rank 6 is a poet or imitative artist. Note how low the poet is here, much lower than the philosopher.
Rank 7 is an artisan or a husbandman, a farmer.
Rank 8 is a sophist or demagogue.
And finally, rank 9, the soul that saw the least truth becomes a tyrant.
The tyrant is the ultimate failure of the soul, the furthest from reality. The tyrant lives in total illusion and appetite.
Now, once these souls are born, they are on a timeline. The standard cycle to return to the heavens is 10,000 years.
That is how long it takes for the wings to grow back completely.
But there is a shortcut, the philosopher's loophole.
Yes. The soul of a philosopher, or a lover who is not devoid of philosophy, has a fast track. If they choose this philosophical life 3 times in a succession, so 3 lifetimes of pursuing wisdom, they regain their wings in just 3,000 years. 3 periods of 1,000 years.
Get to depart early.
Everyone else has to face judgment after their first life.
Right. After death, there is a judgment. Some souls go to houses of correction under the earth for punishment.
Others go to a place in heaven for a reward, living worthily of their past life.
They spend 1,000 years in this state, either suffering or rewarded, and then they come back to draw lots for their next life.
It is a massive clockwork system. 10,000 years,
Yeah.
Judgment, reincarnation. And it all hinges on that one moment of seeing the truth on the back of heaven.
It does. And this is why this section is so critical for the speech Socrates is about to give on love.
He has established that the soul is immortal. He has established that our souls have seen true beauty and true justice in a previous existence. We have a memory of it deep down, but it is buried under forgetfulness.
So when we see something beautiful here on earth, like a beautiful person, it is not just attraction, it is a trigger.
Exactly. It is a reminder. It sparks the memory of that plane of truth.
But Socrates hasn't fully connected those dots yet in the text we've covered. He has built the engine, the chariot, the wings, the plane of truth, and he has placed the soul into the human body.
So we have the machinery. We understand that the soul is a fallen divinity trying to regrow its wings. We understand that madness can be a way to access that divine heritage.
And we know that the lover, the fourth madness, is somehow going to be the key to this.
Right. The previous sane speech treated love as a transaction between 2 mortals. This new framework treats love as a cosmic event.
It is a collision between a mortal body and an eternal memory.
And that reframes the harm of the lover entirely. If the lover is helping you remember the truth, then all that madness might not be so bad after all.
It might be the only way to fly.
This feels like the perfect moment to pause. We have the soul grounded on earth, trapped in the body, waiting for something to wake it up.
We have the hierarchy of lives established. The stage is set for the actual experience of falling in love, which Socrates is going to describe next.
And that description of the spark, the moment the memory hits, is one of the most famous passages in all of literature.
It really is. It changes the way you look at desire completely. It stops being about getting something and starts being about remembering something. And that spark, that collision of the eternal with the physical, is exactly what we will be looking at as we read on. Right. And that is exactly why we need to pause right here and really look at the mechanics of this journey, because we are right in the thick of Socrates' second speech in the book, The Palinode, and he has moved past that basic definition of the soul as this immortal, self-moving thing. He is now getting into the specific itinerary of the soul's travel.
He is, yeah. And interestingly enough, he stops to make a very rigorous distinction. He's talking about the cycle of reincarnation, essentially. But he points out that not every soul gets to come back as a human being. It is not an automatic entry.
There's a qualification exam involved?
Exactly. There's a strict qualification. Socrates is building a hierarchy here. He says quite plainly that a soul which has never seen the truth, and truth with a capital T, can never pass into human form.
It's a hard barrier.
Right. You can be an animal. You can be a creature of pure instinct. But to inhabit the human frame, you need a specific kind of cognitive architecture. He calls this the intelligence of universals.
Universals. That is a heavy philosophical term. In the context of this specific part of the text, how is he defining that? Because it sounds like he is describing the basic operating system of human thought.
Well, he defines it as the ability to proceed from the many particulars of sense to one conception of reason. And we should probably break that down because it is essential to his whole theory of knowledge in this book.
Let's do it.
Imagine you are walking through a market. You see a wooden stool. Then you see a throne. Then a beanbag. than a bench. Your eyes, those are the particulars of sense report. 4 completely different objects. They have different shapes, different materials, different sizes.
Right, my eyes just see wood, velvet, leather, stone.
Exactly. But your mind does something miraculous. It snaps a grid over all those disparate objects and says, chair. That unifying concept that chairness doesn't exist physically in the market. You can't touch chairness itself, only the specific chairs.
Because it's an abstract concept.
Yes. That abstract concept, which groups the many into the one, is the universal. Socrates argues that this ability to group things isn't just some, linguistic trick we invented. It is the defining characteristic of humanity. If you don't have that, you simply aren't human.
And the most fascinating part of this argument is where he thinks that ability actually comes from. He doesn't think we learn it here, does he?
No, he doesn't. And this is really the core of the Platonic worldview being presented in the book. He calls this process recollection or anamnesis. He argues that the only reason you can recognize justice or beauty or chairness down here in this messy, imperfect world is because your soul, before it was born, saw the pure, unadulterated essence of those things.
So when we understand a concept, we aren't actually learning something new, we are just remembering something old.
Precisely. We are remembering the time when our soul walked in the procession of the gods and saw a true being. That is the truth he refers to. If a soul missed that sight, if it was maybe too distracted or too heavy and didn't make it up to the plane of truth to see those realities, then it cannot be human.
It just doesn't have the reference library, so to speak, to make sense of the human experience.
Right, it doesn't have the blueprints. And this context really helps explain the next section of the book, where he talks about the philosopher. Because in this framework, the philosopher isn't just the guy who reads a lot of books or argues well.
He is someone who is remembering more than everyone else.
That is exactly it. And that is why the philosopher is such an outlier in society. Socrates describes the philosopher as someone whose memory is constantly triggered. While everyone else is obsessed with the particulars, the specific money, the specific status, the specific dinner in front of them, the philosopher is staring through those things, trying to see the universals behind them.
He's standing on the earth, but his mind is trying to fly back up to that divine procession.
Yes, and Socrates uses that beautiful, slightly tragic image of the bird to explain this.
It is a perfect metaphor. He says the philosopher is like a bird looking upward, fluttering, desperate to fly, totally ignoring the ground below.
And to the vulgar public, as he calls them, the bird looks insane. It looks broken. They rebuke him. They think he's useless. But Socrates says they don't realize he is wrapped in the divine.
He isn't ignoring the world because he's stupid.
Right. He is ignoring it because he is seeing something better. This state of being wrapped, of being pulled upwards by memory, is what Socrates calls the fourth kind of madness.
A madness of the lover.
Wow.
But this brings us to a really specific trigger. We have talked about justice, temperance, wisdom, these big virtues, but Socrates says that beauty is the specific trigger for this madness. Why beauty? I mean, why doesn't seeing a really fair judge make us sprout wings and go mad?
It is a matter of optics. Or perhaps visibility is a better word. Socrates explains that wisdom, as incredible as it is invisible to the physical eye. He says if wisdom had a visible face we could look at, we would probably die of overwhelming love instantly. It would just be too powerful.
It would overload the system.
Exactly. But we can't see it. We see justice and temperance through a glass dimly. They are abstract concepts. You have to think about them to appreciate them.
But beauty is different.
Beauty is totally unique in the cosmic order. Socrates says it is the one spiritual reality that is also a physical reality. It is palpable to sight. And he notes that sight is the sharpest of our bodily senses. Because beauty shines with the clearest light, it acts as a bridge.
It is the one thing from the world up there that has retained its brilliance in the world down here.
Yes. So when you see a beautiful face or a perfect physical form, you weren't just seeing biology or symmetry. You were seeing a direct echo of the divine reality your soul remembers from before you were born.
And that recognition, that sudden jarring jolt of memory triggers a violent physical reaction. And I do mean violent. Socrates gets incredibly clinical in the text here. We tend to think of falling in love in very soft romantic terms, but Socrates describes it almost like a medical crisis.
It is completely visceral. He lists the symptoms clearly. There's a shudder, a cold sweat, and then this unusual heat.
It sounds exactly like a fever.
It does. But he explains the mechanics behind the fever. He talks about the effluence of beauty. He imagines beauty almost like a stream of particles, or a fluid that flows directly from the beloved's face and enters the lover's eyes.
Which is a very ancient way of understanding vision, right? The idea that something physically enters the eye from the object being looked at.
Yes, the ancient Greeks thought of vision much more actively, and this stream of beauty travels through the eyes and literally heats up the soul. And this heat does something very specific. It goes straight to the roots of the wings.
Because if you remember the allegory from earlier in the book, the human soul is essentially a fallen angel. We lost our wings when we fell to earth.
Right. The roots are still there, but they are shriveled, dried up, and hard. This heat from the effluence of beauty melts that hardness. It softens the crust that is formed over the soul.
And that is when the growth starts. And this is where he uses that metaphor that once you hear it, you really never forget it. The cutting teeth metaphor.
Yes, the teething soul. It is one of the strangest and yet most effective comparisons in all of Plato. He compares the soul of a lover to a baby cutting its first teeth.
And if anyone listening has dealt with a teething toddler, you know this is not a peaceful process. It is absolutely miserable.
It is a terrible mix of agony and itchiness. Socrates talks about the gums of the soul throbbing, pulsating, bubbling up. The feathers are trying to push through that softened skin. When the lover looks at the beloved, the heat keeps the skin soft, the feathers grow, and there is joy. There is relief. The pain stops for a moment.
And here is the real torture of this situation when they are separated.
When they are separated, the heat stops. The pores of the soul where the feathers are coming out dry up and shrink. But the quill of the feather is still alive, and it's still trying to push out from underneath.
So now you have this hard, sharp spike trapped under the drying skin.
Yes, throbbing like a blocked artery or an abscess. Socrates says the entire soul is pierced and maddened and pained.
It is effectively body horror, but on a spiritual level, it is an ingrown feather of the soul.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And this physiological explanation is what justifies the madness. The lover can't sleep. He can't stay still. He runs around like a maniac because the only way to stop the pain, the only physician for this agony, as the text puts it, is to look at the beloved again.
He needs that visual connection to melt the wax, open the pores, and release the pressure of those growing feathers.
Right, which inevitably leads to the complete collapse of their social life. Socrates is very clear about the cost of this madness. It is not something you could just fit into your weekend schedule.
Oh, it is a total abandonment of social norms. He points out how the lover forgets his mother, his brothers, his friends. They just don't matter anymore.
He neglects his property. He forgets all his manners and social conditioning. Socrates gives this striking image of the lover being ready to sleep like a servant on the doorstep of the beloved, rolling in the dirt, despising everything he used to value.
Because nothing else stops the throbbing of the wing. It is an addiction, but a divine one.
It is a divine addiction, yes. Now, Socrates adds another layer of complexity here. He says that not all lovers act the exact same way when they're in this state. The way we love isn't random. It is determined by our spiritual history. And he introduces this concept of the mirror of the divine.
This is a really fascinating bit of ancient personality profiling. He takes us back to that pre-birth procession we discussed earlier. He says every soul followed a specific god in that grand parade. Some followed Zeus, some Ares, some Hera, some Apollo.
And that experience wasn't just a sightseeing tour. It imprinted a permanent pattern on the soul. So when we fall in love down here on Earth, we are actually looking for someone who resembles the specific god we used to follow.
So let's look at the different types outlined in the text. If I was a soul who followed Zeus, the king of the gods, how do I love?
The followers of Zeus seek a beloved with a philosophical and imperial nature. They want someone noble, stable, commanding. But, and this is the key distinction, they don't just want to possess that person, they want to build them. The Zeus lover acts almost like a sculptor. They try to mold the beloved into a better version of themselves, specifically into the image of Zeus.
It is a constructive love. It's like saying, I see immense potential in you, and I want to help you realize it.
It is very educational.
Huh.
But compare that to the followers of Ares. Ares is the god of war.
I can imagine that is a much rockier road.
It is incredibly volatile.
Yeah.
Socrates says the followers of Ares are intense. If they feel they have been wronged or slighted in love, they are dangerous. They are ready to kill themselves and the beloved.
Wow.
It's a jealous, possessive, fiery love. They view love as a conquest or a battle, rather than a sculpting project.
And what about Hera?
Hera is the queen, the goddess of marriage and royalty. Her followers seek a royal love. They value dignity, majesty, decorum in their relationships. But the overarching point Socrates makes here, and this is what redeems this entire concept of madness, is that true educational love, like the Zeus model, isn't envious.
The true lover doesn't want to keep the beloveds small or dependent.
No, they want to lead the beloved to the god. They want them to reach their absolute peak.
And to do that, the lover has to act like the god too.
Exactly. It becomes a beautiful feedback loop. If I want you to be more like Zeus, I have to become more like Zeus myself so I can guide you. We elevate each other. The relationship becomes a shared project of becoming divine.
That is the ideal scenario. That is when the soul is working correctly and everything aligns. But as we know from the text, the soul is a complicated machine. We really have to talk about the chariot again. Socrates gave us the basic sketch earlier, 2 horses, 1 driver. But now, he puts the camera right up close. He gives us the detailed anatomy of these horses, and the contrast is stark.
It is a study in extreme opposites. Let's look at the right-hand horse first. This is the good horse. Socrates describes him physically as upright and cleanly made. He has a high neck, an aquiline nose, which in ancient terms suggests nobility and good breeding, and his coat is white. His eyes are dark.
And his temperament, how does he behave?
He's a lover of honor, but with modesty and temperance. He follows the path of true glory. The most telling detail, I think, is how he is controlled by the driver. Socrates says he needs no whip. He is guided by word and admonition alone. You just have to whisper a command to him, and he obeys instantly.
He represents the spirited, noble part of the psyche, what Plato calls thumos.
Right. Then there is the other guy, the left-hand horse.
The nightmare.
Absolute nightmare. Socrates paints a grotesque picture here. He calls him a crooked, lumbering animal, put together anyhow. He has a short, thick neck, a flat face, and upturned nose. He is black or dark in color, with a blood-red complexion and gray, bloodshot eyes.
He sounds like a brute, a physical manifestation of pure appetite.
He is. He is the mate of insolence and pride. And physically, he is shag-eared and deaf. You can whip him, you can spur him, he barely notices. He represents the chaotic, lustful, immediate urges of the body. The part of us that wants what it wants right now, consequences be damned.
So set the scene for us, based on the book. The lover sees the beloved. That effluence of beauty hits the soul. The heat starts melting the wax on the wings. What happens in the cockpit of the soul? What are the horses doing?
It is an absolute riot. The bad horse feels that heat and instantly goes feral. He wants to rush forward, leap on the beloved, and satisfy the carnal urge immediately. He ignores the whip. He ignores the charioteer's commands. He is just plunging forward with brute force.
And the good horse?
The good horse is paralyzed by shame. He sees the beauty, but he respects the decorum of the situation. He holds back. So you have this massive physical torque happening in the soul, one part pulling violently forward, one part holding firmly back.
The charioteer is fighting for control, but the bad horse is incredibly strong.
Very strong. Eventually, the bad horse drags them both forward, forcing the charioteer and the good horse to approach the beloved just to get a closer look.
And this is the moment of truth. They get close. The charioteer looks into the face of the beloved, and something happens to his memory.
This is the cinematic climax of the allegory.
Yeah.
The charioteer looks at the earthly face, and his memory gets triggered. He has a flashback to that pre-birth procession. He sees true beauty, the divine form he saw before birth, standing on a holy pedestal next to modesty.
Modesty. That is a very specific pairing. Why modesty?
Because it changes everything about the encounter. He realizes that what the bad horse wants, this animalistic seizing and consuming of the beloved, is a violation of that holy image. True beauty is inseparable from modesty and temperance. The charioteer is filled with a holy fear. He realizes he is in the presence of something sacred, not just something tasty. So he leans back. He yanks the reins with everything he has.
And because of the way the horses are built, this affects them differently.
Right. He pulls so violently that both horses are forced onto their haunches. The good horse yields easily. He didn't want to attack anyway. He's relieved by the restraint. But the bad horse, he is furious. He is confused and angry. He rails against the charioteer, calling him a coward, accusing him of desertion. He's saying, "We were right there. We had it. Why did we stop?"
But the bad horse doesn't quit, does he? He is the addiction that keeps coming back.
He never quits easily. He bargains. He says, "Fine, we'll rest for now." But then he tricks them. He waits until they are off guard, maybe when they are tired or feeling a false sense of safety, and he launches another attack. This time he bites the bit, clamps his teeth down so the reins can't pull his head, and drags them shamelessly toward the beloved. He's trying to force the physical encounter.
And the charioteer realizes he has to escalate the violence. He can't just guide anymore. He has to fight for his life.
He has to break the horse. The text is incredibly graphic in this passage. The charioteer, now utterly terrified by that vision of modesty and the realization of what is at stake for his soul, pulls the reins back even harder than before. Socrates says he rips the bit out of the bad horse's teeth and abusive tongue.
That sounds incredibly painful. That's a brutal image.
It is bloody. He covers the jaws in blood and forces the horse's legs and haunches into the ground. He completely humiliates the beast. He does this again and again every time the horse acts up until the bad horse is finally humbled.
Humbled by pain.
It is the only language that particular part of the soul understands. Finally, the bad horse stops fighting. His spirit is broken. Now when he sees the beloved, he is ready to die of fear. The soul can finally follow the beloved in reverence and awe, not just hunger. The war is won.
It is such a powerful image of self-mastery. It isn't about having no desires. The bad horse is still there. It is about beating those base desires into submission until they serve the higher purpose. The horse isn't killed, right?
No, the horse isn't killed. You need both horses to pull the chariot. It is tamed. It is still there, providing vital energy and forward momentum, but it no longer leads the direction of the soul. That is the crucial distinction Socrates is making.
So that outlines the internal drama of the lover. But there are two people in this equation. We have been focusing entirely on the person who is in love. What about the beloved? They are just standing there while this guy is having a mental breakdown and sweating and wrestling with his inner horses.
Well, eventually, the beloved notices what is happening. Socrates introduces a concept here called anteros, or counter-love.
How does that mechanism work in the text?
The beloved eventually realizes that this lover isn't just some creep with an obsession. They see the genuine goodwill of the lover. They realize that this friendship, this adoration, is deeper and more valuable than their relationship with their family or other friends. The lover's treating them like a literal god after all. And then the physics of the soul takes over again.
The optical illusion.
Yes. Remember that stream of beauty flowing from the beloved into the lover's eyes. Socrates says that when the lover is completely full of this beauty, that stream overflows. It pours out of the lover's eyes and bounces back, almost like an echo bouncing off a smooth rock, and goes right back into the beloved's eyes.
So the beloved is looking at the lover, but what they are actually seeing is themselves.
They are seeing themselves in the lover as in a mirror. They see their own beauty reflected in the lover's absolute adoration. And because of this reflected beauty entering them, they start to feel love too. But they don't understand it. They think, oh, I really like this guy as a friend. I want to spend all my time with him. But it is actually a weaker echo of the divine madness. It is anteros, love for love.
And once this connection is made, this closed loop of love and counter-love, Socrates lays out the endgame. There are two paths these couples can take as they go through life together.
Path 1 is the philosophical victory. This is the absolute gold standard in Plato's universe. In this scenario, the charioteer and the good horse stay in total control for their entire lives. They never give in to the bad horse. They live a life of philosophy, of order, and of total enslavement of the lower nature. They channel all that intense erotic energy into understanding the truth together.
And the reward for that level of discipline.
They win one of the three truly Olympian victories. When they die, they are fully winged, their souls are incredibly light, and they return to the heavens immediately. They have passed the test. They don't have to wait another 3,000 years in the cycle of reincarnation.
But Socrates is realistic. He knows not everyone is a hardcore ascetic philosopher, so he describes path 2, the honor lovers.
Right. These are good people. They're ambitious people who love honor, but maybe they aren't purely intellectual. Socrates suggests that maybe in a careless moment, perhaps, when they have been drinking or are just caught off guard, the one in horses of their two souls catch them slipping.
They slip up. They let their guard down.
Exactly. They consummate the relationship physically. The bad horses get their way for a moment.
Okay.
And because they have done it once, they continue to do it throughout their lives, but sparingly. Because their rational minds, their charioteers, don't fully approve of the action. It is a vice, but it doesn't define their entire lifestyle. They're still deeply committed to each other, but they have given in to the body.
Now, usually in ancient religious texts, or even modern ones, this is where the fire and brimstone comes in. You fail the purity test, go to hell. But Socrates is surprisingly gentle here.
He is incredibly generous, which is unusual for him.
Yeah.
He says that when these honor lovers die, they are unwinged because they gave into the flesh and made their souls heavy. But, he says, they are eager to soar. They don't go back to the darkness. They don't go to the underworld to be punished.
What do they do?
They get to live in the light together.
Oh.
And because they were loyal to each other and kept their vows, their wings eventually begin to grow again together. It just takes a little longer.
That is a profoundly beautiful thought. It implies that it isn't about achieving absolute perfection. It is about the direction of your travel. No mean reward of love and madness, as he puts it in the text.
Exactly. Loyalty and the genuine attempt to reach the divine count for a massive amount. Even if the bad horse wins a few skirmishes along the way, if the charioteer wins the overall war of loyalty, there is hope.
So that concludes the speech itself. The palinode is finished. Socrates has defended love, he has defended madness, and he has explained the entire anatomy of the soul. And then, without missing a beat, he immediately pivots to a prayer.
He has to seal the deal with Eros. He prays to the god of love. And notice the tone he uses here. It is playful, but still very respectful. He apologizes for his first speech, the one where he bashed love earlier in the day, but he totally shifts the blame. He says, that was Lysias's fault. He is the father of that bratty speech.
He is completely throwing the speechwriter under the bus.
Totally throwing him under the bus. He asks Eros not to take away his art of love or strike him blind. Because if you remember the poet Stesichorus from previous parts of the text, he got blinded for insulting Helen of Troy. Socrates is making sure he doesn't get that same treatment from the gods.
He doesn't want that smoke.
Not at all. And he prays for Lysias, too. He hopes Lysias will turn his attention toward true philosophy so that Phaedrus doesn't have to constantly waver between two different opinions. Socrates' philosophy on one hand and Lysias' shallow rhetoric on the other.
And Phaedrus is sold. He agrees completely. He admits the second speech absolutely blew Lysias' work out of the water. He is fully on board with Socrates. But then Phaedrus gets a little insecure. He brings up a piece of local gossip that suddenly shifts the entire conversation toward the nature of writing itself.
Yes, this is the pivot to the final third of the dialogue. Phaedrus mentions that a prominent politician recently insulted Lysias. The politician called Lysias a speechwriter, and he used it as a slur, as if writing speeches for other people is a shameful, low-status job. Phaedrus is worried that Lysias might stop writing altogether because he is proud and doesn't want to be looked down upon by the elites.
And Socrates just laughs at this anxiety. He thinks Phaedrus is being entirely naive about how the political world actually works. And this leads to the explanation of the sweet elbow proverb.
The sweet elbow
Yeah.
is a great ancient proverb meaning something you can't reach, like you can't bite your own elbow. Socrates implies that the politician throwing this insult is just projecting his own insecurities. He argues that politicians, of all people, are the most obsessed with writing speeches.
That seems counterintuitive at first glance. Lysias writes for private clients in court. Politicians run the state. Why does Socrates think politicians are the ultimate writers?
You have to look at what a law actually is. Socrates breaks down the structure of a standard legislative bill. How does every law start? Be it enacted by the Senate, on the motion of, and then the author's name is right there at the top.
Oh, I see. A law is just a massive, legally binding, signed document.
Exactly. Socrates says a law is just a really long, incredibly formal speech where the author praises himself and lists all his admirers at the very top of the scroll. If the law passes, the politician leaves the theater happy, feeling totally validated, just like a successful poet who got a standing ovation. But if it fails, he mourns. They're all chasing the exact same thing, immortality through text. They want to be like Lycurgus or Solon, men who practically became gods because of what they wrote down.
So calling someone a speechwriter as an insult, especially coming from a politician, is pure hypocrisy.
It is the ultimate pot calling the kettle black. And this leads to the crucial conclusion of this little bridge section in the text. Socrates establishes a baseline. There is no disgrace in the mere fact of writing.
The act of putting pen to paper or stylus to wax is morally neutral. The shame isn't in the pen itself.
No, it's not. The disgrace, Socrates says very clearly, begins only when a man writes not well, but badly.
Not well, but badly. That sounds simple enough on the surface, but in a dialogue that has just spent hours dissecting truth, beauty, and the divine nature of the soul, that distinction is probably going to be pretty heavy.
It is the central question of all rhetoric. What actually makes writing good? Is it the technical structure? Is it how persuasive you can be to a crowd? Is it just how pretty and poetic the words sound? Or is it something else entirely, something directly tied to that divine truth we were just talking about?
And right before they dive into that incredibly heavy question, Socrates pauses the conversation. He notices the environment around them, specifically the sound in the air, the cicadas.
The grasshoppers. We really can't forget the physical setting of this book. It is high noon in Greece. It is sweltering hot. They're sitting under a shade tree by a stream, and the air is just vibrating with that intense droning sound of the cicadas. Socrates weaves a myth right on the spot about these creatures.
He tells Phaedrus that the cicadas are watching them.
He imagines the cicadas are agents of the muses, They're looking down from the branches at Socrates and Phaedrus. He says, if the cicadas see us fall asleep, lulled by the intense heat and their monotonous sound, they will laugh at us. They will think, look at these slaves. They came to this resting place like sheep just to sleep around the well.
By giving in to the heat, they become no better than livestock.
Exactly. Sleeping through the intellectual challenge, giving in to the laziness of the body, makes you a sheep. But if they see the two men talking, conversing, staying alert, and sailing past the temptation of sleep like Odysseus sailing past the sirens,
then the cicadas will be pleased.
they will be thrilled. They might even report their dedication to the muses. It is a brilliant meta moment in the text. Socrates is basically telling Phaedrus, we have a duty to keep the intellectual energy up. We cannot succumb to the lethargy of the afternoon.
We have to earn the right to sit under this tree. And the way we earn it is by solving the problem we just raised. We have acquitted writing of being inherently bad. We have exposed the politicians as hypocrites for looking down on writers, but that leaves this massive question hanging over our heads like a sword.
What distinguishes good writing from bad writing? If we want to please the cicadas and honor the muses, we have to define the true nature of rhetoric itself.
So let's not fall asleep. Let's look at the first requirement. What does Socrates say a writer absolutely needs before they even pick up the pen?
Well, the very first thing he challenges is the relationship between the speaker and the truth.
So, picking right up where we left off in the book, we are still sitting right there on the grass with them. We really can't disconnect from the setting because Socrates refuses to let us.
Right. It is high noon. The heat is just bearing down on them.
Yeah, and for anyone just joining our ongoing reading of this book, which, just to briefly recap, is a philosophical text exploring the nature of love, the soul, and how we communicate. Socrates and Phaedrus have been talking for hours outside the city walls, and the air is thick with that relentless vibrating sound of the cicadas in the plane trees above them.
It creates a very specific, almost hypnotic atmosphere. Socrates actually calls them siren voices, which is, a pretty loaded term.
Sirens, right. Like in Greek mythology, the creatures that lure sailors to their doom with their beautiful songs.
Exactly. But here, the doom isn't a shipwreck. It is sleep. It's intellectual lethargy.
It's that midday slump. I mean, you've felt it. We've all felt it. The sun is hot. You've been talking for a long time, and you just sort of want to close your eyes and drift off.
You do. And Socrates frames this physiological urge, this completely natural tiredness, as a moral test. He personifies these little insects up in the trees. He imagines them looking down at the two humans.
Like they're an audience.
Yeah, an audience that is actively judging them. He suggests that if the cicadas see the two of them succumb to the heat, nodding off and drifting away from the conversation, the cicadas will laugh at them.
Judge them as what, though? Just lazy.
Worse than that. As slaves. Slaves to their own biology. Socrates uses the image of sheep gathering around a well at midday. If they just sleep, they are no better than livestock, governed entirely by instinct, just waiting out the heat of the day.
But if they resist the urge.
Right, if they resist. If they treat the conversation as a labor, if they sail past the sirens without stopping, then the cicadas might actually be impressed.
Because they didn't give in.
Yes. And Socrates suggests that if the cicadas are pleased, they might bestow a specific gift upon them, a gift they received from the gods specifically to pass on to humanity.
I love this moment in the book because Phaedrus, who's usually the expert on myths and local stories, admits he has absolutely no idea what Socrates is talking about. He's never heard of the gift of the cicada.
Which is a really lovely detail. It allows Socrates to step fully into the role of the storyteller. He launches into this incredibly strange, quiet, haunting origin story. He says that a very long time ago, before the muses were even born, these creatures, the cicadas, were human beings.
Normal men.
Just normal men, living in a time before art existed.
So before song, before poetry, before any of the fine arts.
Exactly. But then the muses were born, and with their birth came the invention of song. Suddenly the world was filled with melody and rhythm for the very first time.
And how did these men react to that?
Well, Socrates says they were ravished with delight. It was this overwhelming, ecstatic experience for them. They were so utterly consumed by the beauty of this new thing called song that they simply stopped caring about their own survival.
They just started singing.
They started singing, and they didn't stop. They forgot to eat. They forgot to drink.
But did they not even realize they were dying?
Apparently not. They just sang and sang until their bodies literally gave out. They died from a total lack of sustenance, purely because their focus was entirely on the art.
That is a terrifying image, honestly. It's like the ultimate starving artist story, but taken to a literal, lethal extreme.
It really is. But the myth continues. The Muses witnessed this incredible devotion. They saw these men dying purely for the love of song. So they granted them a reward. They transformed them into cicadas.
And the reward was a change in their actual biology.
Right, precisely. The gift of the cicada is that from the moment of birth, it requires absolutely no sustenance. It needs no food, it needs no drink.
It has no digestive system to worry about at all.
None. It doesn't even need to sleep. It simply sings continuously from the moment it is born until the moment it dies.
So they are transformed into pure instruments of song.
Yes, but they aren't just performers. They're agents. Socrates explains that when they die, they return to the Muses in heaven to make a report. They act as reporters or spies, if you want to look at it cynically.
Spies for the gods.
Right. They report on which humans down on Earth are honoring which muse.
So it's essentially a celestial surveillance network.
It is, and the reporting is almost bureaucratic. It's highly categorized. Socrates explains that for those who honor Terpsichore, the muse of dance, the cicadas make a report directly to her. For those who honor Erato, the muse of love poetry, they report the lovers to her.
But Socrates and Phaedrus aren't dancing. And despite the subject matter of their speeches being love, they aren't exactly engaging in a romance right now. They are analyzing it.
Which brings us to the muses that matter most to Socrates in this moment, Calliope and Urania. Calliope is the eldest of the muses, usually associated with epic poetry and eloquence. And Urania, the next in line, is the muse of astronomy and the cosmos.
And Socrates links these two specific muses to philosophy.
He does. He says these two muses are chiefly concerned with heaven and thought, divine as well as human. They possess what he calls the sweetest utterance. They care about the music of truth, not just the aesthetic music of sound. So the cicadas in the trees above them are watching Socrates and Phaedrus specifically to see if they are honoring Calliope and Urania.
So the test is really, are they engaging in true philosophy?
Exactly. Are they using their intellect to probe the actual nature of the soul and the cosmos? Or are they just casually chatting to pass the time? If they keep the dialogue moving and rigorous, despite the oppressive heat, they are honoring the highest muses. If they fall asleep, they fail the test.
It's such a brilliant way for Socrates to keep Phaedrus focused on the difficult work ahead. It raises the stakes of a simple afternoon chat. He's saying we can't nap, the insects are watching us and reporting to the gods.
It refocuses their attention completely. From a literary standpoint, it serves as the perfect structural bridge in the book, because they have to prove they are worthy of Calliope. The muse of philosophy, Socrates, says they can't just talk about the topic of love anymore.
Right, they have to shift to a meta-conversation.
Yes, they have to talk about the way they're talking. He pivots the entire conversation to the rules of writing and speech.
This is a major turning point in the text. We move from the subject matter, which was eros, to the method itself, which is rhetoric.
Yes. We are entering what is essentially a masterclass on communication. And Socrates starts this new phase with a fundamental, really provocative question. It is the question that haunts all public discourse, even today.
Which is whether you need to know what you're talking about.
Exactly. He asks, in order to speak well, must the speaker actually know the truth of the subject? Or is it sufficient to just know what the audience thinks is true?
And Phaedrus has a very ready answer for this. He's been hanging around the politicians and professional speechwriters in Athens. He knows the industry standard.
He does. Phaedrus says essentially, I've heard that the man who intends to be an orator has no need to learn what is truly just. He only needs to know what is likely to be thought just by the multitude.
The multitude being the crowd, the jury, the voters.
Right. Phaedrus is repeating the common argument that persuasion comes purely from tapping into the audience's existing opinions. If the crowd already believes something, you use that belief. The objective truth of the matter is completely irrelevant.
In fact, knowing the real truth might actually get in your way if it contradicts what the crowd wants to hear.
That is the cynical view of politics and rhetoric. Don't read the encyclopedia, just read the room.
Give the people what they want.
Exactly. And Socrates, of course, cannot let this stand. But notice his method here. He doesn't just lecture Phaedrus on ethics. He doesn't wag his finger and say lying is bad. Instead, he sets a trap.
A very funny trap.
He uses a humorous, almost ridiculous analogy to show why this way of thinking is actually practically dangerous to the speaker himself.
This is the horse and the donkey analogy.
Yes, it's a classic Socratic reduction. He asks Phaedrus to imagine a scenario. Suppose I, Socrates, want to persuade you, Phaedrus, to buy a horse to ride into war.
Which is a very reasonable request in ancient Athens. You needed a horse for the cavalry.
But there is a catch. Socrates says, imagine that neither of us actually knows what a horse looks like. We are both completely ignorant of equine biology. However, I know one specific thing about you. I know your opinion.
Okay.
I know that you, Phaedrus, genuinely believe that a horse is the tame beast with the longest ears.
Which obviously describes a donkey, or an ass.
Right. So in this scenario, I am the skilled orator. I don't know the truth about what a horse is, and frankly, I don't care. I only care about your opinion, which is that a horse has long ears. So, relying entirely on your ignorance, I compose a magnificent speech. I come to you leading a donkey, and I say, Phaedrus, look at this magnificent creature. It is noble, it is brave, you absolutely must buy this animal for the war. It is indispensable for fighting battles, and as a bonus, it is strong enough to carry all your baggage.
I love how specific and absurd he gets with it. He's actively pitching a donkey as a heavy cavalry mount.
And Socrates asks a very practical question. What happens next? If Phaedrus is actually persuaded by this brilliant rhetoric, he buys the donkey, saddles it up, and tries to ride it into a cavalry charge against heavily armored Spartan soldiers.
He would be slaughtered immediately. Or, best case scenario, he'd be the laughingstock of the entire army.
Precisely. It would be an absolute disaster. And Phaedrus admits this immediately. He says, well, that would be ridiculous. But then Socrates drops the humor. He pivots sharply. He says, okay, mistaking a donkey for a horse is funny, but let's swap the nouns.
This is where the analogy gets very serious.
Yes. Replace the word donkey with evil. And replace the word horse with good. Now, imagine an orator who, just like the guy who doesn't know what a horse is, doesn't actually know the difference between good and evil. He has never studied philosophy. He has never questioned his own moral assumptions.
But he desperately wants to be a political leader.
So he studies the city instead. He polls the audience. He finds out what they currently think is good. Maybe the crowd thinks that invading a neighboring peaceful island is good. Maybe they think executing a political rival without a trial is good. The orator doesn't bother to check if these actions are actually just or wise. He just takes that public opinion and amplifies it.
He uses his rhetorical skills to sell them an evil policy, dressing it up and alleging it to be a good policy.
He's selling them a moral donkey and telling them it's a war horse. And Socrates asks this truly devastating question. When an orator who knows not good from bad persuades the city to do evil instead of good, what will be the harvest which rhetoric will reap?
The harvest is disaster.
The reverse of good. It is a profound warning about populism that rings true across centuries. If a leader just reflects the crowd's own ignorance back at them but dressed up in fancy language, he isn't actually leading them. He is steering the entire ship of state straight onto the rocks.
It really feels like Socrates has completely destroyed the very concept of rhetoric here. He's painted it as a dangerous, ignorant tool used by manipulative people. But then he does something quite surprising. He pauses, and he claims to hear a voice.
Yes, he personifies the art of rhetoric itself. He imagines her rhetoric standing right there with them, listening to this harsh critique. And she speaks up in her own defense.
She doesn't just roll over and accept his condemnation.
No, she pushes back. Socrates imagines her saying, hold on a minute. Why do you talk so oddly? I never forced anyone to remain ignorant. Her defense is absolutely crucial to the book's message. She says, I am not a replacement for the truth. I am a method of delivery.
She basically says, don't blame the messenger for the message, or the tool for the craftsman.
She goes even further. She gives a piece of advice. She says, learn the truth first. Go get your philosophy training, study justice, study the actual nature of the soul. Then, after you have done all that hard work, come to me and I will teach you how to communicate that truth persuasively to others.
Which is a very fair point. You can picture it. We've all met people who are brilliant, who genuinely know the truth, but they simply cannot explain it to anyone else. They are boring or confusing, or they come across as arrogant.
Exactly. Merely knowing the truth doesn't automatically make you a good speaker. Rhetoric argues that she is the necessary bridge between knowledge and impact. She says, mere knowledge of the truth will not give you the art of persuasion. You need the specific technique of rhetoric.
But Socrates isn't done testing this idea. He brings in a counter-witness to cross-examine rhetoric's defense. He calls this voice the Spartan.
The Spartan represents a very laconic, hardline, practical view. He challenges rhetoric's claim to be an art at all. The Spartan says there is no genuine art of speaking which is divorced from the truth, and there never will be.
This brings up that classic Greek distinction between an art and a knack, doesn't it?
Yes, the distinction between techne, which is a true art, and empiria, which is just experience or a knack. An art, for Socrates, implies a systematic scientific understanding of the subject matter. A doctor has an art of medicine because he understands how the body works on a fundamental level.
Whereas a cook might just have a knack for making food taste good through trial and error without understanding the actual nutritional science.
Right. The Spartan is saying, if you don't know the ultimate truth of what you are speaking about, you aren't practicing an art. You are just guessing. You are fumbling around in the dark, trying different sounds until the audience claps.
To resolve this, Socrates then decides to significantly broaden the definition of what they're even talking about. Up until this exact moment, Phaedrus has been thinking of rhetoric strictly as something that happens in courtrooms or the public assembly, formal, political speeches.
Politics and law. That's the standard box everyone put rhetoric into. But Socrates kicks the walls of that box completely down. He redefines rhetoric as a universal art of enchanting the mind by arguments.
Enchanting the mind, that sounds almost magical.
The Greek word is psychagogia, literally leading the soul. And Socrates says this art of leading the soul isn't just for public squares and massive crowds. It applies to small things and great things equally. It applies in private houses just as much as in the Senate.
So if I am just sitting in my living room trying to convince my friend to watch a movie they really don't want to see, that is also rhetoric.
According to Socrates, absolutely yes. The underlying mechanics of influence are exactly the same, regardless of the stakes or the venue. Whether you are arguing for your life in a court of law or arguing over who pays the bill at dinner, you are practicing the subtle art of directing another person's soul through words.
He mentions some famous mythological names here to illustrate his point. He talks about Nestor and Odysseus writing treatises on rhetoric during their leisure time at Troy.
He's likely using those epic heroes as code names for famous sophists of his own time, possibly figures like Gorgias or Thrasymachus. But the most interesting figure he introduces into this mix is someone he calls Palamedes.
And this Palamedes is widely understood to be a stand-in for Zeno, the Iliadic philosopher.
Yes. Zeno is famous for his paradoxes, like the idea that motion is mathematically impossible or that an arrow never actually reaches its target. Socrates describes this Iliadic Palamedes as having an incredibly dangerous art where he can make the exact same thing appear to his listeners as both like and unlike, or one and many, or at rest and in motion.
This is the art of disputation, the ability to completely flip reality using only words.
But Socrates uses this specific reference to Zeno to drill down into the actual mechanics of deception. This is one of the most practical, tactical parts of the entire book. He asks Phaedrus a technical question about how the human mind is tricked. He asks, is it easier to deceive someone when the difference between two things is huge, or when the difference is small?
Well, intuitively you'd say small. If I hold up a jagged rock in one hand and a shiny gold bar in the other, I can't trick you into thinking they are the same thing. They're just too obviously different.
But if I hold up a solid gold bar, and right next to it, a bar of lead that I have very carefully plated with a thin layer of gold and the weight is somewhat similar,
then you can definitely trick me.
Exactly. Socrates establishes that all effective deception relies heavily on resemblance. To fool someone, you have to utilize the similarities between things. You have to lead them astray by very small degrees. This is essentially the slippery slope argument, but weaponized as a technique.
So how does that actually work in the context of a verbal argument?
You start with a premise the listener already agrees with, something undeniably true. Then you move to a second point that is very, very similar to the first, but slightly different. Then a third point similar to the second. You move them step by step. If the steps are small enough, the listener doesn't even notice they are shifting their ground. Before they know it, they have arrived at the complete opposite of the truth.
It's a gradual departure from reality.
It is. But here is the massive paradox Socrates springs on us. This is the real aha moment of the section. In order to do that successfully, to navigate that long chain of similarities without breaking the illusion, who actually needs to know the truth more? The honest man or the successful liar?
It sounds strange when you phrase it like that, but the answer has to be the liar.
And why is that?
Because if you don't know exactly where the real truth is, you're flying blind. You might accidentally lead the listener right back to the truth. Or you might make a conceptual jump that is too big a difference, that is too obvious, and completely give the game away.
Precisely. To navigate the similarities, to know exactly how close the fake is to the real thing, you must have a precise, almost scientific understanding of the real nature of the things you're discussing. You have to know the territory perfectly to safely lead someone completely off the map without them noticing.
So the deep irony here is that to be a true master of deception, you must first be a master of truth.
That is exactly Socrates' conclusion. An orator who just chases the opinions of the multitude without actually knowing the truth underneath those opinions will eventually fail. He will look ridiculous because he won't be able to control his own deception. He's the blind leading the blind. He cannot execute the true art of rhetoric because the very mechanism of rhetoric relies fundamentally on knowing the truth.
This theory is fascinating, but Socrates realizes it's getting very abstract. He needs a body to dissect to prove his point. He needs a concrete, textual example of bad rhetoric.
So he suggests they look at the speech by Lysias again. This is the physical text Phaedrus read out loud at the very beginning of the day, the one he was so immensely impressed by.
Socrates wants to perform an autopsy on it.
He wants to look for art versus want of art, which just means a lack of art. And notice the humility Socrates displays here before they begin. He completely refuses to take credit for his own speeches, the ones he gave in the previous section of the day. He attributes his own rhetorical success to the local deities of the river and the prophets of the muses. He treats his own work as just another piece of data.
So they unroll the scroll again. Socrates asks Phaedrus to read the very first lines of Lysias' speech to examine how it starts.
This is the famous non-lover speech. Yeah. Phaedrus reads it, and it begins, "You know how matters stand with me, and how, as I conceive, they might be arranged for our common interest, and I maintain that I ought not to fail in my suit, because I am not your lover."
And Socrates essentially yells, "Stop immediately." He identifies the first major failure of the speech right there in the very first sentence. Lysias fundamentally failed to define his terms.
This is a crucial lesson in both philosophy and practical communication. Socrates draws a sharp distinction between two different types of words we use. First, there are concrete terms. If I say iron or silver, we all picture roughly the same metal in our heads.
There's no real ambiguity there. I don't hear the word iron and think you mean cotton.
Right. Humanity doesn't fight wars over the definition of iron. But then there is the second class of words, the uncertain class. These are abstract concepts, words like justice, goodness, or love.
These are the words that always cause the trouble.
Because when you hear the word justice, you might think of harsh retribution. I might think of social equality. Someone else might think of a strict adherence to divine law. We are constantly at odds with one another over these words, and we are often at odds with ourselves, depending on the day.
And Socrates points out that the entire field of rhetoric lives primarily in this second class of words.
Exactly. You really don't need a skilled rhetorician to convince me a rock is a rock. You need rhetoric to convince me that a specific tax policy is just. Rhetoric exercises its greatest power in the uncertain class of abstract words.
And love, which is the entire topic of Lysias' speech, is obviously in that uncertain class.
It is arguably the most volatile, ambiguous word of all. It needs 1,000 different things to 1,000 different people. Therefore, Socrates says, the very first thing any skilled speaker must do when addressing a topic like this is define it. You have to draw a firm circle around the concept and say, for the purpose of this specific speech, this is exactly what I mean when I say love.
And Lysias simply didn't do that.
No, he just jumped right in. He assumed the listener already agreed on what love was. And because he didn't anchor the concept with a definition, his speech just meanders. The audience is never quite sure what target he's actually trying to hit. But Socrates has an even bigger structural critique than just missing definitions. He accuses Lysias of swimming on his back.
It's such a weird, funny image to throw in there. Why is this respected speechwriter swimming on his back?
He means Lysias is doing everything backward. Think about how that speech started. He started with the argument that lovers repent when their passion ceases. That is a conclusion. That is something you say at the end of a speech as the logical result of your preceding arguments. Lysias put it right at the very front.
He put the feet where the head should be?
Yes. Socrates asks Phaedrus to look at the speech and ask, is there any guiding principle or logical necessity in the order of Lysias's points? Why does paragraph B follow paragraph A? Is it because it absolutely must follow logically to build an argument? Or did Lysias just write down whatever random thought popped into his head next?
It feels like reading a laundry list. Reason 1, reason 2, reason 3. You could shuffle the paragraphs entirely and the speech wouldn't change.
This leads to one of the most famous analogies in the entire book, the concept of the organic unity of discourse. Socrates states a fundamental rule. Every discourse ought to be a living creature.
It needs a head, a body, and feet.
It needs a distinct beginning, a middle that develops, and an end that concludes. And the parts must fit together naturally. You don't attach a horse's leg to a human torso. The transition from one point to the very next point must feel organic and inevitable. The speech has to function as a whole, breathing organism.
And to brutally prove that Lysias failed this test of organic unity, Socrates brings up the epitaph of Midas the Phrygian, which is just a brutal roast of Lysias as a writer.
It really is. He quotes this short 4-line poem that was allegedly carved on Midas's tomb. It goes, "I am a maiden of bronze and lie on the tomb of Midas. So long as water flows and tall trees grow, so long here on this spot by his sad tomb abiding, I shall declare to passers-by that Midas sleeps below."
It sounds totally fine on a first listen. I mean, it's just a standard sad poem.
But Socrates asks Phaedrus to look a little closer at the mechanics of it. He points out that you can read those 4 lines in literally any order. Try flipping them around. "I shall declare to passers-by that Midas sleeps below. I am a maiden of bronze and lie on the tomb of Midas." Does the meaning change?
Not at all.
Is the internal logic broken? No, because there is no internal logic. It is just 4 completely separate statements stacked on top of each other.
It's a bag of marbles, not a skeleton.
Exactly. Socrates is saying Lysias's entire speech is just the Midas epitaph written out longer. You could shuffle his paragraphs like a deck of playing cards, and the speech wouldn't make any less sense, or any more sense, for that matter. It has no internal spine. It utterly fails the test of organic unity.
Okay, so Lysias is the prime example of want of art, the complete lack of art. He failed to define his terms, and he failed to logically structure his argument. Now Socrates pivots back to his own speeches, the ones he gave earlier about the lover and the non-lover.
He wants to contrast his method with Lysias's. He notes that his speeches were also difficult because they dealt with the concept of madness. But unlike Lysias, he made sure to define his terms immediately. He acknowledged right off the bat that love is indeed a madness.
But he made a crucial distinction. This was his key move.
Right. Lysias treated all madness as inherently bad, just a monolith of negativity. Socrates, however, used his dialectical knife to cut that broad concept cleanly in two. He said, yes, there is a madness of human infirmity, mental illness, dangerous delusion. That is bad. But there is also a divine release, a madness specifically sent by the gods to liberate us from the stagnant rules of custom and convention.
And he didn't stop with just cutting it in two. He broke that divine madness down even further.
He divided it into 4 distinct parts, attributing each to 4 specific gods. He created a precise taxonomy of inspiration. First, the madness of prophecy, inspired by Apollo. This is the vision of the oracle at Delphi. Second, the madness of initiation or ritual, inspired by Dionysus. This is the purging of guilt. Third, the madness of poetry, inspired by the Muses, the creative possession that makes great art possible. And finally, fourth, the madness of Aphrodite and Eros, the madness of love.
And Socrates proudly declared that the madness of love is the best of all 4.
He did. And this is vital for his rhetorical analysis. Socrates points out how he successfully moved the listener's mind. He started with blame, admitting that love is a form of madness, which sounds bad, but he smoothly transitioned into praising it. How did he do that? By utilizing what he calls a tolerably credible myth.
The myth of the charioteer.
Exactly. He built that massive theological framework, the story of the soul's chariot, the dark and light horses, the difficult flight up to heaven, specifically to make the praise of love logical.
Yeah.
He didn't just throw out the claim that love is good. He built a universe where love must be good because of how the mechanics of the soul function.
He unified all these scattered details and arguments under a single comprehensive idea. He took the absolute chaos of the concept of love and organized it into a system.
And that brings us to the final critical moment of this section of the book. Socrates says that even though his earlier speeches were somewhat playful, they contain 2 very serious structural principles of art. He calls this overarching method dialectic. This seems to be the holy grail he's been leading Phaedrus and the reader toward this whole time under the hot sun.
He is finally defining the famous Socratic method explicitly as a rhetorical tool.
Yes. The method consists of 2 fundamental movements. The first principle is what he calls collection or comprehension. In the original Greek, synagoge.
Which is seeing scattered particulars and bring them together under one idea.
Right. Think about how chaotic the world is. You see 1,000 different messy examples of love or madness or justice in your daily life. Collection is the rare ability to look at all those scattered instances and see the common thread connecting them, to group them securely into a single unified definition so you can actually talk about them clearly, just like they did when they carefully defined love at the start of his speech. You gather the many into the one.
So step 1 of dialectic is basically group everything together logically. What is step 2?
The second principle is the reverse action. Once you have successfully collected everything into one broad idea, you need to be able to carve it up again, but not randomly. You can't just hack at the concept. Socrates says you need to carve it at the joints, like a skilled, respectful butcher.
You don't want to shatter the bone by just smashing it.
No, you want to follow the natural divisions of reality. Just as he gracefully divided madness into human and divine, and then further divided divine into the four specific gods, he followed the natural joints of the concept. He didn't force a division where there wasn't one. This action is diaresis division.
So the true philosopher, the true rhetorician, is the one who can seamlessly collect the many into the one and then carefully divide the one back into the many.
That is the very heartbeat of dialectic. It's a constant expansion and contraction, synthesis and analysis. Socrates asks Phaedrus directly, what is the other principle? And he is just about to explain this exact art of division in full, meticulous detail.
He has the dialectical knife raised, ready to show us exactly how to cut reality apart without breaking it.
It is the perfect point of suspension. We have moved all the way from the buzzing of the cicadas through the ridiculous deception of the donkey, all the way to the absolute precision of this dialectical knife.
And that is exactly where we are pausing. We leave Socrates with his knife raised, asking, what is the other principle?
So picking up the thread exactly where we left off, we have to look at what just happened in the text. We've moved past the poetry of the speeches themselves. All the imagery of the chariots and the wings and the cicadas, that's behind us now. And Socrates is shifting gears. He wants to look under the hood of what they just did. He wants to analyze the structural success of the speeches we just heard regarding love.
Exactly. The emotional pick of the book is over, and now comes the intellectual dissection. It's a very calm, quiet pivot. Socrates is transitioning into what we might call the dialectician's method. He identifies two specific principles that he claims are absolutely essential for any kind of clear thinking or speaking. If you want to understand the world, or, if you want to persuade someone else about the world, you need these two tools. And the first is generalization, or what is often translated as collection.
Collection. It sounds a bit like gathering ingredients for a meal.
In a sense, it is. It's the ability to look at a scattered, chaotic set of observations, the many, so to speak, and see the one. It's the capacity to bring a manifold of scattered particulars together under one single unified idea. Remember how the previous discourse started? They couldn't just start talking about love randomly. They had to agree on a definition.
Right. They assumed a single form of unreason or madness to begin with.
Exactly. That was the act of collection. Seeing the forest, not just the trees. You have to gather the concept before you can work with it.
Because if you don't define the forest, you're just lost in the underbrush.
Yeah.
But the second principle he mentions is the one that really caught my imagination, the principle of division. And he uses this incredibly vivid, almost visceral metaphor of the butcher or the carver.
It is a striking image. Socrates says that once you have collected the idea, once you have the whole animal on the table, to use a metaphor, you must divide it. But you cannot just hack at it arbitrarily. You must cut where the joint is according to its natural formation.
Where the joint is. That implies that ideas or concepts actually have a skeletal structure. They have a natural anatomy.
Precisely. A good dialectician is like a skilled surgeon or a master butcher. They find the seam in reality and separate it cleanly. He contrasts this with a bad carver, someone who is clumsy, who breaks the bone or shreds the meat because they don't understand the anatomy of what they are cutting. If you force a division where nature hasn't made one, you destroy the truth.
And he applies this directly to the speeches on love they just delivered. He asks us to visualize the body of their argument.
Yes. Think of the argument as a physical body. Both the speech by the first speaker, the one attacking love, and the speech by Socrates, the one praising it, started from the same collection. They both agreed that love is a kind of madness. That was the whole body. But then they had to divide it.
And this is where the left and right distinction comes in, right?
Correct. Just as a physical body has a left side and a right side parts that share the same names, like left arm and right arm, but are distinct in function and position, madness also has a left and a right side.
So the first speech, the one that reviled love, that went down the left side.
It did. The speaker took the concept of madness, went to the left, and began dividing. He found a sinister or left-handed love. This is the madness of obsession, of jealousy, of destruction. And the speaker rightly reviled it. He wasn't wrong that this exists. He was just looking at only one side of the body.
Whereas the second speech
went down the right side. It kept dividing the concept of madness until it found a divine love. It shares the name madness, just as the right hand shares the name hand with the left, but its nature is completely different. It is the author of our greatest benefits.
If they hadn't carved at the joint, they would have made a terrible mistake. They might have said that all madness is bad, which would have thrown out the divine inspiration along with the obsession.
Exactly, you would have smashed the bone. This ability to see the unity and the plurality in nature is what Socrates values above everything else in the book. He doesn't just respect it, he reveres it. He admits to his companion that he is a lover of these processes. He says that without the ability to collect and divide, he cannot speak and he cannot think.
He even elevates the practitioner of this art to a godlike status. He explicitly says that if he finds someone capable of seeing unity and plurality in nature, he follows them as if he were a god.
It shows that for Socrates, this isn't just a rhetorical trick, it's a spiritual path. It is the alignment of the human mind with the structure of reality, and he finally gives this art a proper name. He officially names those who possess this art dialecticians, distinguishing them from mere rhetoricians.
Dialecticians, not rhetoricians. That's a huge distinction.
That is the crucial distinction. The dialectician is the one who seeks truth through this careful anatomy of concepts.
Which naturally leads the other man to ask the obvious question. He brings up the royal men.
Ah, yes. The famous ones.
Right, the celebrities, the famous rhetoricians of the day, like Lysias and Thrasymachus. The question is posed, if this godlike skill is dialectic, then what is this thing called rhetoric that these royal men teach? Because they are famous, they are wealthy, and they claim to teach the art of speech.
Socrates essentially poses the challenge. If we take away the truth-finding power of dialectic, if we take away the ability to carve nature at the joints, what is actually left of rhetoric? Is there an art remaining, or is it just a collection of niceties, a toolbox of terms?
And this triggers what is essentially a massive catalog, a syllabus really, of the technical rhetoric of the time. Socrates and his companions start listing off the specific technical elements found in the standard books of rhetoric. And I have to say, reading this part of the book, it sounds incredibly bureaucratic.
It does. It sounds like a modern corporate manual or a very dry textbook. Socrates lists them with a tone of subtle satire. He starts with the standard structure. You have the exordium, which is how to begin the speech, then the statement of facts, the narrative of what happened, then witnesses to corroborate the facts, then proofs for evidence, then probabilities, the likelihood of events.
And it just keeps going. It seems like every famous teacher tried to invent a new term to make themselves seem essential. Socrates mentions Theodorus the Byzantine.
Right, the great word makers. Theodorus wasn't satisfied with just proofs. He needed confirmation, and then further confirmation. And for the defense or accusation, he needed refutation and further refutation.
It's micromanagement of language. You haven't reached the further refutation stage yet.
Exactly, it's padding the curriculum. Then there is Evenus the Praetorian. He is credited with the invention of insinuations and indirect praises.
And indirect censures, right.
Yes. Socrates notes that Evenus even put some of these indirect censures into verse, into poetry, to help his students memorize them. It implies a focus on rote memorization of tricks rather than true understanding. You aren't learning human psychology. You're learning a rhyme about how to insult someone politely.
We can't leave out Titius and Gorgias. These are heavy hitters in the book. But Socrates sums up their core belief in a way that is quite damning. He says they are the ones who realize that probability is superior to truth.
That is the core of their sophistic worldview. They saw that in the public square, in the courts, truth is often irrelevant. What matters is what seems true to the crowd. Their power, as Socrates describes it, is the power of illusion, making the little appear great and the great appear little. They specialized in disguising the new as old and the old as new.
And they argued over length. Some championed conciseness, while others boasted of infinite length. And then Prodicus comes along.
Prodicus, the pragmatist. His reaction to the debate over length was to laugh. He claimed the true rule of art is neither long nor short, but of a convenient length.
Which is helpful, I suppose, if you actually know what convenient means. Hippias the Elean stranger is also mentioned as agreeing with Prodicus on that. Then we have Polus. Socrates lists his treasuries of technical terms, diplasiology, nomology, iconology.
With a connection to Licymnius, who gave him the names and the polish for these terms.
Those words sound incredibly impressive. Diplasiology. If I paid for a class and the teacher said we were learning that, I'd feel like I was getting my money's worth. But what do they actually mean?
They are fancy Greek words for very simple concepts. Diplasiology is just repetition. Nomology is sententious speaking, speaking in maxims or proverbs. Iconology is using imagery or metaphors. Paulus was essentially selling a vocabulary list. He was giving his students a way to polish their speeches with high-sounding jargon.
We also get a mention of Protagoras, who had rules of correct diction. And finally, the Chalcedonian giant Thrasymachus.
Thrasymachus is the master of emotional manipulation. Socrates says he is unequaled in the pathetic case. He knows how to moan about the sorrows of a poor old man to get tears from the jury. He has a mighty magic to put a crowd into a passion, specifically anger, and then, just as easily, he can enchant them and calm them out of it. He is also the absolute master of calumny or slander on any grounds.
So we have this massive toolbox: slander, repetition, probability, insinuations. And despite all these differences in their teachings, they all agree on the ending, the recapitulation.
Or the summing up, the purpose of which is simply reminding the hearers of the arguments you just made.
Socrates lays all this out. He acknowledges that this is what the royal men teach. But then he points out what he calls the holes in their web. He argues that these men are not teaching the art of rhetoric at all. They are merely teaching the preliminaries of the art.
This is a devastating critique of the educational system of his time. He argues that knowing these terms, deplasiology, exordium, and the rest, is not the same as knowing how to actually persuade. He uses 3 specific analogies to explain this, and each one is sharper than the last.
Let's walk through those. The first analogy is medicine. He mentions Eryximachus and his father Acumenus.
The scenario is this. Imagine a man walks up to a real physician. This man says, I know how to apply drugs to heat the body or cool it. I can induce vomiting. I can give a purge. Therefore, I am a physician, and I can teach others to be physicians.
And the actual doctor would ask the obvious questions. Do you know to whom to give these treatments, and when to give them, and how much to give?
And if the man replies that he expects the patient to figure that out for themselves, the verdict is swift.
The doctor would call him a madman, or a pedant who read a book but understands nothing of actual medicine.
Because medicine is not the drugs. Medicine is the knowledge of application. It is knowing how to match the treatment to the specific condition of the patient. Without that, you just have a bag of poisons.
The second analogy is tragedy. This one really resonated with me as we read through the book. Imagine someone goes to Sophocles or Euripides.
The great tragedians.
And this person says, I know how to write really long speeches. I can write short ones too. I can write a sorrowful speech or a threatening speech. Therefore, I am a tragedian.
The verdict there is that Sophocles and Euripides would laugh. Not rudely, perhaps, but correctively. Because a tragedy is not just a pile of speeches. You can't just glue a sad speech to a scary speech and call it a play. The definition of tragedy is the arranging of these elements in a manner suitable to one another and to the whole. The structure is the art.
And the third analogy is music, specifically harmony. The scenario is a man who thinks he is a harmonist because he knows how to pitch the highest and lowest notes.
And the true musician would say, my good friend, you know the preliminaries of harmony, but not harmony itself. You know the raw materials, you don't know the art of blending them.
So, applying these analogies back to rhetoric, Socrates addresses the famous rhetoricians hypothetically, men like Distrusted or Pericles.
He suggests that these great men would not be angry at these teachers. They would pity them. They would pity those who lack dialectical skill.
The conclusion is that teaching brachiologies and iconologies is merely teaching the instruments of the art. The true art lies in using these instruments effectively to make the composition a whole.
Precisely. You don't become a master carpenter just because someone teaches you the names of all the saws and hammers.
So, if the royal men don't have the secret, where is it? How do you acquire the true art of rhetoric?
Socrates lays out a strict criteria for success. Acquiring the true art requires 3 things: natural power, knowledge, and practice. You have to be born with some innate ability, you need the theoretical framework, and you have to do the work.
And he holds up Pericles as the ideal. Socrates identifies Pericles as the most accomplished rhetorician, but the source of his power is unexpected. It wasn't a speech coach, it was his relationship with Anaxagoras, the philosopher.
This is a huge pivot in the book's argument. The lesson is that great arts require high speculation about the truths of nature. You can't just study words, you have to study reality. Pericles learned the nature of mind and the negative of mind from Anaxagoras. He engaged in deep philosophical speculation, and then he applied this philosophy to speaking.
Socrates makes a detailed parallel here between rhetoric and medicine to explain this.
It's a brilliant comparison. Medicine defines the nature of the body. Its goal is to impart health and strength via medicine and food. Rhetoric, on the other hand, defines the nature of the soul. Its goal is to implant conviction and virtue via words and training.
And he pushes for a strictly scientific approach. You cannot understand the nature of the soul, which is the part, without understanding the nature of the whole universe or environment. He references Hippocrates here.
Yes, Hippocrates argued that the body must be treated holistically in relation to its environment. Socrates applies this to rhetoric. Proceeding without this deep analysis of the soul is like the groping of a blind man. An artist must not be blind.
This leads to the step-by-step scientific method of rhetoric that the book outlines. It's a tortuous path, as Socrates calls it, but it's fascinating. Step 1 is the definition of nature.
You have to determine if the object you are dealing with, the soul, is simple or multiform. Is it one uniform thing or is it complex?
Step 2 is the analysis of power.
If the soul is simple, you ask, what is its power to act? What is its power to be acted upon? But if it is multiform, you have to number the forms. And then you apply those same questions to each and every form. How does this part act? How is it acted upon?
Then we move to step 3, which is classification.
You must classify all the different types of speeches, and you must classify all the different types of souls. You build a complete taxonomy.
And finally, step 4, which seems to be the core of the art itself, adaptation.
This is where it all comes together. You match the speech to the soul. You have to explain exactly why one particular soul is persuaded by a specific form of argument and why another soul is not. This creates a truly scientific rule of art. It's no longer guesswork.
Socrates offers a critique of the current writers here, the speechwriters of his day. He says they probably do know the soul is complex, but they craftily conceal this knowledge. They do not write by these rules.
They want to keep the shortcut. But Socrates outlines the practical application of his method, what we could call the orator's education. The people must learn the abstract theory first, but that's not enough. Then they must have experience in actual life.
The book emphasizes perception heavily here. The orator must be able to see the person in front of them and realize, this is the character I learned about. This is the man.
Theory meeting reality, and it requires timing. Knowing when to speak, when to refrain, and when to use specific effects like pithy sayings or pathetic appeals. Only when theory, perception, and timing are combined is the master perfect.
It sounds like an incredibly long road, and in the book the question is raised, is there a shortcut? Is there an easier road than this long scientific path?
This introduces the wolf's argument. It represents the sophistic view, the cynical view of the legal system.
The sophist argument is essentially that in courts of law, no one cares about truth. They only care about conviction.
And conviction is based entirely on probability, which they define as what the many think is true.
The rule they establish is shocking. Sometimes actual facts should be withheld if they are improbable. The orator should literally say goodbye to the truth and focus only on the consistency of probability.
We get a very specific case study from Tisius to illustrate this.
Right, the scenario of the assault. You have a feeble but valiant man who assaults a strong but cowardly man and robs him.
So the little brave guy beats up the big coward. They go to court. Now Tisius advises them both on how to lie. The coward, the strong man, lies to save his pride. He says, I was assaulted by more than one man, because it's too humiliating to admit one feeble man beat him.
And the valiant feeble man lies too. He says, we were alone. And his argument is, look at me and look at him. How could a weak man like me assault a strong man like him? It's highly improbable.
The result of this art is that the adversary is forced to invent a new lie, giving the clever speaker an advantage. It's a maze of deception based on what a jury thinks is likely.
But Socrates has a massive rebuttal to Tisius, the so-called discoverer of this art. He speaks directly to the concept of probability.
He says, let's look at the definition. Probability is merely the likeness of the truth.
And his core refutation is so simple but undeniable. You cannot discover the resemblance of truth effectively unless you actually know the truth itself.
It completely collapses the sophistic shortcut. Even if your only goal is persuasion, even if you don't care about morality, the long path of classifying souls is still the only path to becoming a skillful rhetorician, because you can't fake the truth well unless you know what the truth looks like.
This brings us to the final, higher motivation that Socrates reveals. We've been talking about courts and men, but he asks, who are we serving? Serving the right masters is what matters.
A man of sense undergoes this massive labor, this long path of dialectic, not to speak and act before men, whom he calls fellow servants.
The goal is to speak and act in a way that is acceptable to gods, the good and noble masters.
That is the ultimate ethical standard set in the book. One should not aim primarily to please fellow slaves. If the way is long and circuitous, it is justified entirely because the destination pleasing the divine is so great.
It's a beautiful conclusion to the argument. Socrates says that enough has been said about the art of speaking, comparing the true with the false.
But the discussion isn't over. He pivots the conversation seamlessly to the final topic.
Right. Now that they've solved the spoken word, they have to address the propriety and impropriety of writing itself.
Which is where we will pick up the thread next time, exploring how these divine rules of rhetoric apply when the words are frozen on a page.
And so, having really stripped away all those layers of rhetoric we were just talking about, and examining the whole machinery of what makes a speech either successful or just shameful, we find ourselves at this really crucial juncture in the book.
Right, yeah.
We've been walking alongside the river Ilyssus, right, following these incredibly dense arguments between Socrates and Phaedrus regarding the spoken word. But now the current of the conversation just completely shifts.
It does. It pivots entirely.
Yeah, we are moving away from the immediate act of speaking, the breath, the voice, the actual moment of delivery, and we're turning our attention to something that seems, well, on the surface at least, a lot more stable. We are turning to the subject of writing itself.
It's a really profound shift, honestly. I mean, up until this exact moment in the text, the dialogue has been very much about the now.
The present moment.
Exactly. The interaction between the lover and the beloved, the speaker and the audience. But here, in these final pages of the book, Socrates just pauses. He looks at the very medium that preserves language.
Which is such a meta moment when you think about it.
Oh, completely. He asks a question that seems almost dangerous for a philosopher to ask. He asks, is there a propriety or an impropriety in the act of writing itself?
Like, is it noble to commit thoughts to text? Or is there something inherently compromising about the whole process?
Right. And it's fascinating because you and I and everyone joining us for this exploration, we are reading this. We are accessing their thoughts through the exact medium that Socrates is about to thoroughly critique.
We're totally implicated in it. And to answer this question, he doesn't just start with a neat definition or a logical rule. As is his way when the subject touches on, the soul and memory, he reaches for a myth.
He takes us away from Athens entirely.
Yeah, we travel to Egypt, specifically to the ancient district of Naucratis.
Socrates invokes what he calls the tradition of the ancients. He's deliberately bypassing the modern, highly technical arguments of his own day to find a deeper, more ancestral truth, I suppose. And he introduces us to this deity named Thuth.
Let's actually visualize this figure for a second. Thuth. In the book, Socrates specifically mentions that the bird called the ibis is sacred to him.
The ibis, right.
So if you picture ancient Egyptian iconography, you can immediately see that bird, the one with the long curved beak sort of stepping carefully through the reeds along the Nile. That's the totem of this god.
And Thuth isn't just some passive deity sitting on a throne. He is an active, relentless innovator.
He's a tinkerer.
A tinkerer with an intellect of the highest possible order. Socrates lists his contributions to humanity, and it's a staggering portfolio. Thuth is the one who invented number and calculation.
Mathematics itself.
Yes. And he invented geometry and astronomy. He even created the games of drafts and dice.
So he's the patron of structure, basically, of quantifying the universe, of organizing all that random chaos into neat, playable, or understandable systems.
He sounds like the ultimate technologist, really. The one who looks at the messy human world and says, I can optimize this. I can build a tool for this specific problem.
And the crown jewel of all his inventions, the thing he is just undeniably the most proud of in this story, is the use of letters, writing itself.
He believes he has unlocked the ultimate upgrade for the human mind. So, in the myth, Thuth takes all his shiny new inventions to the ruler of all Egypt.
This god-king named Themis.
Right, Themis, who resides in the great city of Thebes, what the Greeks call Egyptian Thebes. And Themis is associated with the god Ammon. So you have this really dynamic setup here.
The classic showdown.
Exactly. Thuth, the brilliant, enthusiastic inventor, standing before Themis, the sovereign, grounded judge.
It's the absolute classic relationship between the innovator and the regulator. Thuth is presenting his discoveries one by one, super eager to distribute them to all the Egyptian people.
And Themis plays the critic.
Yeah, he examines each art, asking about its utility, like what does it actually do, what is it for? And depending on Thuth's answer, Themis either praises the invention or he censures it.
And we aren't even told what Themis thought of geometry or the dice games. Socrates completely skips over those details to get to the heart of the matter.
He fast forwards to the main event.
He fast forwards to the moment Thuth presents writing. And Thuth is absolutely glowing with confidence here. He presents the letters to King Themis and says, "This invention, O king, will make the Egyptians wiser and will give them better memories."
He says it is a specific, both for the memory and for the wit.
Yes, and I really want to linger on that word he uses there. Specific.
The Greek word is pharmakon.
Exactly, pharmakon. It is an incredibly loaded term in Greek philosophy. It can mean a medicine, a cure, a remedy.
But it can also mean a potion, a drug, or even a poison.
Yes. The Thuth is obviously framing it in the most positive sense possible. He's essentially pitching it by saying, look, I have cured the frailty of the human mind. Our memories are these leaky buckets, but I've created a patch. With this tool, we will finally be wiser.
He's selling it as a total shortcut to wisdom and an absolute guarantee of retention. Just write it down, and it's yours forever.
But Themis, speaking with the immense weight of the ancient king, and frankly serving as the mouthpiece for Socrates' own skepticism, is not swayed at all.
Not even a little bit.
His response is honestly one of the most devastating critiques of technology in the history of human thought.
It really is. He starts by establishing this fundamental principle of judgment. He says, "O most ingenious Thuth, the parent or inventor of an art is not always the best judge of the utility or inutility of his own inventions to the users of them."
That is such a piercing insight into human nature.
It cuts right to the bone. He's saying that the creator is completely blinded by paternal love. Because Thuth fathered writing, he loves it way too much to see its flaws.
He only sees the intended function. He's entirely blind to the unintended consequences.
Right, he needs that detached, objective eye of the user, or the king in this case, to step back and see what this tool is actually going to do to the human soul.
And what Themis sees is the exact opposite of what Thuth promised. Thuth promised a cure for memory. Themis argues that writing will actually implant forgetfulness in the souls of those who learn it.
Which feels, it feels completely counterintuitive at first glance.
It does.
We usually think of writing as the ultimate preservation of memory. If I write a thought down, it's saved, it's safe. How on earth can the king argue that writing causes forgetfulness?
Well, his logic is deeply psychological. He argues that because people will come to rely on these external alien marks, the written characters on the page, they will completely cease to use their internal memory.
They'll just stop trying to remember things.
Exactly.
Right.
They will stop calling things to mind from within themselves. They will trust the external object, the papyrus or the tablet, to do the heavy lifting for them.
So it's basically an issue of atrophy. Like if I use a crutch when I don't need one, my leg muscles just get weak. If I have the information stored in a book on my shelf, my actual mental muscle for holding that information relaxes.
You don't actually know the thing anymore.
Right, I just know where to find the text that talks about it. I know the location of the data, not the data itself.
Precisely. And Themis makes a really critical distinction here, one that Socrates wants us to pay very close attention to. He distinguishes between true memory and mere reminiscence.
Okay, let's go deeper into that distinction because it's vital. Memory versus reminiscence.
True memory, in the Socratic framework, is an active, living power of the soul. It's the ability to hold a truth within you, to digest it, to have it ready at hand, because it has become part of your very substance.
It's internal. It's woven into who you are.
Right. Reminiscence, on the other hand, is simply being reminded. It's reacting to an external cue.
It's like the difference between knowing a poem by heart, where the rhythm and the meaning are literally part of your breath and your thought process, versus simply being able to read that same poem off a page.
Exactly. If you lose the page and you haven't memorized it, you suddenly realize you never actually possessed the poem at all. You only possessed the tool that reminded you of it.
You had the pharmakon, but not the cure. So Themis tells Thuth, you offer your pupils the appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom.
Yes. He warns that because of the proliferation of writing, students will become hearers of many things without actually being instructed.
They'll just consume.
They will read wide and deep, devouring texts, and they will seem to know absolutely everything. They'll have a quote for every single occasion, a random fact for every argument. They will appear omniscient.
But it's a completely hollow shell.
It is entirely hollow. Themis says they will generally know nothing. And worse, they will be tiresome company because they have the show of wisdom without the reality of it.
Tiresome company. That is such a wonderfully vivid description. I think
Yeah.
we all know what he means. It conjures up this image of someone who is just intellectually arrogant, someone who thinks that because they read a Wikipedia summary of a thing, they deeply understand the nature of the thing.
They confuse data accumulation with genuine understanding.
Right. And they're incredibly difficult to be around because they lack the humility that comes with true inquiry. They think the hard work is already done just because the book is sitting on their shelf.
And this strikes at the very heart of what Socrates values most. For him, philosophy is a living dialogue. It's a constant, rigorous examining of the self and the other. Writing threatens to replace that active, messy process with just a passive consumption of static information.
Now, Phaedrus is sitting there listening to this myth, and we have to remember who Phaedrus is. He loves speeches. He loves texts. He's been carrying around a physical scroll of Laelius's speech under his cloak all day long.
He's a fanboy of the written word.
He really is. So he feels a bit stung by this story, perhaps. He pushes back. He says to Socrates, somewhat cheekily, "Yes, Socrates, you can easily invent tales of Egypt or of any other country you please."
He's just calling Socrates out right there.
Yeah. He is. He's essentially saying, you're just making up this whole story about Thuth and Thamus to suit your own arguments. It's not a real historical account. It's just a convenient fiction you've spun out of thin air to prove your point.
And Socrates' response to this accusation is incredibly telling about his whole worldview. He doesn't try to produce a bibliography. He doesn't argue for the historical accuracy of the Egyptian king.
He doesn't care about that.
Not at all. Instead, he pivots to a completely different kind of authority. He rebukes Phaedrus, and he does so by invoking the ancient sanctuary of Dodona.
The oracle.
Yes, this was an ancient Greek site where the first prophetic utterances were said to issue directly from a sacred oak tree. Socrates reminds Phaedrus that the men of old, those ancestors who weren't quite as quote-unquote wise or cynical as the young men of today, they were perfectly content to listen to an oak or a rock, provided it spoke the truth.
He is directly challenging Phaedrus's obsession with the source rather than the substance. He's saying, you are entirely obsessed with who is speaking. Is it a famous rhetorician like Lysias? Is it a foreign god from Egypt? Is it me, Socrates? You keep asking where the speaker comes from. But the only thing you should actually care about, the only thing that matters, is whether the thing being said is true or false.
It's a massive call to intellectual integrity. Truth is truth, whether it comes from a king, a philosopher, or a rustling tree. If the critique of writing holds water, it simply doesn't matter if Thamus is a real historical figure or just a Socratic invention. The argument has to stand on its own merits.
And Phaedrus, to his credit, he accepts this immediately. He realizes he's been caught up in the superficial details again. He admits the justice of the rebuke. He agrees that the Egyptian king, whether fiction or not, was absolutely right about the nature of writing.
So having firmly established that, Socrates moves away from the myth. He leaves Egypt behind and offers an analogy that is perhaps even more powerful and visual. He compares writing to painting.
This is such a crucial passage in the book. Socrates asks us to look at the creatures of painting. The portraits, the figures painted on the canvas. They stand there as if they were alive.
They have eyes, they have posture, they seem to possess a real intelligence or a presence.
But it's an illusion.
It is entirely static. Socrates points out that if you walk up to the painting and ask it a question, it preserves a solemn silence.
It cannot answer you.
It cannot explain why it looks the way it does. It just stares back at you forever.
And he applies this directly to
Written words.
Yes, says the exact same holds true for a written text. You might imagine that the words speak as if they had intelligence. When you read a really profound book, you genuinely feel like a mind is communicating with you in that moment.
But if you want to know more, if you asked the text to clarify a point, or if you want to question its underlying logic, it just gives you one unvarying answer.
It just repeats itself. Like, if I don't understand the second paragraph on page 40 and I read it again, it is the exact same paragraph. It can't rephrase itself.
Right.
It can't see the look of confusion on my face and decide to try a different analogy. It is completely frozen in time.
And this perfectly highlights the inflexibility of the written word compared to the living word of dialectic. In a real conversation, the speaker can adapt. They can move with the listener's mind. The book is rigid.
And this rigidity leads to another massive danger that Socrates identifies, the promiscuity of the text.
Promiscuity is a strong word, but it fits his description perfectly here. Socrates says that once a speech is written down, it is tumbled about anywhere.
It just drifts. It has no anchor to its original context.
It roams among those who actually understand it, sure, but it also falls into the hands of those who have absolutely no business reading it. It reaches people who are prejudiced or ignorant or malicious. The text knows not to whom it should reply, to whom not.
Think about the oral tradition, or even just the specific relationship between a teacher and a student. In that dynamic, there is a kind of necessary gatekeeping.
A curation of knowledge.
Right. The teacher actively decides when the student is mentally and spiritually ready for a really difficult concept. They protect the idea from being totally misunderstood. But a book is just open to anyone who happens to pick it up. There is zero filter.
And when that text inevitably falls into the wrong hands, when it is maltreated or abused, or when people twist its meaning to suit their own political or selfish ends, the text is completely helpless. It has no voice to defend itself.
It cannot shout off the page and say, wait, you're taking that totally out of context, or that is not what I meant at all.
No, it can't. Socrates says it always needs its parent to come to its aid. It needs the author to step in and defend it. On its own, the written word is defenseless, vulnerable, and just so easily corrupted by the reader's own projection.
So we are left with this somewhat tragic image of the written word as a kind of illegitimate, helpless child. It's static, it's silent when you question it, and it wanders blindly into places it really doesn't belong. This paints a fairly bleak picture of the book as an object.
It does.
But surely, Socrates offers an alternative. He's not just a nihilist about communication.
He certainly does offer an alternative. He contrasts this helpless written word with its legitimate brother. He asks us to consider a completely different kind of word, one that is graven in the soul of the learner.
Graven in the soul. That is just a beautiful phrase, not scratched onto wax tablets, not inked onto a roll of papyrus, but carved deep into the living mind of the student.
This is what he calls the living word. It is the word of true knowledge. And unlike the static written word, this living word has a soul.
Because it lives inside a person.
Exactly. It is highly capable of defending itself. It knows when to speak, and crucially, it knows when to be silent depending on who it's facing. Phaidrus recognizes this concept immediately as the living, breathing discourse of the man who genuinely knows.
To make this distinction crystal clear, the huge difference between cultivating the living word and just producing the written word, Socrates introduces an agricultural metaphor.
He loves his metaphors.
He does. He talks about the husbandman, the serious farmer, and he contrasts two very different types of planting. He brings up the gardens of Adonis.
And we really need to understand the cultural reference here to fully grasp his point, because Garden of Adonis sounds like something permanent and incredibly grand.
Like a marvel of the ancient world or something.
Right, but it was actually a symbol of pure transience. The Festival of Adonis was a midsummer observance in Greece. As part of this religious ritual, people, mostly women actually, would take these shallow pots or baskets and fill them with earth. They would plant quick sprouting seeds like lettuce, fennel, or wheat.
And because it was the height of summer and the soil in these pots was so incredibly shallow,
they would force the growth. They would water these little pots and leave them out in the baking summer sun, sometimes on the rooftops. The seeds would sprout with just incredible speed. In about 8 days, you would have these lush, green, beautiful-looking shoots.
but they had no foundation.
None. Because they had no deep root system, and because they were basically forced out of their natural season, they would wither and die just as quickly as they sprang up. It was a spectacle. It was meant to be a pretty short-lived amusement for the festival, nothing more.
So Socrates poses the big question here. Would a man of sense, a serious farmer, a true husbandman, take the seeds he actually cares about, the seeds he desperately wants to bear fruit for the autumn harvest, and plant them in a garden of Adonis?
And the answer is just obvious. No, he would never do that. He might plant a garden of Adonis for play or for a holiday amusement to celebrate the festival. But if he is in earnest, if he is truly serious about the result, he follows the strict rules of husbandry.
He sows his seeds in fitting soil.
And he waits.
He waits. He doesn't rush it. He is perfectly content to let the seasons turn at their own pace. He waits 8 months for the seeds to take root deep in the earth, to grow strong against the elements, and to finally arrive at perfection.
The analogy here is just beautifully clear. Writing is the garden of Adonis.
It's the forced lettuce.
Exactly. Socrates suggests that the writer, the philosopher who actually knows the just and the good and the honorable, will not seriously write his thoughts in water or in ink. He won't trust his most precious, hard-won insights to the shallow, fast-drying soil of a written page.
Because words on a page sprout up fast. You can read a whole book in a few hours. But they are exactly like that forced lettuce. They look like knowledge, they look impressive and green, but they have no root in the reader's soul. They can't defend themselves. They wither the second the heat of real scrutiny is applied.
The serious work, the 8-month farming, that is the work of dialectic.
It's the art of finding a congenial soul. The true philosopher finds a student with the right nature, the fitting soil, and plants the seed of knowledge not through a monologue, but through conversation, through rigorous questioning, through basically living together.
He tends to that seed personally, and unlike the static written word, this living seed is not unfruitful. It actually generates new growth.
It produces a continuous lineage.
Yes, the seed grows in the student, and then that student produces new seeds to pass on to others in turn. It renders the truth immortal, or at least as far as humanly possible. Socrates says this process makes the possessor happy to the absolute utmost extent of human happiness.
It creates this living, breathing chain of wisdom that actually survives the physical death of the teacher. It's beautiful. But I want to make sure we don't misrepresent him here. Socrates doesn't ban writing entirely, does he? He doesn't say burn all the books.
No, he doesn't go quite that far. He allows the wise man to write, but the purpose of the writing completely changes.
And this is the exact nuance that saves Plato himself from massive hypocrisy, seeing as he wrote all this down.
Right. Socrates says the wise man will sow his garden of letters for the sake of recreation and amusement. He writes not to teach the ultimate truth, but to store up memorials.
Memorials against the forgetfulness of old age.
He writes for himself, basically. For when he's old and his own memory inevitably begins to fail. He writes so he can look back and be reminded of the intellectual tracks he once walked in his youth. Or he writes for others who are following that exact same path.
He watches these written words grow with a kind of tender amusement, much the way a gardener enjoys looking at his decorative flower pots.
And Socrates actively contrasts this with how other men spend their leisure time. While other men are drinking or banqueting or indulging in various physical excesses, the philosopher spends his playtime writing. But he never, ever confuses the play with the work.
The writing is the hobby. The teaching, the actual planting of souls, that is the vocation.
That is such a liberating distinction. It puts writing firmly in its proper place. It's a beautiful pastime. It's a very useful reminder. But it is fundamentally not the source of truth. The truth lives in the people.
Exactly. And having firmly established this hierarchy that the spoken dialectical word is the master and the written word is just the servant, Socrates says they are finally ready to close the loop on Lysias.
Right. We have to remember that this entire sprawling conversation, which has spanned hours in the fictional timeline of the book, all began with Phaedrus reading a speech written by Lysias.
They've now built this complete, massive framework for judging whether that speech, or frankly any speech, or any piece of writing at all, is truly artful or scientific.
And Socrates summarizes the requirements for us right here. It acts as a definitive checklist for anyone who wishes to speak or write with true art. And I have to say, it is rigorous.
Let's actually walk through the requirements. What's step 1 on his checklist?
First, the speaker absolutely must know the truth of the subject they are discussing. You cannot simply rely on public opinion or what sounds probable or what the crowd wants to hear. If you are speaking about justice, you must know what justice actually is in its essence.
No faking it. Okay, step 2.
You must be able to define and divide the subject. We discussed this in previous sections, the whole dialectical method. You must be able to define the whole concept and then surgically cut it into parts at its natural joints, dividing it until it can no longer logically be divided. You need total structural clarity.
And step 3 involves the audience, right?
Yes. You must discern the nature of the soul. Since speech is fundamentally a leading of the soul, the speaker has to understand psychology deeply. He must know all the different types of souls out there, the simple ones, the complex ones, the skeptical ones, the passionate ones.
Which leads right into step 4.
Discovering the mode of discourse adapted to each specific nature, this is the practical application. You must give simple, straightforward speeches to simple souls and complex, multifaceted, heavily reasoned speeches to complex souls. You have to perfectly match the medicine to the patient.
Socrates literally says, until he has accomplished all this, he will be unable to handle arguments according to rules of art. That is an incredibly high bar.
It's almost impossibly high.
It implies that almost no one we currently consider a great speaker or a great writer actually meets the true criteria of the art.
It absolutely does imply that. And Socrates makes a very pointed comment about political writing right here. He turns his critical gaze to the kings and the statesmen who write laws.
The people with real power.
Yes. He notes that these powerful men very often think they are great authors. When they write a law and thousands of people are forced to obey it, they feel incredibly powerful. They genuinely believe their writing represents great certainty and clearness.
But Socrates calls this a disgrace.
A flat-out disgrace. He says that if they write these laws without actually knowing the true nature of justice and injustice, if they fundamentally can't distinguish the dream from the reality of good and evil, then the mere fact that they wrote it down on a scroll doesn't magically make it true.
Even if the whole crowd applauds them, even if their laws were immortalized in stone in the center of the city, their ignorance is still disgraceful. Writing down a lie or a deep confusion just makes that confusion permanent.
So we have the bad writer, the politician, or the rhetorician who doesn't actually know the truth. And then we have the right sort of man, the figure that Socrates has been building towards this entire time.
This is his definition of the ideal. The right sort of man is the one who openly acknowledges the intense limitations of writing. He knows that written words are never fully serious.
He believes that true clarity and perfection only exist in those principles graven in the soul through direct oral instruction.
And crucially, he considers his legitimate offspring to be the ideas he implants in others, not his books, his students.
Yes, he cares for the ideas growing in his own mind, and the ideas he has successfully shared with his brethren or his students. Socrates says, this is the right sort of man, and you and I, Phaedrus, would pray we may become like him.
Phaedrus agrees wholeheartedly with that, and then Socrates does something really interesting with names and titles. He asks, what do we actually call such a man? We already have names for the others, the ones who just patch words together.
Right. The assembler of phrases, the one who just edits and cuts and pastes text, we confidently call him a poet. Or a speechwriter. Or a lawmaker. These are just functional titles for basic technicians.
But for the person who actually knows the truth, the one who can defend his writing with a spoken, living argument that is far superior to the text itself, Phaedrus naturally asks, what name would you assign to them?
And Socrates actually hesitates here. He refuses to use the word wise. In Greek, sophos. He says, wise I may not call them, for that is a great name which belongs to God alone.
That is a moment of just profound humility. I mean, we so often think of Socrates as the wisest man in Greece, but here he explicitly and clearly rejects the title. He says that claiming to be wise is a form of supreme hubris. It suggests a completion, a finality that human beings simply cannot achieve.
So he proposes a much more modest, yet infinitely more beautiful title. He says the befitting title is lover of wisdom. Philosopher. This is the definition he finally settles on. A philosopher is not someone who possesses wisdom like it's a commodity or a finished product. It's not a trophy sitting on the shelf.
A philosopher is someone who loves wisdom.
Someone who is in active, relentless pursuit of it. Someone who practices the serious husbandry of the soul we talked about. It completely reframes philosophy not as a static state of being, but as a verb, an activity, a never-ending love affair with the truth.
The play is played out, as Socrates says. The inquiry is officially finished. They are finally ready to leave the riverbank. But before they go, they have some messages to deliver. Socrates gives Phaedrus a commission.
He tells Phaedrus to go straight back to Lasius. And not just Lasius, but he broadens it. He includes Homer, representing the pinnacle of poetry, and Solon, representing the foundation of law. He tells Phaedrus to deliver a message to all of them.
And the message is basically a challenge.
It is a massive challenge, he says. Tell them that if their compositions are truly based on truth, and if they can step up and defend them with spoken arguments that actually prove that the written text is inferior, then they are philosophers. They have earned that noble title.
But if they can't,
if they have absolutely nothing more to show than what is freezing on the paper, if they are merely text generators who cannot explain or defend the soul of their work, then they are only poets or speechwriters or lawmakers. They are not lovers of wisdom.
It's a heavy gauntlet thrown down to the entire intellectual elite of Athens. But then Phaedrus stops him. Right before they leave, he says, wait, there's a friend of yours we really shouldn't forget.
Isocrates.
Isocrates the Fair. Now, for anyone familiar with the history here, Isocrates was a very famous rhetorician, a contemporary of Plato, and in many ways a fierce rival. But here, in the fictional dramatic world of the dialogue, he is spoken of with just immense affection.
It's really important to note the timeline. The dramatic date of this conversation is set when Isocrates is still quite young, and Socrates makes a bold prophecy about him. He compares him directly to Lysias and says, Isocrates has a genius that simply soars above.
He says his character is cast in a much finer mold.
And the prophecy is quite specific. Socrates predicts that Isocrates will not only outstrip all the other rhetoricians at their own game, but that he might ultimately not be satisfied with mere rhetoric at all. Socrates sees a divine inspiration stirring in him. He hopes that this inspiration will lead him to things higher still, to actual philosophy.
He says, for he has an element of philosophy in his nature. It's a surprisingly touching moment, seeing Socrates speak so hopefully and warmly about a young talent. He calls him Isocrates, who is my delight.
It reminds us that for all this lofty talk of souls and husbandry, Socrates is ultimately talking about real people, young men with real potential. He's constantly scanning the horizon, looking for that fitting soil to plant his seeds in.
Whether Isocrates eventually lived up to that philosophical potential in real life is a matter of pretty intense historical debate. But the absolute sincerity of Socrates' hope in this moment is undeniably clear.
It is.
The heat of the day has finally abated. The shadows along the riverbank are getting long. It is time to return to the bustling city. But Socrates stops one last time. He says, should we not offer up a prayer, first of all, to the local deities?
This is the famous prayer to Pan. It is, to my mind at least, the absolute perfect benediction for this entire sprawling conversation. Socrates prays to Pan and the other hidden gods of the river.
Let's look closely at the specific requests he makes, because it is a very short prayer, but every single word carries immense weight. First, he asks, give me beauty in the inward soul.
This is the absolute core request. Remember, Phaedrus started this whole day completely dazzled by physical, superficial beauty, the beauty of the beloved, the flashy beauty of Lysias' clever speech.
Socrates turns that gaze entirely inward. He asks for virtue. He asks for the kind of beauty that does not fade with age or scrutiny.
Second, he prays, may the outward and inward man be at one.
This is a profound prayer for integrity, for deep harmony. He is praying directly against hypocrisy. He doesn't want to be the man they described earlier, the one with the semblance of wisdom on the outside, but total emptiness on the inside.
He wants the face he shows the world to perfectly match the truth of his soul. He wants to be whole.
Third, he asks, may I reckon the wise to be the wealthy?
A complete and total inversion of the values of Athens and indeed of our own modern world. We usually reckon the wealthy to be wise, or at least successful enough that we should listen to them. Socrates says no. Wisdom is the wealth. If you have wisdom, you are infinitely rich, regardless of your bank account. If you have a mountain of gold but no wisdom, you are a complete pauper.
And finally, he does actually make a request about material wealth, which is surprising. He says, may I have such a quantity of gold as a temperate man, and he only can bear and carry.
This is so subtle and just so brilliant. At first glance, it sounds like he's asking for a bunch of gold. Give me as much as I can carry. But look at the crucial qualifier there. As a temperate man can bear.
A temperate man, a man of intense moderation and self-control.
Exactly. A temperate man has incredibly simple needs. He doesn't need much at all. In fact, too much gold is an active burden to him. It is a heavy weight that distracts him from the pursuit of wisdom. So Socrates is essentially asking for just enough to live without terrible hardship, but not so much that it becomes a heavy, corrupting load. It is a prayer for total freedom from the anxiety of accumulation.
It's a prayer for sufficiency, for simplicity. And Phaidrus, who started this day so entirely willing to be seduced by the expensive, flashy rhetoric of Lysias, simply listens to this and says, ask the same for me, for friends should have all things in common.
That line, friends should have all things in common, is the absolute perfect seal on their friendship. They have shared the intense heat of the day. They have shared the myth of the cicadas singing above them. They have shared the rigorous argument about love and the eternal nature of the soul.
And now they share the prayer. They are finally united in the true pursuit of wisdom.
The cheap rhetoric is gone. The seduction is gone. Only the truth remains. And with that settled, Socrates speaks the final, quiet words of the book.
Let us go.
It's such a beautifully simple ending. There's no grand summation, no final booming lecture. Just let us go back to the city, back to the messy world of men. But they go back entirely changed.
They go back carrying the seed. The conversation isn't really over. It's just moving location. The living word has been planted. Now the serious husbandry begins. Let us go.